Volume 7. Chapter 601, Departure. Chapter 601, Departure. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. On that day, where the sky and ocean met in the distance, there was a large round black spot covering the vast blue expanse of the ocean, and it was unclear when it had arrived. When one got closer, they would be able to see that it was actually a dense group of sharks, stretching unbroken for 1,000 meters. Every shark looked fierce and tough, and based on a rough estimate, there were at least 10,000 of them. These sharks were from the largest active water demon beast clan near the small island. Besides the mutant, the vast majority of them were level 6 demon beasts. Their teeth were extremely sharp, and if a huge group of them attacked at once, it would be just like a horde of locusts sweeping through. An ordinary small island would most likely be drowned. But this was something that happened quite often in the sea territory, so practitioners also called this phenomenon the beast tide. At that moment, this group of sharks had the same goal. Their target was the small island ahead of them. It seemed like something attractive had appeared on the small island, and they all fought to arrive at the island first, moving extremely fast. Not even an hour later, they were less than 1,000 meters away from the small island. Astonishingly, the sharks suddenly stopped. But then, an enticing, persistent scent abruptly spread out from the center of the small island, and the sharks, which had originally calmed down, started to move restlessly again. For them, this scent was as enticing as if a human was walking in a desert without food or water but suddenly discovered a green oasis. The diffusion of the scent made it impossible for them to resist, and it was even enough to make them go crazy. As the scent grew thicker and thicker, a few of the sharks close to the small island couldn't take it any longer, and they sped quickly towards the small island, eyes crimson, as if they had fought through an invisible restriction. One after another, they advanced in waves. However, when they came within 50 meters of the small island, something strange happened. 2 sharks that had violently leaped out from the water looked as if they were sliced into numerous bloody meat chunks by an intangible net. Fresh blood stained the surface of the ocean red, and the sharks that smelled the scent of blood grew even more frenzied. The price that they paid was that all of the sharks that were unable to resist ended up being annihilated. The expanse of seawater became blood water, and the group of sharks in the distance became more and more restless. After a moment, the scent spread from the small island for the second time. This time, it was even more tempting than the last, and it contained an extremely rich and pure spiritual energy. Just smelling it made them feel as if the cultivation that had stagnated in their bodies would suddenly break through. One could imagine what kind of situation that would be. If they could obtain the thing that was emitting this scent, their cultivation bases would definitely be able to grow quite a bit. Sharks were considered mid-tier demon beasts. Even if one was a mutant, at the most it could only be a high-tier demon beast, but because of mutant demon beasts' bloodlines, their success rate for breaking into higher levels was fairly high. However, the process to advance was difficult. In the end, mutants were still considered a defiance of the natural order of things, so they couldn't be too successful. Not longer after, a group of sharks arrived at the other side of the island under the command of a mutant leader. To their pleasant surprise, there seemed to be no defenses up here. But deciding what to do next made them uneasy again. After all, sharks were underwater creatures. Before transforming, they couldn't go on land. If they wanted to seize the small island, there wasn't much they could do besides directly attack the small island like before. If they did this, the entire island would be destroyed in an instant. Just when the mutant leader was at a loss for what to do, a sense of danger loomed over its mind in a heartbeat. By the time the mutant leader raised its head to look at the shore, a horde of rat beasts had begun to slip out from the forest, endless and even more crowded together than the sharks. They filled the shore very quickly with thousands of green eyes. There were even more of them present than there were sharks, and just looking at them made someone's scalp prickle. The rat beasts had an advantage, just like the sharks, they had very sharp teeth. If the sharks dared to go on land, the rat beasts would easily be able to turn them into food in a short amount of time. This had happened before. The mutant shark led its subordinates and attacked the small island, but in the end, there were heavy casualties. Not long after that, the mutant leader fled in defeat with its underlings. This was the reason why it had always been unable to attack and obtain the small island, which was in the scope of its territory. 1 hour later, the mutant leader, who had been doggedly dithering nearby, finally discovered that the smell had weakened and unwillingly left at last. Meanwhile, XiaoMo spat out a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Today was the day that he would refine 1 drop of the white tiger's lifeblood, but in reality, he had already undergone secluded cultivation for 2 months now. The white tiger's lifeblood was even harder to refine than he had imagined. The scent that had lured over all the sharks was precisely the smell that the lifeblood emitted. The white tiger was one of the very few ancient emperor beasts, so its lifeblood had a very powerful attraction for demon beasts and humans alike. This was one of the reasons why Ling Xiao advised that XiaoMo refine the lifeblood here. While refining the lifeblood, it would produce a resistance and emit a kind of tempting scent. While this scent might be a little less tempting for humans, it held a deadly attraction for demon beasts, since even though the only thing left was the lifeblood, it still carried the oppressive power of an emperor beast. Most ordinary demon beasts had a chance of jumping from a low level to high level after absorbing the lifeblood of an emperor beast, and a chance of becoming half an emperor beast from there. Even though it was only half, as long as it was related to the emperor beast, it was enough to make all the demon beasts go crazy. So if he refined it in a place with more people, sharks wouldn't be the only thing lured over. Even though the small island was called small, its surface area was actually very large. Ling Xiao was unable to set down restrictions across the entire island in a short amount of time, but he could still place them in the ocean in front of their house. The thing that had sliced the sharks into chunks was an extremely sharp offensive restriction, and even that mutant shark hadn't dared to rashly get close. Ling Xiao saw the situation inside the house from the half-open window. He stared expressionlessly at the blood that XiaoMo spat out, and it was unclear what he was thinking. XiaoMo wiped the corner of his mouth. Though he had taken the heart meridian pill, the white tiger's lifeblood was even more violent than he had imagined. Moreover, there was an immense amount of power contained in 1 drop of lifeblood, and the energy collided with itself all throughout his body, as if it were an unbridled wild horse. It was essentially impossible for low-level demon beast bloodlines to ingest the emperor beast's lifeblood. Even if they succeeded, they would have to pay an extremely large price. But XiaoMo was a human, and in the first place, the bloodlines for humans and demon beasts repelled a bit from each other. Refining and absorbing it completely required enormous amounts of willpower and stamina, so it was very typical to get injured. It was abnormal if one didn't get hurt. XiaoMo picked up the bottle next to him and drank a sip of spiritual water. His dried-up soul force slowly recovered in a moment. It was too bad that he still couldn't completely refine that drop of lifeblood even after being secluded for 2 months. However, he had already stored the rest of the lifeblood in his meridians, and when he cultivated later, he could slowly convert the energy from the lifeblood into his own. Even though he couldn't completely absorb the energy from the lifeblood, he was already able to reap the benefits from the little amount he had been able to. XiaoMo checked the condition inside his body. Unfortunately, he still hadn't been able to advance to grade 4, but he was already at pinnacle grade 3, so he could break through whenever he wanted to. Next, all he had to do was wait for that opportunity. Ling Xiao pushed open the door and entered. "How is it?" XiaoMo stood up and shook off the dust on him. Since he sat in one place, unmoving, for 2 months, he had quite a bit of dust on him. When he heard Ling Xiao, he said, frustrated, "It was alright. I always felt like it wasn't going very smoothly. I'll probably need some more time before I can break into grade 4. Originally, he wanted to advance to grade 4 all in one go, but for some reason, he just couldn't break through that layer. Even though he had more than enough energy to break into grade 4, in the end XiaoMo had no choice but to accept that the opportunity hadn't come yet. In the past, it had always gone very smoothly. This was the first time that he encountered such an obvious barrier. Don't be impatient. Take things slowly. Ling Xiao placed his hand on his head. XiaoMo also knew that he shouldn't be impatient. It was just that in the past, he had been able to advance too smoothly, so now he wasn't very used to encountering an obstruction. He would undoubtedly feel a little depressed. After all, people still had to experience some setbacks so they could grow stronger. I secluded myself for so long, did anything happen outside? Back then, the weasel beast said that it would be able to receive information after 5 days, but he ended up secluding himself for 2 months. He had missed it. Ling Xiao helped him sit in a chair before sitting next to him. This is the eastern territory of Datong Ocean. It's extremely far from the continent, and there are very few islands. It's at least 5,000 kilometers from here to the nearest one. If we fly, it'll take a few years before we can get back to Dongzhou. XiaoMo pondered for a moment. Don't we still have a few teleportation talismans? The distance shouldn't be a problem. If one wasn't successful, then they could just use another one. As he spoke, he fished around in his magic bag, but he only pulled out a few jade tokens. We used them all up, didn't we? Ling Xiao took the jade tokens from his hand. Back then, when his wife had been transported to the Vermilion Blood Clan's territory, he had refined a lot in case of emergency. But recently, they had used up quite a few, including all the ones in storage. XiaoMo nodded before he suddenly thought of something. He said happily, with your current cultivation base, you should be able to refine mid-level teleportation talismans, right? Mid-level teleportation talismans could transport them fairly long distances, so perhaps it could transport them directly out of Datong Ocean. I can, but I have to find a dimension that is relatively weak. This small island won't do. Ling Xiao played with the jade tokens in his hand. If the dimension was relatively weaker, it was easier to make an opening, and he wouldn't have to worry about using too much force, leading to the dimension being unstable. XiaoMo also understood this reasoning. 1 week later, they tidied up their things and left the small island along with the weasel beast that they had just contracted. The weasel beast was someone who was both clever and righteous. It was worried that if the sharks attacked and there was no leader here, there would be a problem, so it promoted one of more popular rat beasts at its side to leader. At the very least, the rat beast would enjoy popular support. Finally, the weasel beast that had become the commander of those ruffians wiped away its tears as it bid farewell to its adorable underlings. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602 Look upon one in a different light. Chapter 602 Look upon one in a different light. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. The more dangerous a place was, the weaker the space. They found a place after 3 days with the ability of the weasel beast. It was a famous and dangerous maritime area in Datong Sea. From a distance, one could see the abnormality of the sky. A large stretch of sea was covered by dark clouds. Lightning and hurricane entwined with each other, and the currents were becoming more and more turbulent. If a ship passed by here, it would definitely be sucked in. People who did not have Divine Realm cultivation base did not dare to enter, because not only was this maritime area strange, but occasionally a powerful current would shoot up to the sky like a tornado, and its destructive power was extremely astonishing. It was said that no boat had ever escaped from this patch of sea safely, and this was only one of the reasons. At the same time, the maritime area was full of the spatial force instabilities, which was due to the space being too weak. Thunder and lightning boomed, pressurizing the space and leading to the spatial rift to grow larger and larger. Even if one was a Divine Realm cultivator, they would not dare to barge in. But for the Sacred Realm experts, this was a good place to accumulate spatial energy. They did not go deep into the interior, but stayed in the periphery. It was sufficient for them to accumulate it from their surroundings, as they only needed spatial energy to make teleportation talismans. If someone passed by, they would definitely be shocked, as the average person did not even have time to hide from it, let alone get close. 3 days later, Ling Xiao finally rushed out a stack of teleportation talismans. 20 pieces of jade tokens were used for mid-level teleportation talismans, but only 14 were successful. There were more low-level teleportation talismans, as they had experience in making them after all, and all 30 were successful. Apart from the distance transported being further, the mid-level teleportation talisman was also more stable than a low-level teleportation talisman. For example, a cultivator of the same rank needed to use 1 to 2/10 of their power to disrupt the transportation of a low-level teleportation talisman. However, they needed to use 5 to 6/10 of their power to disrupt a mid-level teleportation talisman. This was why Ling Xiao produced 14 teleportation talismans. Afterwards, the two of them left. The weasel beast had been put into the dimension by XiaoMo. He left the metal-swallowing beast and the other two enter to explain some rules that could not be violated in the dimension. In accordance with his usual practice, XiaoMo gave him a nickname called Xiao. The weasel beast was the only contracted demon beast among the Qiao team that did not resist the name that he gave and incessantly thanked him instead. The fervor demonstrated was as if XiaoMo was his great benefactor, and XiaoMo was thanked so much that he grew embarrassed. With the teleportation talismans and the maps collected by the weasel beast's subordinates, they soon emerged from the Datong Sea and reappeared in Dongyu. The number of people going on expeditions were much lesser compared with the last time. Perhaps the news of the legendary cave dwelling had faded in people's minds. They only met a few people throughout their journey after walking for half an hour. With regards to the current situation in the Tongtian continent, the most grim place was not the South Continent but Xijing. The missing descendants of the 4 ancient beast clans have not been found even until now. However, they were most certainly all dead. Xijing was now in a mess in order to find the murderer. News of fighting breaking out in an area would be conveyed every once in a while. Other than this, Zhongtian was also not very peaceful. This was not to say that there was also turmoil in Zhongtian, but that the Tongtian Palace decided to bring forward the selection contest held once every 100 years when the situations in other places were grim. The last selection contest was 40 years ago. It was indeed surprising to hold the selection contest 60 years ahead of schedule. The requirements of the selection contest were very strict. Only rainbow-level mages were eligible to participate, and it was said that participation was compulsory. Although XiaoMo had been away from the Xiao institution for quite some time and did not intend to go back, he was apparently still a student of the Xiao institution on paper and was qualified to participate in the selection contest. However, his cheap old man had once said that Tongtian Palace's motive for recruiting rainbow-level mages did not seem to be genuine. So he did not intend to go after learning this news. First, he had no interest in the Tongtian Palace. Second, he was not very interested as he had many things to do and had many things he was concerned about. However, this was a major event for the Mage Association and the Beast Transfiguration Guild. The Tongtian Palace was so mysterious that even Zhou Yi and Xiao Wushuang's masters could not explain it. Yet without exception, the figure of the Tongtian Palace was very large in their hearts, so they were busy preparing for the selection competition. Where should we go next? XiaoMo turned his head and looked up at Ling Xiao. Originally, he wanted to stay in Datong Sea until he had advanced to grade 4. But he had no objection since Ling Xiao wanted to leave early. The footsteps of Ling Xiao stopped suddenly. XiaoMo looked at him in surprise. His mouth was covered just as he wanted to ask him what happened. After a while, he knew why. Several slightly familiar voices drifted from the thick fog ahead, one of which surprised him most, because it should be impossible for that person to appear here as far as he knew. Yan Hui, do we have to be enemies? Cheng Xiangrong looked at Yan Hui with slight melancholy. He was a man who attached importance to matters of emotion. He had been friends with Yan Hui for several years, and had seriously regarded him as a friend in his heart. Yan Hui felt that his face full of pity was hilarious. Contrary to Cheng Xiangrong, he was a heartless person who even disregarded family ties, let alone ties of friendship. So he thought Cheng Xiangrong's thinking was ridiculous. It was destined for them to not be friends from the first time they met. The war between the Guma tribe and the Shuishi tribe has not been going on for just 1 or 2 years. You should be very clear in your heart about the fact that we can never be friends. That you understand this and still regard me as a friend. Aren't you too naive, uncle? Or should I call you Mochi Rong? Cheng Xiangrong frowned and unexpectedly retorted, I know you are not. What? Yan Hui did not quite understand what he meant. Cheng Xiangrong declared with certainty, I know you are not from the Guma tribe. You weren't one from the very beginning, and I also know you are not a person from Dongzhou. Yan Hui's expression changed slightly. How did you know it and when did you find out? Cheng Xiangrong laughed, I knew shortly after I was in contact with you. I understand them although I am not a Guma tribesman. After observing you for several days, I find that you are totally unlike the Dongzhou people. For example, those from Dongzhou, especially those who grow up in the tribes, have a strong sense of belonging. But I found that you never once talked about things from the tribe. By this alone, you are certain that I am not a person from the Guma tribe. Isn't this too arbitrary? Yan Hui's expression was obscure. It was obvious that he had not expected that Cheng Xiangrong would discover his secret so early. Cheng Xiangrong stated confidently, of course, this was only one of the factors that caused me to doubt you. What made me really sure that you weren't a person from the Guma tribe was your living habits. If you were, some living habits would bound to appear. But I can't see any such things from you. How can a person who had lived in the tribe for years on end change all of a sudden? Yan Hui laughed grimly, since you long knew about this, why didn't you expose me? Suddenly, he found that Cheng Xiangrong was not as easy to bully as he looked. He hid an exquisite mind under his simple and shy appearance. Yan Hui reckoned that everyone had been deceived by him. Cheng Xiangrong looked at him hesitantly, because not all liars are necessarily bad people and I also want to know what your aim is. Then what can you make out? Yan Hui's expression was dark. Cheng said falteringly, I think your aim seems to be XiaoMo. Sometimes you are particularly solicitous to him. You probably want to mask up your objective, so every time you drag me in to cover for you. Yan Hui suddenly laughed, this time I'm the one who made an error of judgment. You are not stupid, you are really very smart. Thank you for your compliment. Cheng Xiangrong seemed to have turned into that shy uncle again. He was really a little embarrassed, probably because this was the second person who had praised him for his cleverness. I can't let you go now that you know, and allow you ruin my plan. A trace of grimness flashed through Yan Hui's eyes. Strictly speaking, his task had not yet failed. XiaoMo did not know his identity, so he could still put on an act in front of him at any time. He could not let Cheng Xiangrong get away now that he knew. XiaoMo speechlessly rolled his eyes. Dage, your plan went up in smoke several months ago. Don't indulge in wild fantasies too much. Ling Xiao, are they the only ones nearby? Cheng Xiangrong only had one person on his side, but Yan Hui had two. Moreover, the strength of the two people behind him was quite high. One person fighting against those two was not their match at all. XiaoMo quite liked this uncle very much. He was shy and idealistic, and looked honest and naive, yet he was very opinionated. He did not want Cheng Xiangrong to die here. To tell the truth, he did not expect the uncle to know that Yan Hui was suspicious so quickly. He probably did not expose Yan Hui because Yan Hui did not do anything harmful to him during that time. Ling Xiao searched their surroundings, there's no others. They may have met by chance, but it may also be possible that Yan Hui ambushed Cheng Xiangrong here. Cheng Xiangrong's original name was Mochi Rong, so he was presumably the son of Mochi Shiyuan. His status was incomparable to that of ordinary people, so it was normal to hide his name in the outside world. Now that the resentment between the two tribes was brought to the surface, and with Yan Hui cooperating with the Guma tribe, it was normal for him to ambush Cheng Xiangrong here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, The Ruins of Peach Blossom Spring. Chapter 603, The Ruins of Peach Blossom Spring. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The two sides soon engaged in battle. Yan Hui's murderous intentions were clear in his eyes, telling Chang Xiangrong his answer. However, his strength was clearly above Chang Xiangrong's. Back in the Xiao institution, he had concealed his true strength. Chang Xiangrong might have potential, but right now, he was only grade 1, while Yan Hui was grade 2. Luckily, Chang Xiangrong wasn't a normal mage. As the son of Emochi Shi Yuan, he had plenty of tricks up his sleeves. With that, the two were at a deadlock. However, Chang Xiangrong's subordinate weren't having such a good time. It was exceptionally tiring to fight 1 against 2. The guard watched as his opponent's sword descending on him, filled with resentment. If he died here, what would become of his master? That was when the unexpected happened. A stone flew out from who knows where and struck the other's temple. The latter screamed, sent flying out almost 20 meters. His face was covered in blood, he didn't get up again. Everyone was shocked at his scream. Yan Hui immediately pulled away from Chang Xiangrong, looking around warily. His heart stuttered, had they been ambushed, a dot. However, when he saw Chang Xiangrong's equally as confused expression, he knew that the attacker probably wasn't from the Shueshi tribe. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, the other person he had brought was also attacked. Another small rock flew out from the mist, striking the unprepared man in the chest and falling him. It was no light injury, if the blood leaking from his mouth was anything to go by. With 2 injured and their opponent hidden from them, Yan Hui didn't have the will to continue this fight anymore. He didn't like situations that were out of his control like this. He gritted his teeth and fled, leaving the 2 others behind. Chang Xiangrong's guard didn't hesitate to charge over and end the 2's lives. The Guma tribe had killed so many of his comrades. Killing 2 was evening the score by 2. Mercy was something unnecessary in this way of life. Seeing the actions of his guard, Chang Xiangrong sighed and shook his head, but didn't stop him. May I know which master it was that had given us a hand just now? Chang Xiangrong clasped his hands, bowing in the direction the second rock had come from. If this person saved them, then he believed that they at least wouldn't be their enemies. XiaoMo walked out of the mist, a smile on his face, and said with a hint of delight at their reunion, "Uncle, it's been a while, your aura has really changed, I'm surprised." Chang Xiangrong was completely stunned. A familiar voice accompanying a familiar figure, the topic of his and Yan Hui's discussion not long ago, was now standing right in front of him, alive and well. This coincidence was unbelievable, and he didn't know how to react. XiaoMo. It wasn't until XiaoMo walked up to him that Chang Xiangrong finally snapped out of his stupor. A light flush appeared on his cheeks and his words tripped over each other in a rush to express his excitement. XiaoMo chuckled at this. He hadn't changed at all. "Uncle, slow down, don't rush. I'm right here, it's not like I'll run away." Unable to ignore his presence, Chang Xiangrong glanced at Ling Xiao, who had come out of the mist behind XiaoMo. Then he looked back to XiaoMo, saying with a hint of embarrassment, "Sorry, I didn't mean to hide this from you." XiaoMo paused for a moment before realizing what the other was talking about and replied casually, "I don't mind. If it were me, I'd do the same. You don't need to apologize. But, how come you're here? I heard that the Tongtian Palace is holding prelims, are you not participating?" "Crap, I almost forgot about that." It wasn't until XiaoMo reminded him of this that Chang Xiangrong remembered what he was here to do, his expression hardening. "What happened?" XiaoMo asked. Chang Xiangrong didn't tell him immediately, saying that he'd tell him on the way. Then they hurried towards their destination, opposite to the way XiaoMo had come from and deeper into the Dongyu. It was only when Chang Xiangrong explained that they got wind of that an incident had occurred over here at Dongyu. The legendary Immortals Caves really did exist, but it didn't refer to the White Tiger's palace. Very few people knew of the existence of the palace under Dongyu. What they were talking about was the Immortals Caves that belonged to a powerful ancient cultivator, and not just one, but a whole lot of powerful cultivators. In ancient times, Dongzhou was a paradise to mages and practitioners. Legend has it that there was a peach blossom spring that once existed in Dongyu. However, after the war begun, the powerhouses of the peach blossom spring didn't want the war to affect their home, and thus a few of them used divine power to separate the peach blossom spring from Dongyu, forming an isolated dimension, though the entrance was still in Dongyu. The peach blossom spring had opened up around a month after XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had been transported to the Datong Ocean. After they left, more and more powerful cultivators appeared in Dongyu, not just the three great tribes, but also the Tsung Alliance, Vermilion Blood Clan and other powers. By now, 2 months had passed. Though it had been 2 months, the incident hadn't come to a close. After all, the peach blossom spring was separated from this dimension by some of the strongest cultivators of the ancient times. Their cultivation base wasn't something that modern cultivators could match up to, and the seals they had placed were immensely powerful, many of them having been forgot in time. However, they then realized that the seals of the peach blossom spring would weaken for a period of time. A few sacred-level practitioners would be able to unseal it, working together. However, it would only be open for half a year. After half a year, the seals would strengthen again. By then, the peach blossom spring seals would automatically kick out everyone inside, no matter who. Unless, of course, you had the power to go against the seals, but that was impossible, because those seals were layered, extremely complex. It was better to spend your time finding treasures than researching those seals. XiaoMo listened, wide-eyed and shocked. Something so significant had occurred while they were away. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao deciding to leave early, they'd probably have stayed another few months on the island. By then, they'd have missed this boon. It's a good thing we came back. XiaoMo pulled on Ling Xiao's sleeve, excited. Ling Xiao nodded, yes, it's good that we didn't listen to you. XiaoMo decided to not argue with him over this. Life was still great and there were so many treasures just waiting to be uncovered. He should think to the future. Chang Xiangrong smiled. He had always found their interactions to be rather unique. Ahem, uncle, there's one thing I'm confused about. XiaoMo, seeing his expression when he turned his head, felt a little embarrassed and hurriedly changed the topic. These aren't peaceful times, and many of these powers are enemies. Will they really be willing to cooperate? After all, if there weren't any sacred-level powerhouses there to oversee things, other powers might be able to take advantage of that. The risks seemed high, unless they were willing to sit down and discuss. I guess you don't know about this, but, Chang Xiangrong began to explain, I heard from my dad that the Peach Blossom Spring had many Immortals Caves belonging to immensely powerful cultivators, especially rainbow-grade mages. Their Immortals Caves were more valuable than practitioners. Legend has it that those Immortals Caves had rainbow grade 5 and 6 pills in them. I haven't heard about any grade 7 ones, but they might exist, too. That's not all. There was a serious lack of materials for rainbow grade 5 and 6 pills. Some mages only had that cultivation base, but no transcendent level magic herbs. In addition, they wouldn't necessarily succeed the first time when refining pills. After being sealed away for all these years, there was sure to be an abundance of magic herbs in the Peach Blossom Spring. It was clear what sort of temptation this would be for mages. In the face of such a temptation, it wasn't impossible for the great powers to put down their grudges for the time being. Chang Xiangrong said, there's another benefit. The spiritual energy in the Peach Blossom Spring is very dense, and good for cultivation. Some people get stuck, unable to advance for years on end, but often they manage to achieve breakthrough after going inside. Hearing this, XiaoMo's eyes lit up further. Was he not in the state of wanting to advance but being unable to? If the peach blossom spring really was that amazing, then he'd have to find a way in no matter what. It's already been 2 months, can we still go inside? XiaoMo asked anxiously. In theory, no, Cheng Xiangrong said with a frown. That entrance is currently being guarded heavily. I can only go in because of my father, but they said that I can only bring one other. They probably won't agree to anymore. That definitely wouldn't do. He had to be with Ling Xiao. Thinking of this, XiaoMo looked to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't disappoint him, saying tyrannically, that's not up to them. XiaoMo immediately grinned. Cheng Xiangrong shook his head with a laugh. He knew that it'd end up this way, he'd been expecting it. It would be weirder if one of them agreed to leave the other. Then, the four continued to hurry to their destination. When they arrived, they could see plenty of people guarding the entrance even from afar. Apart from the people of the great powers, there were a few explorers of Dongyu. It was just that they didn't have the power, in society, or in combat, so they could only watch from outside. Even so, there were quite a few spectators. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao arrived separately from Cheng Xiangrong and his guard. After all, Cheng Xiangrong was representing the Shuishi tribe. If those people thought that they were brought here by the Shuishi tribe to cause trouble, then it wouldn't be good for Cheng Xiangrong or his tribe. Plus, the transport array was random. No one could be certain that they would arrive together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604 8 Mansions of the Spirit Mountain. Chapter 604 8 Mansions of the Spirit Mountain. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There were 3 Divine Realm experts guarding the entrance to the ruins. They emitted a formidable aura. The ones who stayed were no more than the Emperor Realm, as those above already went inside. Although the major forces held all the power, if they didn't leave some room for the lone practitioners, then rebellious feelings might arise. Cheng Xiangrong went ahead of them. Truly the title of being the son of Mochi Shiyuan held power. The 3 guards immediately let him through. However, in fear of the dangers his son might face, Mochi Shiyuan left a person waiting for them. Although he wasn't at the Sacred Realm, he was a 4-star Divine Realm practitioner, who already had a spot in the exploration. So, it didn't take long before the 3 of them entered. Afterwards, the 3 Divine Realm practitioners resumed guard. Each guarding a direction. There was no way a normal person could get close, just the pressure they emitted was enough. The crowd's whisper were full of complaints. After all, the treasure was right in front of them. If they could enter, they might have a chance. However, these people blocked the path. Lunatics, why weren't they allowed in? Although they knew, in their hearts, that the entrance was opened by the Sacred Realm experts, they just couldn't help but complain. If they could, all of them would have flown in immediately, given the chance. Just as everyone was whispering about, 2 people suddenly entered the scene. At first, not many people noticed them. It was only when they were 10 meters away did the people pay attention. 10 meters was precisely the range of the guards. If anyone came closer, they would have to face them. With the looks of things, these people had no intention of stopping. Stop and don't come any closer. Don't say I didn't warn you. Suddenly, one of the normal guard yelled, as his aura exploded towards the 2. His voice instantly grabbed the attention of the onlookers. And, the crowd seethed. It was so exciting. Finally, after so much waiting, there was another 2. At first, there were quite a few displeased with the restriction placed by the major forces, and so, in the first few days, many revolted, but they were all suppressed. Later, the number of people willing to stand up greatly diminished. Till now, all they dared to do was to complain. The 3 Divine Realm practitioners also noticed the situation, but arrogantly glanced over it. They weren't from the same force, and it was a common occurrence over the past 2 months, so they didn't have a huge reaction to it. They took a look and looked away, aloof. Seeing that they ignored his advice, a cold glint shined across his eyes, and with a roar, the guard attacked. The piercing lance in his hand went to XiaoMo, the one closest to him, headed straight for his throat. Seeing that it was about to land, cries of shock could be heard from the crowd. With a quiver, XiaoMo dodged the lance and with his bare hands, shook it. The vibration numbed both of the guard's hands and he uncontrollably took a few steps back. Before he had time to react, his chest was hit by the lance and the guard went flying as he threw up blood. He landed right by one of the Divine Realm expert's feet. The other guards were instantly in an uproar, and all of them rushed forward. Throwing away the lance, XiaoMo quickly made a seal and threw out an azure palm. Instantly, the guards tumbled all over the place. The scene caused everyone to become silent. Being able to shake off multiple Emperor Realm practitioners needed at least a Divine Realm level. Finally, the three Divine Realm experts took a proper look at them, and then the one to the left, upon seeing Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo's faces, took a deep breath in. He stared wide-eyed at them, clearly he knew them. Although it had been a while since XiaoMo and Ling Xiao made an appearance, but for a while, they were quite the celebrities. There were still people who recognized them, and this one was a member of the Vermilion Blood Clan. The resentment the Vermilion Blood Clan felt towards them was even stronger than towards the Demon Phoenix Clan. Ever since their resentment had been brought onto the open, their faces were known all over the clan. At first he didn't notice, only now did he realize they were a familiar face and dangerous ones at that. Remembering Ling Xiao's sacred realm power, his face instantly turned pale. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were already in front of them by then, with the one talking turned out to be XiaoMo. He looked at the three and asked with a smile, "Can we enter?" After all, he was a polite person, thumbs up. Click like. That person's mouth twitched. But the other two, who didn't recognize them, darkened their expressions. It was clearly a provocation. "We were ordered to stand guard here. If you wish to forcefully get past, then you have to go through us first." One of the experts threw out his reply. XiaoMo smiled, "You're the one who said it." The first expert made a smile of contempt, clearly unimpressed. Just then, the one on his right, the second expert, took a step back. Although it was small, he noticed and frowned at him. "Could it be you're afraid?" The second expert made a stiff smile, "I don't mind them going in." Just because he didn't know them, didn't mean he didn't have eyes. Once he realized that he couldn't tell Ling Xiao's level, he knew something was wrong. Not only that, the young man in front of him felt slightly stronger than them. Just because they were ordered to guard this place, didn't mean they were going to put their lives on the line. Finally, the first expert noticed that something was wrong and his expression twisted. It was then when XiaoMo took a few steps back and had Ling Xiao replace him, right in front of the first expert. He really didn't go easy on him since they were of the Guma tribe. The amount of people each force brought in was dependent on the number of experts they had. Both the Guma tribe and the Vermilion Blood Clan had one extra person, so they left them behind. Without a warning, Ling Xiao threw a fist at him. The latter instantly paled as his aura was locked and he couldn't even dodge before he was sent flying. With everyone watching, he had no face or reputation left as half of his face swelled up like a pig's head. Everyone burst into an uproar. The other two experts quickly backed away. They were fully aware now of Ling Xiao's strength. If they were still trying to save face, then they're just asking for death. Thus, Ling Xiao held his wife's hand and walked in fair and square, with swagger. The first expert quickly got up with a darkened expression. Even if they were stronger, he was of the Guma tribe. Being made a fool of like that in public was really making him lose face. You just have to swallow it, even if you don't want to. Seeing that the Vermilion Blood Clan was in alliance with the Guma tribe, the second expert told him in goodwill. Even the Vermilion Blood Clan could do nothing against them, much less the Guma tribe. Also, just because they couldn't do anything now, didn't mean they would never be able to. It was better to wait. Of course you can say that. You're not the one who got beat up. The first expert said ungratefully. If he really wanted to help, he should have said so in the beginning and not after, pretending to be of help. He was taking his good intentions for granted. Well, then he wouldn't say any more. The second expert looked at the two retreating figures. He figured that he knew who they were, but he didn't think they would appear now, as there hadn't been news of them lately. The Peach Blossom ruins had existed for tens of millions of years. The amount of resources accumulated couldn't even be described as abundant anymore. Everywhere in the Immortals Cave were fields and fields of magic herbs, from low level to high level, from mature to immature. Mostly importantly, mid to high-grade magic herb were the common. Usually one could only find a few in a patch, but now, it was a third or more. But even if the Peach Blossom ruins was just a small Immortals Cave, there were a few layers of restrictions on the outside and even some high-tier demon beasts as guards. The ferociousness of the demon beast deterred some people, but wasn't enough for everyone's love of magic pills. The Peach Blossom ruins, as a whole, was a spirit mountain. The higher the altitude, the stronger the owner's cultivation base. That meant more treasures and more threats. However, there was some exceptions. For example, the 8 mansions of the Spirit Mountain. In the ancient times, the Peach Blossom Spirit Mountain was very well known. Although nowadays, it was hard to find any information in books, if one were to ask around enough, there was still some information. The 8 mansions were considered the focal point of Peach Blossom ruins. They each represented a door of the Chiman Duanjia and was placed in 8 corners of the Spirit Mountain. Only the 8 mansions didn't follow the rules of altitude. T/N Chiman Duanjia is a form of prediction based in astrology. The 8 doors are part of the human plate, and split into bad luck, great luck, or moderate, or auspicious, inauspicious, moderate men. They each represented a direction, as well as an element. Kaimen, metal, leader; Xiaomen, water, family; Shengmen, earth, wealth/growth; Shangmen, wood, damage/gambling; Du-men, wood, conceal; Jing, 3 men, fire, dispute; Si-men, earth, death; Jing, 1 men, metal, scandal. Thus, they could be at the foot of the mountain, in the middle; they could have a lavish exterior or a plain one. It was all dependent on luck or if it was meant to be or not, and of course, that sometimes meant death. The 6th mansion was owned by a grade 6 rainbow-level mage, who had been incredibly powerful. However, this transcendent-level mage was an oddball, with a gloomy personality, when he was alive. Thus, his mansion was built within a field of miasma. The 6th mansion was also the death door Si-men, which was part of the 3 bad luck doors, with a high mortality rate. In front of the 6th mansion appeared a group of people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Goodbye Water Demons. Chapter 605, Goodbye Water Demons. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebels Scanlations. A immortal's cave glowing with silver light sat amidst a sky full of black miasma. It wasn't hidden in the mountain like other cave dwellings, preventing other people from seeing it. Instead, this cave dwelling was essentially the complete opposite. This cave dwelling was 20 or so yards tall, and it was made up entirely of a sort of glowing crystal. The exterior was covered by a transparent restriction, obstructing everything outside. What was strange was that the owner of the cave dwelling didn't actually grow the magic herbs within the restriction. There was a clear lake behind the cave dwelling. A large magic herb field had been established near the lake, and numerous transcendent-level magic herbs grew in the field. Since they most likely had been corroded by the miasma all year long, the leaves and roots of the magic herbs looked ashy black. There was one small section of the magic herb field that looked the most sinister. That section was only about 2 yards wide, and several dozen grade 1 transcendent-level magic herbs were grown, scattered, inside it. There were some bumpy areas in the middle, but nobody paid attention to them. Their attention was all diverted by the appearance of the magic herbs. This magic herb only had 3 leaves. At first glance, the shape of every leaf looked a lot like that of a human skull. The leaves were silver gray, and their tops were outlined with several thin lines, making it look very similar to the eyes, nose, and mouth of a skull. Underneath the 3 leaves was a small flower bud which hadn't yet bloomed. Rumor had it that when the flower bud bloomed, the skull leaves surrounding it would also change into smiling expressions, making them exceptionally terrifying. This kind of magic herb was the legendary skull herb. It typically grew in vile places, such as ancient tombs or amidst miasma. Although the requirements to grow them were extremely harsh and eerie, the skull herb was still the primary ingredient for refining the rainbow magic pill fire-bathed jewel. The fire-bathed jewel was a grade 6 rainbow-level magic pill. It was also a transcendent level grade 6 magic pill that few possessed. Its specific effects were as amazing as the samsara pills, although they were made differently. Just like how a phoenix bathed in fire to be reborn, it could make someone be reborn upon the brink of death. Because the conditions needed to grow the skull herb were very unpleasant, it was a kind of priceless transcendent level magic herb. Shi Jing might have this kind of magic herb in places such as the Demon Beast Graveyard in the Ghost Toon Mountain Range, but there weren't that many people who actually dared to go into the Demon Beast Graveyard. The Demon Beast Graveyard contained the tombs of many large demon beasts and powerful experts, so if you took it lightly, you would meet your downfall. Therefore, even Tiango's members very rarely went to the Demon Beast Graveyard. Besides the skull herb, a dozen or so other transcendent-level magic herbs were grown around the lake. There were about 10 of each kind, swaying slightly, and they were all already matured. Aside from this, there were quite a few herbs which were also ingredients for the fire-bathed jewel. Clearly, the cave-dwelling owner's goal for planting all these magic herbs was to refine the fire-bathed jewel pill. But even if there were many magic herbs, there were also many greedy people. The sinister atmosphere grew tense along with the arrival of several groups of people. It seems that everyone has numerous opinions on this magic herb field. I trust that nobody wants to waste too much time here, so it might be better to listen to this old man say a word. There are quite a lot of magic herbs here, so let us each take what we need and split it evenly, how's that? The one speaking was a rainbow-level mage from the Mage Association. Even though his grade wasn't very high, among these people, his strength could still be ranked among the top 5. The person from the Black Spider sneered. Split it evenly? Wouldn't that just be convincing other people? When he mentioned other people, he looked meaningfully at the people from the Vermilion Blood Clan. The Vermilion Blood Clan all knew that he was referring to them, and their expressions instantly grew ugly. There were only 5 major powers here: the Mage Association, the Vermilion Blood Clan, the Black Spider, the True Dragon Clan, and the Qilin Clan. Since each major power had split off into separate paths after entering Peach Blossom Ruins, it was understandable that the attendance was uneven. Among the 5 major powers, only the Vermilion Blood Clan's total strength was the weakest, so it was no wonder that the Black Spider was unwilling to split it evenly. Then what idea does Your Excellency have? The representative from the Qilin clan said lightly. It seemed like he also agreed with the Black Spider, since who wouldn't be willing to receive a little bit more? The representative from the Black Spider said, there are 18 skull herbs in total. Each of us can get 4, and the remaining 2 will be given to the Vermilion Blood Clan. Once he finished speaking, the other 3 major powers all agreed, except the Vermilion Blood Clan. What did the Vermilion Blood Clan matter in the face of profit? Decreasing their share would benefit the others, and only an idiot would reject something so great. So even if the Vermilion Blood Clan was unwilling, in the face of the like-minded 4 major powers, they had no choice but to swallow all of their discontent back down. Who let them have so few people? They didn't even have 5 people total, one of which was even a blind person. After dividing up the skull herbs, the 4 major powers started to split up the rest. When there wasn't enough to distribute, they would spill over into other magic herbs, and sometimes they would even forego the Vermilion Blood Clan's share completely. Black Spider, don't get ahead of yourself. Even though the Vermilion Blood Clan doesn't have many people, you shouldn't underestimate us. If you push us too hard, in the worst-case scenario we might end up in a life-and-death struggle. The representative from the Vermilion Blood Clan howled angrily at the chief offender from the Black Spider. The representative from the Black Spider had a very dark expression on his face. Even though the representative from the Vermilion Blood Clan was furious, he didn't get carried away by it. He purposefully pointed out the Black Spider and didn't mention the other three major powers, so as to avoid them thinking that the Vermilion Blood Clan wanted to do a 1v4. As for why he wanted to target the Black Spider, one reason was because the one to suggest decreasing the Vermilion Blood Clan's share was them. The second reason was because he anticipated that the Black Spider wouldn't actually dare to start fighting with them in this moment. Once both sides lost, the Black Spider would definitely be kicked out of the arena by the other three major powers. I think the two of you should stop fighting. The extra 2 magic herbs should belong to my mage association. Just when the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the representative from the mage association suddenly opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, nobody had any objections. Even though the Black Spider was unhappy, the Mage Association, True Dragon Clan, and Qilin Clan didn't reject the idea. If he continued to oppose it, he would probably attract their resentment. The representative from the Black Spider couldn't help but spit. Don't think he didn't know what the True Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan were thinking. The Mage Association had the greatest amount of mages in Tongtian continent, and the amount of rainbow-level mages in the association was basically the same as the amount of people in every other major power. Since the True Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan couldn't refine magic pills due to natural restrictions, they often sought help from the Mage Association. If they could exchange 2 magic herbs for some favor, it could be considered a very profitable transaction for them with no extra losses. Besides the True Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan requesting that people from the Mage Association help them pick the herbs, everyone else moved on their own. When they got close to the magic herb field, faint bubbles suddenly appeared on the surface of the calm lake. Everyone was very alert, and they noticed it almost instantly. Not even 10 seconds later, the clear water of the lake turned into a thick, ice-cold milky white color. The bubbles grew bigger and bigger, as if the lake was full of boiling cold water. The expressions on everyone's faces changed, as if they had all thought of something. Everyone retreat quickly. The representative from the True Dragon Clan shouted abruptly before hastily retreating backwards, his movements and speed extremely purposeful. But he hadn't even finished speaking when something like the sharp sound of a cat screaming suddenly came from the bottom of the lake. The water in the lake rose a meter higher before a horde of transparent, strange creatures with a hint of blue appeared from below the lake. They charged, screaming, towards the crowd of people. Oh no, it's water demons. Moreover, it wasn't your typical water demon. The level of every single water demon in this horde was very high. Everyone could no longer be bothered with the transcendent level magic herbs by the lake. They only knew that water demons were a type of extremely dangerous creature, and no matter how important magic herbs were, they weren't as important as their own lives. If they didn't want to become like the water demons, they would have to flee with all their strength. They just hadn't imagined that this lake would actually be the cold pool where the water demons rested. Just when they were retreating, a water demon suddenly crawled into the magic herb field and randomly picked up a skull herb before stuffing it into its mouth. All the people who saw this scene couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They suddenly understood why there would be so many bumps and holes in the magic herb field. At first they thought that it was the owner of the cave dwelling who had dug out the magic herbs, but it seemed like the true thieves were these water demons. Transcendent level magic herbs had the ability to shock some low-level demon beasts. Even high-level demon beasts didn't dare to casually swallow transcendent level magic herbs into their stomachs. But water demons counted as half a demon beast, so it was no surprise they hadn't thought of this. Just when the battle against the water demons was at its peak, a figure darted sneakily towards the magic herb field when nobody was paying attention. That person was John Liu. With John Liu's status, he didn't actually have the qualifications to enter Peach Blossom Ruins. Who knows what he did, but he had actually earned Yu Zhentian's trust even up to now. Just this little bit of ability was enough to make everyone look at him with a new attitude. In order to cure his eyes, he had searched through numerous resources before finally discovering the existence of the fire-bathed jewel. This kind of magic herb could make someone reborn by bathing in fire, so it should also be able to cure his eyes. But the ingredients needed to refine this magic pill had given him a heavy blow. At first, Jiang Lu had thought that he wouldn't be able to gather all of the ingredients in this lifetime, and he grew hopelessly apathetic. But then they discovered the skull herb in a place like this, and his feelings were imaginable. In order for his eyes to heal as fast as possible, he would still have to give it a try, even if it was dangerous, resulting in this scene. His blind eye wasn't much of a hindrance to him, and Jiang Lu felt his way over to the section of the magic herb field where the skull herbs were growing. It seemed as if the calmly waving magic herbs were beckoning their hands towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Barely Escaped from Death. Chapter 606, Barely Escaped from Death. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The lake boiled and released bubbles full of cold air. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu's hand had touched the nearest skull flower herb to him. However, the tightly closed flower buds suddenly slowly blossomed when his hand touched the leaf of the magic herb. When the flower bud was in full bloom, it suddenly sprayed a thick black liquid. Jiang Lu never noticed the change at all. Even if he perceived it at the last moment, he could not react in time and immediately got a head-on spray. The bubbling sound was just like that of sulfuric acid. Hey, aha! Jiang Lu let out a blood-curdling screech, his hands grabbed his face as he rolled around on the ground. But in a few seconds, one side of his face had decomposed to reveal the white bones beneath. The bright red blood was dyed black as it flowed down his neck, looking exceptionally terrifying. His screams attracted the attention of most of the people present. They hurriedly looked over, but no one came to rescue him. Some even gave a sneer of contempt. Transcendent-level magic herbs could not be lumped under one class. This was because some transcendent-level magic herbs naturally had defenses to protect themselves with. For example, one should be even more cautious with magic herbs like the skullflower herb, which grew in special places. Although the skullflower herb grew within a miasma, what all magic herbs could not lack was spiritual energy. So the skullflower herb developed a means of self-defense, which was expressed in two directions. One was that the magic herb absorbed excess miasma during its growth. In order to protect its growth, they would convert the absorbed miasma into a liquid state and store it in the flower bud. This was a kind of self-defense method. The other was for external threats. In the case of Jiang Lu, the magic herb would protect itself by spaying out the liquid stored in its flower bud when he touched the magic herb. The liquid was highly corrosive and erosive, and even spiritual power could not be used to block it. The situation was even worse as Jiang Lu was sprayed when he had let his guard down. The Vermilion Blood Clan did not come to rescue him upon hearing his miserable shriek. They could not go to him as the water demon was too powerful, and they did not even have time to look after themselves. Moreover, he even took advantage of the time when everyone was dealing with the water demon to pick magic herbs. In some people's eyes, his actions felt a little like he was taking advantage of another's perilous state. The miasma produced by the black liquid soon spread to Jiang Lu's whole body. From time to time, a black gas could be seen running through the meridians from the surface of his skin. With one glance, it was enough to tell that the corrosion was too severe and he could not be saved. At that moment, a slight movement suddenly came from the lake, which had constantly been boiling with bubbles of cold air. In the next second, a water demon emerged from the bottom of the lake. This water demon was distinctly different from other water demons in that it did not have that weird color. The water demon looked like it was made of milky white cheese. It was totally bald and had a pair of black eyes that seemed as if they were embedded in cheese, and almost appeared like they were about to fall off when the eyes moved. The man who saw the scene was immediately overwhelmed with shock. The representative of Mage Association inhaled, and after drawing some distance away from the water demon he was fighting with, and could not crying out, a level 12 water demon? In the ancient records, water demons were a rare species that was nearly extinct. The only existing water demons in the Tongtian continent were those from that swamp in the Ghost Tomb mountain range. However, the strongest was only a level 11, and some people had even predicted that a level 12 would not appear. Unexpectedly, a level 12 water demon actually appeared here. If they let it escape to the Tongtian continent, perhaps it would not be long before many people in the Tongtian continent would turn into water demons. Some people suddenly beat a hasty retreat. The fighting strength of a level 12 water demon was very strong and its infection rate was one of the very best. Water demons were not fond of eating humans, but one could turn in the next water demon with just a slight carelessness. However, the level 12 water demon was obviously not ready to give them its attention, and its eyes soon fell on Zhang Lu, who was the nearest to it. After coming ashore, it walked slowly towards Zhang Lu and stared at him for 3 seconds, before it suddenly reached out and grabbed him as it lifted him easily. Zhang Lu, who was tormented by the miasma till he was at the gate of death, suddenly began to struggle violently. He could feel the man standing in front of him and his fear instantly drowned him. However, his struggle was like fine drizzling rain in the eyes of the water demon and was even not worth mentioning. Then he was thrown into the cold lake by the water demon. The water demon seemed to feel that killing him was beneath its dignity. The cold lake was the dwelling of the water demons. Zhang Lu's ending could be easily predicted. As early as when the level 12 water demon had shifted its attention Zhang Lu, some weaker people were so afraid that they fled first and did not even want the magic herbs anymore. The representatives of Mage Association took great effort to kill one water demon before he surrounded the level 12 water demon with the experts from the True Dragon clan. They were purely underwater creatures, just like how fish could not live without water. Water demons could not leave the cold lake for too long. However, if one wanted to pick the magic herbs by the lake, they definitely had to defeat this water demon. The level 12 water demon uttered an extremely shrill cry. Its malevolent appearance made one endlessly terrified, as it took the lead in attacking the most powerful cultivator, the representative of Mage Association. The latter was shocked, but he was a veteran of 100 battles after all and quickly responded by cooperating with the experts from the True Dragon clan to fight the water demon. The water demon was extremely strong in close combat, so they could only fight a long-range battle, with one person to restricting the water demon and the other attacking the water demon. Yet, the water demon was not in a disadvantageous position at all. However, this situation was quickly disrupted because another water demon joined in the battle. They did not know what was going on at the Black Spider's side, for them to actually let a level 11 water demon come over. If the expert from the True Dragon clan did not dodge fast enough, he would have been caught. The expert from the True Dragon clan resentfully glared at the people from the Black Spider. In spite of everything, 5 people could not even cope with 2 water demons? Even a 3-year-old would not believe it. His expression was extremely ugly after looking at their insincere actions. The expert from the Mage Association gave him a look that asked him to let it go. It would not be too late to get revenge after this was settled. The Black Spider would pay for their actions. However, an additional water demon did give them some opposition. The fighting strength of the level 12 water demon suddenly soared and its attacks became much sharper. In order to restrain the level 11 water demon, the expert from the True Dragon clan had to fully concentrate on it. As a result, the pressure of fighting the level 12 water demon fell entirely on the expert from the Mage Association. "You're all still not coming over to help?" The expert from the Mage Association immediately shouted at the people from the Black Spider. He could not deal with the level 12 water demon alone. The water demon had always been a very difficult half-demon beast to kill, especially one of the 12th level. The representative of the Black Spider suddenly laughed. "Sorry, we decided to give up the magic herbs here. You can deal with the water demon yourself." No hint of apology could be heard from their words. With that, he and the other 4 retreated. The water demon would not leave the vicinity of the cold lake. With no one restraining that water demon, it joined into others' battles. The Vermilion Blood Clan did not bring many powerhouses. Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, and since they would not have a big share of the magic herbs after distributing it out, they immediately started retreating when they saw that they could be defeated at any moment. 2 of the 5 forces were gone, and the pressure on the remaining of the people doubled, especially for the expert from the Mage Association. This was because he was the strongest amongst all of them, and the water demons always liked to deal with the powerful person first. There were 15 water demons in all. Once the Black Spider and the Vermilion Blood Clan left, some people had to deal with too. Casualties soon started appearing as some were not strong enough. A disciple from the Mage Association was torn in 2 by a water demon. Blood sprinkled down from the sky. Then the water demon looked at the nearest person who was a disciple from the True Dragon Clan and pounced on him with a screech. The disciple immediately withdrew while eyeing it vigilantly. He was not even flustered at all and was so calm that he made one hold him in high esteem. However, for some unknown reason, there was a sudden pain in his knee, and he was unable to control himself as he knelt down. When he raised his head again, the water demon had already pounced forward, and it was too late to dodge. The expert from the True Dragon Clan happened to witness this scene and was so shocked that his eyes turned red. Just when people thought that the disciple would die, a strong ray of light suddenly appeared between the two. The water demon just happened to hit the light and was rebounded. In the next second, 2 figures that were closely stuck together appeared in the place where the strong ray of light was. The disciple who had barely escaped from death stared at them with shock and a hint of amazement. It was as if he knew them, but thought it was inconceivable to see them here. The water demon pounced on him again before he could open his mouth. The shrill cry was so sharp as if it wanted to break the eardrums of all people here. It was really such a loathsome creature. They only saw the white-clothed person who had appeared out of thin air lift a finger, before a wisp of purple-red flame suddenly shot at the water demon. The latter did not even have the time to evade. Its whole body was set aflame just by touching the flame. Sad and shrill cries sounded from the water demon. It struggled several times, but its whole body suddenly turned into a pool of water within minutes. The people from the Qilin clan were stunned. One must know that they too used their flames to burn the water demons. Though they managed to restrain the demons, they could not melt them at all. What kind of fire was this? It was even more powerful than Qilin Godfire. No, what should be said was, how could there be flames that were more powerful than the Qilin Godfire in this world? Everyone looked at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, and someone immediately recognized them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607 Wish Fulfilled. Chapter 607 Wish Fulfilled. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. It's you, Dot. A shocked cry broke through the heavy atmosphere and snapped everyone out of their stupor. Seeing the terrifying water demons, they felt cold sweat forming on their skin. Getting distracted at a crucial moment could be fatal. The crowd ignored this and focused on dealing with the water demons. The ones who had suddenly appeared and saved the True Dragon Clan disciple was none other than XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. They had just been transported inside. Being transported directly to the 8 mansions of the Spirit Mountains was a testament to their luck. They were probably the luckiest of anyone here. XiaoMo left his back to Ling Xiao, squatting down in front of the True Dragon Clan disciple and asking with a grin, "Do you recognize me? I traded a few life crystals with you at Zhongtian's Zhongting Trade Fair. One of them was a level 11 one, do you remember?" The young man's mouth twitched. How could he forget? Originally, XiaoMo had told him to find the other at Xiao Institution if he had any more life crystals to trade. After that, he had gone to look for XiaoMo once, but the other wasn't even there. It was only after asking around that he found out that XiaoMo usually wasn't at the Xiao Institution. And yet the other had told him to find him there. What the hell? He wasn't really holding a grudge, though. After all, he had come at the wrong time. Plus, after knowing of their identity, he understood their reasons. The young man nodded. Of course I remember. XiaoMo smiled. Then do you have any more life crystals on you? Level 11 is preferred, but I'll accept level 10s. Last time, he had bought a few life crystals from this young man, but he didn't buy enough. His Xiao team had over 10 demon beasts, so there weren't enough to go around. He wasn't someone who played favorites, and life crystals worked better for demon beasts than for humans, so he wanted to buy some more for his Xiao team, even the weasel beast who he had only just formed a contract with. Increasing the other's combative power was a priority. Are you sure you want to talk about this now? The corner of the young man's mouth twitched. Their current opponents were water demons, and level 11 and 12 ones, too. Talking business at a time like this, was he brave or just oblivious? XiaoMo realized what he was trying to express and scratched his head, saying in embarrassment, "Let's talk about this after we deal with the current situation." As he said this, he got up and offered a hand. The young man didn't bother putting on any fronts, grabbing his hand and pulling himself up, not forgetting to thank XiaoMo. "Thank you for saving my life just now. If it weren't for your sudden appearance, those water demons would have probably already killed me." "It was nothing, don't sweat over it," XiaoMo replied. He quite liked the people of the True Dragon clan, and this was a familiar face, too. He was rather happy about it. "Plus, we only just got transported in and saved you. I suppose that's fate." The young man nodded, smiling. The other had saved his life and didn't ask for anything, but he was determined to find a way to repay this. After Ling Xiao burned one of the water demons to death, the level 12 water demon that was fighting the Mage Association suddenly screamed, as if it had seen something terrifying, before disengaging from the Mage Association's elites and fleeing towards the cold lake. However, the elites of the Mage Association counterattacked and refused to let it flee. They recognized Ling Xiao. Though the Mage Association didn't really have any sort of relationship with him, they knew that Zhou Yi and XiaoMo were friends, so Ling Xiao would probably lend them a hand. Plus, the level 12 water demon seemed terrified of Ling Xiao. He couldn't let it go like that. It only took a glance for Ling Xiao to figure out what had happened here. Though he didn't like the Qilin clan, but this didn't go against his goal of the magic herbs next to the cold lake. His wife would definitely love them. Purposefully ignoring the people of the Qilin clan, Ling Xiao joined the fray. His flames had the power of devouring, which was the weakness of water demons. This was why the level 12 water demon was so afraid. No matter how arrogant something was, they could only run when it came to their weakness. Not long later, the 14 level 11 water demons had mostly been decimated. Only the level 12 water demon was still being stalled by the Mage Association and True Dragon clan. Even if they couldn't kill it for now, they could still stall its movements. XiaoMo, seeing the fields of magic herbs next to the lake, was very interested in the patches of transcendent level herbs, wanting to go and take a look. However, he was stopped by the young man next to him. "Where are you going?" the young man asked. XiaoMo pointed at the magic herbs. "I want to go and take a look." The young man hesitated for a moment. "I'll go with." XiaoMo didn't refuse him. Circling around the one-sided, soon-to-be-over battle, the two soon found themselves next to the lake. There wasn't a large variation of magic herbs, probably because ones like these had very specific conditions in which they grew. XiaoMo made a rough estimate. There were over 10 different kinds and each kind had around 10 to 12 stalks, not much, but these magic herbs were all used in rather obscure recipes. XiaoMo had researched the recipes in his ancestors' jade drive. Some transcendent level pills had rather strange effects. Though they gave the user powerful bonuses, they also had huge risks. For example, the fire baptism pill that used these herbs as ingredients. Humans and phoenixes were different, they couldn't necessarily be reborn through fire, it was usually more risky than not. XiaoMo hesitated for a moment but decided against digging up the stalks, instead picking up seeds from the field. The owner of this cave dwelling clearly hadn't tended to these magic herbs in a while. The seeds were scattered on the ground. Though these seeds had very specific growth conditions, he wanted to try and cultivate a few in his dimension. The young man had thought he wanted to dig up magic herbs, not expecting that he would come to just pick up these mostly useless seeds. Though he was curious, he didn't say anything, but instead walking to another field to help him pick up more seeds. The two didn't notice the danger approaching from the seemingly peaceful lake. XiaoMo was focused on picking up seeds, and as he gathered them, he arrived at the edge of the lake and saw a few seeds next to a magic herb. He bent down to gather them. Just in these 2 seconds, a splash came from nearby and a rather small and thin water demon suddenly jumped out of the lake. Its body was translucent, but it was wearing clothes, clearly some misfortunate person who had been infected. The water demon lunged at him without hesitation, its face twisted into an intimidating look and hatred flashing in its eyes. XiaoMo didn't have the time to wonder why it hated him. The water demon had sneaked up on him and attacked him, and it was only 2 meters away, but he realized that this water demon wasn't very strong at all. He didn't even need to dodge. A powerful aura erupted from his body. The water demon didn't cower from this threatening display, continuing its lunge. XiaoMo flicked a resonance bullet at it. With the increase in his cultivation base, the water demon was struck in the shoulder. It had almost reached XiaoMo, but it was sent flying by the attack, landing on another field of magic herbs and crushing a few under its body. It didn't seem to notice the injury on his shoulder, dragging itself over the ground with its 4 limbs and glaring at XiaoMo in hatred. I can't believe he turned into a water demon. The young man ran over hurriedly and frowned when he saw the clothing on the water demon. XiaoMo hadn't expected that he would know this water demon. The water demon's face had become unrecognizable, so he didn't recognize it. The weirdest thing was that this water demon had no eyes. Hearing the other's words, he asked, "You know him?" The young man replied, "He's someone from the Vermilion blood clan. Not long ago, he was thrown into the lake by the level 12 water demon. He probably got infected by the water demon poison. If I recall correctly, his name was Jiang Lu, I think." "What?" XiaoMo's voice rose in pitch with surprise. He thought he had misheard at first. The young man didn't understand his reaction and replied, "I said his name was Jiang Lu." "You know him?" "Well, he were once disciples under the same master. Then he betrayed the sect and joined the Vermilion blood clan." XiaoMo looked at the glaring water demon with a conflicted gaze. This could probably be called karma. After his eyes had been gouged out by Ling Xiao, he knew that Jiang Lu wouldn't be able to have a good life, but he didn't think that this would be his eventual fate. "There's no need to feel sad over this sort of person," the young man said with a half-smile. He hated traitors the most. "I'm not feeling sad over him. I just think it's a bit of a shame," XiaoMo sighed. He wasn't that sad, after all, the person Jiang Lu had really betrayed was him. The young man suddenly smiled, saying, "Now that he's become a water demon, you might as well personally end his misery. I think he might be thankful that you did." Perhaps it was because it had understood what the other meant, but the water demon suddenly seemed enraged, roaring and lunging at them again, like it wanted to tear them to shreds. XiaoMo couldn't read minds, and he hadn't really interacted much with Jiang Lu, so he didn't know that Jiang Lu hated him to the point of wanting him dead. Hearing the young man's words now, XiaoMo thought it very reasonable. He didn't know Jiang Lu would be willing to live like this, so he decided to fulfill this wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, The Feelings That Didn't Get Through. Chapter 608, The Feelings That Didn't Get Through. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. When humans transformed in a water demon, they hold no previous memories. However, there were some mages who were the exception. Like Jiang for example, his grudge was so strong from his previous life, wanting to kill XiaoMo even as he was about to die, that even after death, it was deeply imprinted into his mind. Even after he became a water demon, the first thing he wanted to do was to kill XiaoMo. Thus, when it heard their conversation, the water demon was furious. XiaoMo wasn't afraid of him. After all, when they met Jiang in Xingluo City, he was still high-grade level 9. Even now he was just a lower grade level 10, so during their time apart, it didn't change much. Since Jiang Lu became a water demon, his strength did improve, probably because he became an evil spirit of a sorts, but it was still not enough to be XiaoMo's opponent. It wasn't even 5 minutes before the water demon was below XiaoMo's feet with its limbs severed. A thick, blue-greenish liquid poured out from its wounds, seeping into the earth. The main weapon of a water demon was its infectious properties. Airborne infections only affected normal people. For experts like them, they would only be affected by scratch wounds. Thus, when fighting a water demon, unless one had the strength to annihilate it immediately, most would sever its limbs first, to protect themselves from being scratched. XiaoMo had never fought with a water demon before. It was the young man's suggestion. The contained water demon made a sharp piercing scream, like the sound of scratching metal. It pierced through the eardrums. It was full of anger and dissatisfaction, but without its limbs, it was just like a leopard without its claws. Even if XiaoMo didn't kill it then, just by letting it out to dry by the lake, in a few weeks, it would die. XiaoMo sighed with emotion. Seeing that we used to be students of the same academy, I'll call you Jiang Shidi for the last time, as I'm sure you don't want to be a monster like the water demon. Don't worry, I'll release you from your pain now. Just a thing, if reincarnation exists, let's hope to never meet again. The water demon let out an angry roar. It wasn't able to talk, so it could only use sounds to express his fury, but it seemed that its enemy never understood it. XiaoMo raised his hands and smashed his fist into its head. Just like that, in an unwillingness, its life was ended by his enemy. While the executioner was still feeling touched at his good deed. On the side, the young man watched as the whole scene unfold. Uncontrollably, his mouth started twitching. If he guessed correctly, there should be some sort of a grudge between the two. He was somewhat knowledgeable on water demons. If there was an enmity from its previous life, it wouldn't have looked at XiaoMo with such resenting eyes. Since this kind of hatred was strong enough to be remembered even as a water demon, that could only mean, in their previous life, it was an extreme hatred. However, no matter how he saw it, he felt that XiaoMo was unaware of Jiang Lu's hatred for him. By the looks of things, it could very well be a one-sided hatred on Jiang Lu's part. What could be sadder? If Jiang Lu knew in the underworld, he would definitely turn over in his grave. His hated person not only killed him, and even thought that he was doing a good deed. Just to rub salt into his wounds, XiaoMo even thought that Jiang Lu should be grateful for his kind act. The young man thought for a bit before deciding not to tell the truth to XiaoMo. Once they got rid of the water demon, the other side was also coming to a conclusion. All of the level 11 water demons had been killed, leaving only the level 12 one, but even it won't last long, as Ling Zhao's occasional flames made its body patchy, like the moon's surface. Once it realized that it wasn't going to win, the level 12 water demon suddenly tilted his head up and roared. If it wasn't going to be able to escape, then we should all die together. Not good, it's about to self-destruct. The expert from the Mage Association let out a cry of shock and quickly backed off to retreat. Everyone else who heard his words also made a beeline to the outside without hesitation. Of course the water demon wasn't going to let them go, as it jumped up to chase. But it was then when 2 lines of purple-red flame suddenly surrounded it from the front and the back. Not only did it stop the water demon, it also blocked off the escape route. The water demon tried escaping to the left, but the flames connected itself into a circle. It tried escaping up, but Ling Xiao was there waiting for it. If it dared to come out, one punch would smash its head open. The water demon let out a cry of grief and resentment. Its patience finally ran out, and without any more considerations, it wanted to self-destruct. Even if it couldn't kill the man, it would at least gravely injure him. The self-destruction of a level 12 water demon definitely had the power to abolish half a spirit mountain. As the Misama started to stir, the water demon's body swelled up like a balloon. At the same time, the flames that surrounded it suddenly leaped towards it under the control of Ling Xiao. It didn't take long before it was wrapped in a fireball. The self-destruction of a level 12 water demon was extraordinary. If not dealt with properly, it might come back to bite him. Ling Xiao's expression was serious. After he used the flames to wrap it up, when no one was looking, he added a sliver of the breath of the true dragon. Although the True Dragon clan didn't have an incredible flame like the Qilin clan nor the Demon Phoenix clan, they were able to unleash the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath of a true dragon was the strongest, with a heat that was on par with a godfire. The water demons were half-demon beasts that were turned into one, so no matter how strong their defenses were, it wouldn't be able to take the ultimate move of 3 emperor beasts. With the breath of the true dragon, instantly the screams of terror could be heard from within the fireball. That sense of danger also seemed to have slowly died down and in a few minutes, completely disappeared. As the flames died away, there wasn't a trace of the water demon left. Even the liquid of its melt body evaporated. Truly it was gone without a trace. XiaoMo ran over to Ling Xiao and asked quietly, concerned, "Are you okay?" Ling Xiao shook his head. This degree of usage wasn't enough to make his wounds worse, otherwise he would have wasted all those months of recuperation. Also, he already knew when he left the island that he was going to have to use his powers. The water demons in the cold lake all died. If you want any magic herbs by the lake, you can get them now. Seeing that his face wasn't pale or sickly, XiaoMo felt his heart calm down. Then, he proceeded to call upon the young man to follow and dig up magic herbs together. He didn't need much since he wasn't in need of the ones grown here. Like the Phoenix Rebirth Pill, he could replace herbs with the Samsara Pill and other rainbow pills like it. The young man represented the true dragon clans, and knowing that it would take them a lot of effort digging up magic herbs, since non-mages needed to pull out the roots with the soil, XiaoMo lent a hand. It didn't take long before the others came running back. Seeing that the water demon was taken care of by Ling Xiao, other than the Qilin clan, the 2 old men from the Mage Association and the True Dragon clan both turned a little awkward. Now they didn't have the face to take the major share, thus they decided to give XiaoMo half. The Qilin clan wanted to say something about it, but seeing that they had already decided, he couldn't say anymore. Since if it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't have gotten a single magic herb. At first, XiaoMo was only going to take 2-3 stalks of each, but after hearing their decision, he gladly agreed. But, just when he dug up the last stalk, the earth started to shake. XiaoMo fell but first onto the black soil. Ling Xiao walked over to pull him up and said, "The barrier around the mansion has been broken. Do you want to go check it out?" They weren't familiar with the Peach Blossom ruins, but the Immortals' Cave here tended to have a lot of treasures. It's very likely to be the Black Spiders. The young man ran over and quickly explained that the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Black Spider had deserted the battle. By the looks of things, they were concerned with the 6th mansion. There was a bit of a distance from here to the 6th mansion, so with the water demon distracting them, no one realized that the Black Spiders were attacking the 6th mansion's barrier. Realizing what they had done, both the Mage Association and the True Dragon clan's faces turned sour. Finally they decided to go check it out. If it was the Black Spiders, then they couldn't let them take the treasures. Once they hurried over, the barrier to the 6th mansion unmistakably disappeared. No matter how strong it was, after tens of millions of years, it was going to break under the combined strength of experts. Not even caring to talk, everyone rushed inside. The Black Spiders were caught by surprise that they took care of the water demons so quickly and were caught red-handed in the mansion. Remembering the danger the Black Spiders put them through, all 3 forces had a sour look on their face. Well, fellow practitioners, you actually took care of the water demons, congratulations. One expert of the black spider let out a eerie laugh. They didn't know if it was a truthful congratulations or a fake one, but he didn't seem at all nervous. An expert of the Mage Association let out a cold laugh. It was then the young man walked out and looked maliciously at the black spider expert. Then he turned towards the true dragon clan and said, "Elder, I was almost hurt by the water demon before because someone had set a trap for me. I suspect that it was by the black spiders. They want us to all die under the hands of the water demons." The expression on the true dragon clan's expert changed. Just at that moment, the black spiders suddenly all moved, turning into streaks of shadows, headed towards different directions. Even that expert tried to flee. He was also the fastest, but just as he was about to exit, a pressure along with an attack came from above and smashed him silly. With a loud thud, he was smashed up against the door. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609 Blood Figure. Chapter 609 Blood Figure. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebel Scanlations. A white figure stood reflected against the light in the entrance of the mansion. Even though the expert from the black spider couldn't make out what the newcomer looked like clearly, he could sense the familiar aura being exuded, and the expert opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This person wasn't anyone else except the man in the black robe who had fought with Ling Xiao at the bottom of the ocean in Dong City over the White Tiger's palace. Afterwards, he had fled when he was injured by Ling Xiao. Even though he was also a Sacred Realm expert who was even stronger than the Mage Association's experts, because he was wounded by Ling Xiao, it had caused his strength to decrease, so he had tolerated these major powers. Or else someone with the black spider's bandit-like attitude definitely wouldn't have agreed to split the magic herbs evenly with the Mage Association and other major powers. When he had entered the Peach Blossom Ruins, he clearly hadn't seen Ling Xiao or XiaoMo. He presumed that they had probably been chased by Xiao to some other place, and he hadn't expected to see him here. He even more so hadn't expected him to be the one who came out to help the Mage Association, and in a moment of oversight, he was fooled. It was the so-called hitting them when they were down. Ling Xiao obviously wasn't here to reminisce about the olden days. Once he intercepted him, he acted immediately, and within a few blows he caused the expert to spew blood endlessly, unable to defend himself. His injury, which still hadn't healed completely from 2 or 3 months ago, became even more serious. Even if he was a Divine Realm expert, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. The other Black Spider members couldn't even take care of themselves, let alone come and save him. Furthermore, in their eyes, their companions were people that they could leave behind or sell out at any time. Wait a moment, as long as you don't kill me, I can tell you a big secret. It concerns that person. Ling Xiao raised his hand, and a ball of fire the size of a fist appeared with a crackle in his hand. Purple and red flames intertwined together, spinning like a whirlwind. The person in black definitely didn't want to die here, and he hastily told him to stop, that he still knew quite a few secrets that he was certain Ling Xiao would be quite interested in. Ling Xiao's movements paused, and he looked at him with an expression that seemed to be smiling but not at the same time. That person? The person in black saw him wavering, and joy leaped in his heart. He said quickly, "Correct, that person is your biggest enemy. I imagine that you would be very interested in knowing more. Then why don't you talk about it a little? If it has value, I can consider letting you go." Ling Xiao extinguished the ball of fire in his hand, his figure still standing in the entrance, not moving a single step, gaze locked on the black spider expert's body. Even if the person in black wanted to play tricks on him, he still wouldn't be able to escape. The black-robed person covered his chest with his hand as he stood up, his face going pale, his footsteps a little uneven. When he smiled, he revealed a mouth full of bloody teeth. That person, right now, he is, He hadn't finished talking yet when his body suddenly exploded, leaving behind a bloody hole where his heart was. The black-robed person opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he had already fallen down, unmoving. Ling Xiao took a few steps back as a spray of blood just happened to splash onto the ground where he was standing. The sudden situation attracted everyone's attention, and a member of the Black Spider took advantage of the opportunity to escape. A few people thought that Ling Xiao killed the person in black. Even though the truth was about the same, the ones with good judgment could tell that the black-robed person's body had exploded on its own. This should be something that was controlled from very far away. Someone most likely had a hold over the person in black. XiaoMo slipped in from outside. Ling Xiao walked over and blatantly stripped the magic bags from the black-robed person's body and handed it to XiaoMo, who put them away extremely self-consciously. He didn't even look at them before tossing them into the dimension. They didn't have the intention of sharing them with the others at all. Only an idiot would share them. Ling Xiao could be considered the one who killed the person in black. Moreover, if it weren't for Ling Xiao intercepting him, the person in black would have fled a long time ago. If the others wanted to beg for a share of the treasure, then they would still have to take a look and see if they were standing on the side of logic. The one who showed the most interest was still the Qilin clan. Since the person in black was the strongest among the 5 people from the Black Spider, and since the Black Spider was the one who had taken most of the treasures from the cave dwelling, the majority of those treasures were in the black-robed person's magic bags. However, the true Dragon clan didn't seem to be unhappy. The lives of their clan members were still more important than any object. Moreover, the identity of the youth was fairly out of the ordinary. The representative from the Mage Association frowned, but he didn't say anything. The other 2 major powers' responses made the Qilin clan feel worse and worse, but out of fear of Ling Xiao's strength, they didn't dare to step forward and oppose him. Especially after they learned that Ling Xiao's Godfire had the ability to swallow other Godfire, he was simply their natural enemy, unless they wanted to end up like the demon Phoenix Godfire's Ji Rui. After the barrier around the cave dwellings was broken, this place would also soon be filled with miasma. Spirit Mountain's 8 mansions had already lost a mansion. After leaving the 6th mansion, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao separated from the other major powers. However, they had made an agreement with the youth that after leaving the ruins, they would go find him, and so they told him to prepare the demon beast life crystals. What they needed wasn't just 1 or 2. The thing that the youth had in abundance was demon beast life crystals. There were many demon beasts in Xijing, and every year, at least hundreds of thousands demon beasts died. Most were killed in battle, but there were also a few who had died from old age. Every year, the true Dragon clan could collect 10 or so crystals at the very least, and he hadn't even finished selling all the life crystals he stole from the true Dragon clan last time. Without any outsiders present, XiaoMo's tense expression finally relaxed. He had known that the Qilin clan and Ling Xiao didn't get along for a long time now. He could already tell during the Black Spider's auction, and the more they had to interact with each other, he discovered that Ling Xiao's expression grew chillier and chillier. In the end, it looked entirely as if he wanted to eat someone alive. What did the person in black say back there? XiaoMo could finally ask without having to worry. However, Ling Xiao didn't answer his question immediately. Instead, he started dragging him back in the direction they came from. Correct, it was the path that led back to the 6th mansion. They returned the same way they came. XiaoMo was full of doubt, but he understood once they returned to the cave dwelling and he saw the black-robed person's corpse. The person in black was already completely dead, but the fresh blood covering the floor acted as if it was alive as it gathering into a round ball of blood. Once they arrived, the ball of blood spasmed a few times like a heart before slowly expanding and finally forming the shape of a person made of blood. XiaoMo gaped. The blood figure turned and looked towards them. Even though it was blurry, they could still make out a very handsome face. It suddenly revealed a dazzling smile before its gaze landed on Ling Xiao, and it laughed. The person I like the least in all of the Qilin clan is you. But the only one who really understands me is also you. Lin Xiao, not a typo, it's been an eternity since we last met, I trust that you've been well. Thank you for your inquiry. I've been doing pretty well. Ling Xiao stared at this face, which he hadn't seen in many years, his heart calm. His surname was Ling, but also Lin, because Lin was his father's last name. But after he was born, his father changed Ling Xiao's surname to Ling, and he had never told him the reason why. However, this was something that the Qilin clan never knew about. They knew that his surname was Ling, but they didn't know that this Ling was once Lin. The blood figure assessed him before laughing lightly. Your cultivation base is higher than what I imagined it to be. I really thought that you would stay in the middle-level realm for 10,000 years, but it seems like that wasn't the case. Ling Xiao shot him an indifferent glance. He suddenly smiled. Did you personally kill one of your subordinates just to speak nonsense with me? It's been 10,000 years since we last met, but you've become more and more long-winded. The blood figure didn't get irritated or angry. Of course not. I came to warn you that there are only 2 years left of the promise you made 10,000 years ago. When the time comes, you better not disappoint me. As he spoke, he even purposefully shot a glance at XiaoMo. XiaoMo's scalp prickled. He felt as if this person was very unusual, but when he heard them speaking, he finally knew Ling Xiao meant during their conversation when they had just met. It seemed that this extremely strange person was actually the arch-criminal who drove Ling Xiao to Longxiang continent. It also seemed that he wasn't your typical formidable adversary. Ling Xiao pulled XiaoMo behind him, as if he didn't want him to be seen. He said, I didn't think that you would care about me so much. I'm very touched. But XiaoMo couldn't help but laugh. The blood figure was stunned for a moment before recovering very quickly. When he heard XiaoMo's laugh, he swept a glance over him before lowering his voice. You're the same as ever. You always like to misunderstand other people's intentions. However, I can't see you being so confident. Are you really entrusting all of your hopes to this little brat? The little brat he was referring to was naturally XiaoMo. XiaoMo had enormous potential, more potential than anyone he had ever met before. But right now, he was still only grade 3 rainbow level. Even though it wasn't impossible for him to reach grade 6 or 7 within 2 years, it had extremely large consequences. It probably hadn't manifested yet, but the more time went on, the clearer the after effects would be. He greatly anticipated the arrival of that day. I know that you care a lot about me. I appreciate your kindness. Ling Xiao smiled slightly as he spoke, his expression as light as ever. Matched with his words, someone who wasn't familiar with the situation would really believe that their relationship was quite good. The blood figure paused for a second before an ugly smile appeared on his handsome face. Do you know that what I hate the most is you using that expression to say those kinds of words? I know, so that's why I specifically replied to you that way. The smile on Ling Xiao's face grew even warmer. 3 seconds later, the blood figure spilled back onto the ground, the air ringing with his last sentence. I greatly anticipate the day that we meet again. I hope that you will not disappoint me. MHM. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 610 Promise. Chapter 610 Promise. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. What was the promise made 10,000 years ago about? And who in the world is he? After the disappearance of the Master of the Blood Shadow, XiaoMo impatiently started speaking. He could tell that the content of their discussion had a great deal to do with him from their conversation. As the party involved, he thought he had the right to know about it. Ling Xiao also did not intend to hide it from him. After they left their immortal's cave, Ling Xiao explained it to him while they were hurrying to their next destination. He is the future heir of the Qilin clan, Lin Xiaoi. Ling Xiao's father had a high status in the Qilin clan and was greatly favored by the Qilin clan's valley master, who had high hopes for him. However, it was precisely because of this that they had ruled that he would be imprisoned within the Qilin clan after making a mistake. The succession for the Qilin clan was somewhat different from the other three clans. The Valley Master would not reject a member's right to succession because he had no backers behind him. Taking Ji Yunlang from the Demon Phoenix clan as an example, he had great potential, but he was not the number one in the Demon Phoenix clan. The most important reason why he had been considered as the heir was due to the backing from his grandfather. However, the Qilin clan was different. Identity and status were not the most important factors. In the eyes of the Qilin clan's Valley Master, strength was the most important factor. Lin Xiaoi was the strongest member in the third generation of the Qilin clan. However, this was before the appearance of Ling Xiao. When the incident regarding Ling Xiao's father was discovered, naturally Ling Xiao and his talent was also revealed. The right to succession for Ling Xiao's father was revoked, but Ling Xiao was also qualified to compete in the succession since he had the bloodline of the Qilin clan in his veins. Even if the Qilin clan did not acknowledge him, it would be of no use no matter how the other members of the clan opposed as long as the Valley Master recognized his right. Lin Xiaoi would not let what belonged to him fall into other people's pockets. Although Ling Xiao had no intention of being the Valley Master, he was very willing to stir things up for the people in the Qilin clan, so he agreed to Lin Xiaoi's proposal. Each would spend 10,000 years to train a rainbow-level powerhouse. The reason for this long time limit was because there were various reasons to be considered. Finally, the two would participate in the mage assemblage held by the Tongtian Palace. Only rainbow-level mages could participate in the mage assemblage. This event was organized by the Tongtian Emperor himself. However, it had only been held within the Tongtian Palace before, and was later opened to the whole continent. Therefore, one could participate even if they were not students at the Tongtian Palace or the Xiaoyao institution. It was said that the mage who won the first prize could gain the secret how of the first Tongtian emperor became an existence that ascended beyond the sacred realm. The Tongtian Palace only held this event once in a long while because this concerned an extremely important matter. This was also one of the reasons why they set the agreed time to 10,000 years later. Lin Xiaoi was full of ambition. He would not give up any chance to be the number one absolute power. Although the Qilin clan had their own secret techniques, they may also fail, so this was also called preparedness prevents calamity. XiaoMo's expression was very complicated after hearing this. He had to become a grade 6 mage within 2 years. If it was him in the past, he would pat his chest and give Ling Xiao a guarantee that there would definitely not be a problem. However, ever since he was stuck at the pinnacle of grade 3, his confidence had decreased a little. If he got stuck at grade 4 for a while and also gets stuck at grade 5 for some time, he may not be able to advance to a grade 6 mage after 2 years. Furthermore, he also had to compete with the Tongtian Palace. Although he did not have an in-depth understanding of the Tongtian Palace, based off inside information of the Tongtian Palace, the competition would be extremely fierce. To tell the truth, he had little confidence in attaining first place. Ling Xiao knew what he was thinking with a single look. He stroked his head and said in a gentle tone, "There's still 2 years, what's there to be anxious about?" XiaoMo glanced at him aggrievedly. Could this be considered as the emperor is not worried, but his eunuchs were worried to death? Then what do we do next? Next, we'll find a place to cultivate, Ling Xiao instructed. The Peach Blossom Ruins really deserved to be called the Land of Peach Blossoms. The place which had most spirit mountains were the Peach Blossom Village. Maybe it was because their luck was good, or because the weather was spring all year round, the entire Spirit Mountain seemed to be covered in peach blossoms. The peach blossoms on the Spirit Mountains were not ordinary peach blossoms. After the peach blossoms bloomed, they would release a rich fragrance. This fragrance was linked to the heaven and earth spiritual energy of the Spirit Mountain, and appeared to have the effect of raising one's cultivation. After XiaoMo tried it, he could really feel his cultivation base rising minutely. Though this was almost negligible, it proved that it was truly useful. There was still 3 months before the Spirit Mountain would be sealed off. If they did not go into secluded cultivation now, there may not be enough time later. It would be very dangerous if the time was up and they were interrupted midway. Finally, Ling Xiao looked for a safe immortal's cave that had a restriction and stuffed XiaoMo inside. After discussing, they decided that Ling Xiao would look for transcendent-level magic herbs. This was because what XiaoMo lacked the most now was transcendent-level magic herbs. Despite him having gathered a lot of magic herbs, when compared to the ones in his ancestors' jade drive, it is just like a small sorcerer in the presence of a great one. Therefore, he still had a lot more to gather. However, Ling Xiao felt worried about leaving him here alone. After all, everyone was looking for an immortal's cave now. It would be troublesome if some careless person found this place and disturbed his cultivation. Therefore, he took Xiao Pang with him. The fields of Ping Pang Xiao were interconnected. If there was trouble on this side, Xiao Pang would be able to feel it and he would hurry back here at his fastest speed when the time comes. You definitely must restrain yourself a little. Don't empty out the spirit mountain. XiaoMo stood at the entrance of the immortal's cave and repeatedly warned Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao was not a mage, he can only dig magic herbs using the crudest means. This was the most undesirable method and too much movement would attract the attention of others. I know, I will pay attention to it. Ling Xiao said it a little insincerely, before he left. XiaoMo was worried as many strong experts in the Tongtian continent were here and he may meet them at any time. Ling Xiao's injuries have not yet recovered, so XiaoMo could not help worrying about him. Master, don't worry about the boss. Boss is very strong, and he can still escape if he can't beat them. The weasel beast walked over and comforted him. XiaoMo retracted his gaze. Now, he could only pray that Ling Xiao's movements would not be too obvious. Fortunately, they promised that it would only be for half a month. The higher the immortal's cave was in the spirit mountain, the better it was. It was the same for the heaven and earth spiritual energy, the higher one went, the thicker it was. But instead of going to the top, they found an immortal's cave halfway up the spirit mountain that had already been used. The magic herb field outside the cave had been dug until it was full of pits and depressions. If someone came close, they would find that the cave was already emptied and would voluntarily leave. XiaoMo led his contracted demon beasts into the cave and strolled around inside. Almost all the stone rooms had been cleaned out. The skewed and overturned chairs were the evidence. Finally, he found a stone room that was more concealed. It was empty, but there were some traces on the ground. It seemed that something had been put here, before it had been carried away. Those people really did not let anything go, even the table and cabinet had been carried away. The spiritual energy here is very rich, you all can also cultivate. If someone comes, they would surely trigger the restrictions outside the immortal's cave. So it's okay even if you don't set up a guard. After saying this sentence, XiaoMo closed the door of the stone room. The weasel beast was very touched. He did not expect that their master would think of their well-being even before he went into secluded cultivation. He would definitely try to improve his strength to repay his master. The metal-swallowing beast and Xiao Ping walked off even without looked back. The word touched was getting farther and farther away from them after knowing the moral conduct of their stupid master. The heaven and earth spiritual energy of the spirit mountain was very rich. They too should seize this opportunity, so the two separated to find a stone room. On the other end, Ling Xiao, who was all by himself, was like an out-of-control wild horse. As XiaoMo only needed transcendent-level magic herbs, he directly headed to the top of the spirit mountain. Although he was 2 months late, the immortal's caves at the top of the spirit mountain were not ordinary immortal's caves. It was impossible to break into all of them in just 2 months. As for the 8 mansions of the spirit mountain, it depended on luck. Every time he passed by an unexplored and uninhabited immortal's cave, Ling Xiao would violently bombarded the restriction first, before he dug up the whole magic herb field at the speed of lightning. The flourishing magic herb field would often be turned into a field resembling a plot of undeveloped soil. Although XiaoMo did not say anything about the treasures in the immortal's caves, Ling Xiao still very thoroughly plundered them till they were emptied. As time was of the essence, he did not even let things like the quilts and chairs remain. After he finished plundering an immortal's cave, he immediately hurried to the next target. He had completely dismissed XiaoMo's repeated warnings to the back of his mind. This activity did attract some people, but fortunately Ling Xiao's speed was too fast. By the time they had arrived, there was not a single soul in the cave. This phenomenon happened from time to time for 10 consecutive days, and finally attracted some people's attention. When those people rushed to the cave which had been cleaned out, some could not help but gasp. The one who did this was definitely a sacred realm expert. Who do you think it is? A lone practitioner could not help asking. However, no one answered him. This time, everyone was well aware of who the sacred realm experts who entered the Peach Blossom ruins were. The person was mostly likely someone from one of the factions. Although some were lone experts, but that person was still a sacred realm expert after all. No matter how familiar they were with them, they would not dare to snatch a sacred realm expert's things. But since they knew about this, the other factions should also have received this information. It was just that they did not know what opinion the factions would have about this expert who had suddenly appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, That Barrier. Chapter 611, That Barrier. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlation. I hear that there's been a sacred level practitioner clearing out Spirit Mountain's cave swellings. 6 or 7 have already been swept. They're extremely fast and don't leave even weeds behind. These weeds were the weeds that often grew near magic herb fields. When Ling Xiao gathered magic herbs, he'd take the entire field of magic herbs, so he'd often end up taking the weeds as well. That person probably isn't a rainbow mage, but most likely a sacred realm practitioner. No shit. If it weren't a sacred level powerhouse, then it would be extremely difficult for them to break through the seals on the cave dwellings, never mind act so swiftly. Plus, with such crude methods, it was unlikely to be a mage. Who do you think it is? They seem to be acting alone. We'll have to look into it if we want to know. Sacred level powerhouses usually drew a lot of attention when they acted alone. The other powers had definitely noticed. Ignoring these guesses, Fu Sangxiong looked at Yu Junqi next to him. Brother Yu, who do you think it is? Yu Junqi raised an eyebrow. This was very much like that person's style, but it had been almost a year since he last saw them. Could it be them? What do you think? Yu Junqi tossed the question back at him. Fu Sangxiong said in a meaningful tone, I believe my thoughts match yours. Yu Junqi began to laugh uproariously. I hope that our guess is correct. These days, he was constantly missing his son. He didn't know how he was doing recently, but he had heard that Ling Xiao had been injured. Was it just a rumor or truth? If it's true, then neither the Vermilion Blood Clan nor the Demon Phoenix Clan will let them go, Fu Sangxiong brought up lightly. Ever since Ling Xiao and XiaoMo successfully escaped, Yu Zhentian had continuously sent people to look for them. He hadn't given up even after a year, and his persistence was suspicious. If they had betrayed the Vermilion Blood Clan, then there was no need to make such a big deal out of it, but Yu Zhentian's prioritization of this had people wondering. As for the Demon Phoenix Clan, after what happened with Ji Yunlang, Ji He and his family saw them as threats that needed to be eliminated. Recently, though Ji He seemed to have something against Tiango openly, he was also sending people to look for XiaoMo and Ling Xiao in secret. And the Guma tribe, Yu Junqi added calmly. 3 months ago, they had received news that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had appeared in Dongzhou. Originally, this wasn't anything shocking, but then they had received news that the two had gone against the Guma tribe and even killed Chief Emoma's twin daughters, turning the whole thing into a blood feud. From Yu Junqi's understanding of the two, the daughters might not actually have been killed by them. Back then Yu Junqi felt that his son and son-in-law were really good at pulling aggro. Of the 10-something great powers of the Tongtian continent, they had managed to blood feud with 3 of them. This was the road to suicide. Yu Junqi felt that he really needed to get stronger, otherwise, considering their personalities, they'd probably make more feuds, which put pressure on him as father, but seeing his conflicted expression, Fu Sangxiong comforted him, "Don't worry too much. If they dare to enter the tiger's den, then that means they have confidence that they'll be able to make a full retreat. Plus, you shouldn't underestimate Ling Xiao. He's not so simple, he can definitely ensure your son's safety." That, Yu Junqi wasn't worried about. Though he had only known Ling Xiao for a very short time, he could tell that Ling Xiao valued his son's life more than Ling Xiao valued himself. "I hear that 5 of the 8 mansions in Spirit Mountain have already been opened, there's only 3 left." The 8 mansions of Spirit Mountain were Gate of Beginnings, Gate of Peace, Gate of Life, Gate of Injury, Gate of Negation, Gate of Nature, Gate of Death, and Gate of Terror. Currently, only the Gates of Life, Injury and Terror were left untouched. However, apart from the Gate of Life, the Gate of Injury and the Gate of Terror were both symbols of great misfortunes. Level 12 water demons had appeared in the Gate of Death, so it was clear that the Gates of Injury and Terror would be exceptionally dangerous. Isn't there still a Gate of Life? They just have to find it first. Fu Sanqiong's eyes flashed. The Gate of Life was a symbol of good fortune, bringing only good and no danger, as its name suggested. Compared to the neutral Gate of Negation and Gate of Nature, apart from the seals around it that would have to be broken, the Gate of Life most likely wouldn't have any dangers inside. Those who had tasted the benefits the Gate of Beginnings and Gate of Peace could bring definitely wouldn't leave the Gate of Life be. The 8 mansions of Spirit Mountain seemed to be placed randomly, but since it was designed based on the 8 gates, then there would definitely be a pattern to it. This wasn't a problem for those in search of them. The Gate of Life would be found, the only question was when. Yu Junqi was also very interested in the Gate of Life. However, he didn't want it for himself, but for his son. His appearance in the Peach Spring Ruins was for this. He was here to help his son collect all sorts of rare magic herbs and seeds. Let's not dawdle. We need to find the Gate of Life. Fu Sangxiong led the disciples of the Tsong Alliance onwards towards the top of Spirit Mountain because, according to his calculations, the 3rd mansion of Spirit Mountain was very likely at the very top. Not only that, but the 2 great gates of misfortunes, the Gate of Injury and Gate of Terror, were very likely at the top as well. Along the way, they met the Black Turtle Clan and Beast Transfiguration Guild, who were also aiming for the top, temporarily allying with them because the people of the Beast Transfiguration Guild told them news that the Vermilion Blood Clan, Muga Tribe and Demon Phoenix Clan had also made an alliance. Their goal was also the peak. Spirit Mountain was a massive mountain. The ancient practitioners and mages seemed to have predicted that such a day would come, because they had set many traps on the mountain, especially on the path to the peak. No matter what path you took, danger was abound. Some lone cultivators thought they could get up there on their own, only to fall halfway. Ling Zhao's promised half a month was also fast approaching. On the way, he had gotten news that the great powers were all aiming for the peak because the remaining 3 mansions were up there, but he didn't go and join in. When time was up, Ling Xiao returned. The seals on the cave dwelling were set by Ling Xiao. The original seals had already been broken, so when he entered, he didn't startle anyone. In this half a month, several groups of people had passed by. Most of them had left directly. Some were more cunning, seeing the seals and thinking it hadn't been cleared out, and thus attacking. It was good that Ling Zhao's seals were very powerful, and those people couldn't break through no matter how hard they tried. In the end, they were forced to give up. Not long later, Ling Xiao found the stone room XiaoMo was cultivating in. XiaoMo was sitting in the middle of the room, legs crossed. The spiritual energy around him swirled like a whirlpool, fighting to get inside him. It continued for 4 hours before it finally stopped. Then, XiaoMo suddenly made a hand motion. His pale skin turned pink, then redder and redder, like dripping blood. His motionless body also steadily began to tremble. Currently, his sea of consciousness was undergoing a wild transformation. The 7 crystals seemed to have been connected by a beam of light, like the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. They constantly changed speed and shape, 7 colors flashing. A golden light would snatch the leading position, then a purple, like they were fighting over leadership. Slowly, the 7 colors began to balance each other and harmonize. After who knows how long, when the 7 crystals were spinning at their limits, XiaoMo heard a huge crash in his ears, and that tense feeling disappeared, replaced by a feeling of relief, like that of the open ocean and sky. XiaoMo felt his inner energy and almost jumped with joy. The barrier that had been hindering him all this time had finally disappeared. He thought back carefully, and finally figured out why he had failed to advance all this time. The crystals in his sea of consciousness was originally rainbow-colored, and now each one held a spectacular color to it, radiating warmth and light, feeding into each other and reaching a unique balance. The reason why he had been failing to advance was because he lacked this sort of balance. Grade 3 to 4 was a huge leap for rainbow grade mages, because a balance was required to advance further, and this balance was the colors of these crystals. He had once heard the advice and experiences of ancestor Dan Cheng for rainbow grade mages in the Wall of Time. Back then, he had heard the other talk of balance and hadn't understood, but now he knew. The spiritual energy of Spirit Mountain had the effect of calming and cleansing one's mind, preventing negative emotions when achieving breakthrough. That was why people said it was easier to cultivate at Spirit Mountain. It was true. Ling Xiao, I can help you refine the reincarnation pill now. The first thing XiaoMo saw upon getting up was Ling Xiao, standing in the doorway to the room. He lunged for the other without hesitation, voice filled with excitement. He had been waiting for the day he could refine the reincarnation pill for Ling Xiao, and now he had finally met all the requirements. Ling Xiao curled one arm around his waist, his other hand lifting the other's chin teasingly. XiaoMo's arms were wrapped around Ling Xiao's shoulders, standing on his tiptoes, very uncooperatively and eagerly kissing him. XiaoMo opened his mouth, willingly offering his tongue and acting even hungrier than the one who was teasing him. There was no such thing as refusing a feast that practically jumped into your mouth. Ling Xiao didn't try to refuse this offering and sucked on the other's tongue, dominating his mouth. As a perfect husband, he had to satisfy his wife's needs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Refining Pills. Chapter 612, Refining Pills. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Periodically from the quiet stone room would appear the sound of heavy breathing, mingled with a suppressed groan. It added a taste of charm and grace in the otherwise simple stone room. With the light of the legendary luminous pearl, a shadow of 2 intertwined figures could be seen reflected on the floor. XiaoMo was caught between Ling Xiao and the wall. His hand latched onto Ling Xiao's neck, his face flushed red and his tongue mingled with Ling Xiao's. With their noses touching and the breathy air on each other's faces, they looked inseparable. Who knows how long it was before Ling Xiao finally let go of the lips he had kissed swollen. As they parted, a silver string stretched out and he licked it away. No matter how many times they did it, XiaoMo would still get embarrassed by this lewd action. His cheeks seemed to be stained with a tint of red, his eyes watery, and occasionally a gasp would come out of his lips. Ling Xiao's eyes darkened at his display of attractiveness and the thing inside his body got even bigger. XiaoMo took a breath in and instinctively clamped his legs. The clothes on his lower half had already been striped away. His 2 pale legs were hooked onto Ling Xiao's waist, and his back was against the wall. His body felt like jelly as he took in the thrusting of the weapon. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's hand holding onto his butt, he would have probably already fallen. It's only been a while since we last did it, how come it's gotten tighter? A breath of heartburn-inducing air suddenly reached XiaoMo's ear, and with it, Ling Xiao's voice. The content of his speech made XiaoMo's face bleed in embarrassment. XiaoMo bit his shoulder and in a muffled voice said, You hurry up. Beside his ear came a light chuckle, Roger, wife. Just as he finished, the thrusting motion became much more violent. It was as if he wanted to combine their flesh and blood together. After a while, XiaoMo's teary voice could be heard on and off. Whoa, I didn't mean this. The reply was an even faster movement. He just wanted Ling Xiao to end quicker. Why was it so hard? In the end, XiaoMo still laid tiredly in Ling Xiao's embrace. The movement and the force was as if unleashing everything that had been saved up for a while. No matter how good his physical condition was, it wasn't able to take something like this. By the time he woke up, the sun had completely risen. Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found, so XiaoMo supported his hips and went straight to his dimension. No one could stop him from using the spiritual water to clean up the purple bruise marks on his body. By the time he came out, he was completely refreshed and changed into a pair of clean black clothes. That was also when Ling Xiao walked in. Seeing that he was jumping around, he knew he was fine. XiaoMo was energetic and decided to let him off the hook. Remembering yesterday's conversation, he asked, "Once I've consolidated my grade 4 level, I'll help you refine the reincarnation pill." He already gathered a few batches of reincarnation pill ingredients. Even if he failed, he didn't need to wait for the next batch to mature before continuing. Okay. Ling Xiao answered without hesitation. It was a bit of a waste of time to refine pills here in Peach Blossom Ruins. After all, it was a treasure-hunting goldmine. Others wouldn't even have enough time to be cultivating or searching for treasures, much less refining pills. XiaoMo had his reasons for being in a rush. The faster Ling Xiao's wounds healed, the better it was for them. After all, he hadn't forgotten about Yu Zhentian, who was also there. If they met by accident, it would be troublesome for them. Next, Ling Xiao brought him to his dimension. Once inside, XiaoMo was shocked by the amount of stuff he had collected. For the past 2 weeks, Ling Xiao had been mopping up many immortals' caves. To save time, he wasn't picky, and so he placed everything he could see inside his dimension, which caused him to have a pile of stuff the size of a hill. Good thing he remembered that magic herbs couldn't be squashed and that his dimension was big. "I'm going to sort the herbs, you go sort the other things. Once everything is sorted, then I'll see what we will keep and what we won't." XiaoMo instantly assigned Ling Xiao a job, very smoothly. The few immortals' cave Ling Xiao scavenged were mostly from the hillside, only one was around the top of the mountain. That one was high-leveled, with 60% of the magic herbs being transcendent level ones. There was a bit of everything else as well, so the total amount came up to quite a bit. XiaoMo wasn't going to transfer them to his dimension, as after all those years, most of them had matured. Although there were a few mid-grade herbs, they were mostly high-grade ones. He spent half a day before finally digging them out. By then, Ling Xiao was already done. Most tables and chairs were a set, but every cave's owner had their own unique taste. Some preferred lavish pieces while others liked a more simplistic style. XiaoMo pondered for a bit before deciding to place the spirit stone-made furniture into the White Tiger's palace. There were very few pieces of furnitures in the palace. When he first took a look around, there was only one set of furniture, everywhere else was barren. As for other furniture, he picked a set to place in the dimension, then told Ling Xiao to throw out the rest. Other than that, it was a miscellaneous pile of stuff, like magic pills, soul training, skill training booklets and weapons. Since Ling Xiao didn't like to eat pills refined by other people, XiaoMo never paid much attention to magic pills they scavenged. Other than that, soul training manuals weren't all that useful either, so he picked out the higher-leveled ones and left the others in the corner. "You really don't want it?" XiaoMo raised a bottle of high-level magic pills towards Ling Xiao. 90% of the pills inside were high-grade ones, with only a few mid-grade ones. If Ling Xiao was only picky about eating high-grade ones, then these were edible, especially since he hadn't given anything for him to eat for a while. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, "Sundara, ly, no." XiaoMo felt the corner of his mouth twitch. "Fine, don't eat it." Although it may reduce the effectiveness of the pills by leaving it out for so long, but it would still sell for tons of spirit gems. Since he last bought magic herbs in the Guma tribe, his magic bag had been feeling a bit empty. Once he left the dimension, XiaoMo started to consolidate his grade 4 level. It was a month after when he felt that he was ready and started preparing the ingredients for the reincarnation pill. Although it was a grade 4 magic pill, it was quite challenging for someone who had just advanced, thus he prepared 3 sets of ingredients. That day, Ling Xiao went out to do some information gathering. He double-checked to make sure that all the major forces as well as most of the lone practitioners were headed or on top of the mountain already, with no chance of backtracking, before he headed back. On the morning of the second day, XiaoMo got ready to refine the pill. The reincarnation pill needed double-digit more herbs than a grade 3 pill. In total there were 200 or more, a very large amount. XiaoMo didn't dare do it willy-nilly, he was even more cautious than the last time at the island. However, no matter how careful he was, when he was combining everything, there was a small mistake and the 3 days he spent extracting herbs was wasted. XiaoMo looked depressingly at the liquid laying quietly in the bottom of the cauldron. It was extracted from a few hundred herbs, but now it was just a puddle of black water. He would like everyone to know that if sold, these herbs would definitely be worth over 100 million spirit gems. Now, 100 million spirit gems were just gone. Knowing that he couldn't rush it, XiaoMo regrouped his thoughts before starting his second attempt. This time, he wasn't going to make the same mistake. 3 days passed by quietly. Ling Xiao stayed outside the whole time, as to not interrupt him. Seeing that he hadn't come out after 6 days and there wasn't a thunder cloud above the cave, he knew XiaoMo failed again. As for the results, he wasn't a bit surprised. He knew his wife was very concerned over his pill, so his mentality was more or less different than usual. As they say, the more you care, the more mistakes you'd make. Another day passed by and the sun already rose. It was then when the weasel beast came running in a flurry. Before he spoke, Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and looked intensely at the outskirts of the cave. Someone's coming? The weasel beast took a moment to register the deep voice before replying, panting, "Boss, it's bad, I just saw something headed this way." Since XiaoMo was refining pills there, Ling Xiao didn't want anyone to interrupt him and thus had the weasel beast stand guard. Although the weasel beast was only level 10, there were plenty of demon beasts in the mountain and even rat beasts that were weaker than him. Thus, he summoned some rat beasts to guard the immortal's cave's surrounding, alerting him if anyone was nearby. This was the news he got from one of the rat beasts. "How long?" Ling Xiao voiced calmly. The weasel beast replied, "With their speed, it shouldn't take more than an hour." But just as he finished, the sky suddenly darkened. Ling Xiao looked up to see the once clear sky filled with thunderclouds. It took up a few 100-meter radius from their cave and one could even see lightning flying through. Not surprisingly, even the peach blossom ruins couldn't stop a thundercloud arriving because of a refined pill. Now, it was even more eye-catching. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613 Unexpected Man. Chapter 613 Unexpected Man. Translated by Yan of Exile Rebels Scanlations. The appearance of thunderclouds meant that XiaoMo was about to succeed at forming the pill. Next, it would be time to face the thunder tribulation, but since there was a restriction outside the immortal's cave, if the thunderclouds wanted to strike down, they would still have to get through the restriction first. Keep an eye on them. Inform me when they get within 1,000 meters at once. Ling Xiao instructed. Right now, all of the major powers were focused on the mountain peak. If someone really came here, they most likely wouldn't be very powerful, so it would be fine as long as they were chased away before they got close. Yes, boss. After the weasel beast shouted this, he instantly ran out of the immortal's cave. During this time, he had collected several dozen subordinates. Even though quantity couldn't be compared to the amount he had during his time at the small island, he had more than enough to keep an eye on those people. When he left the Immortal's cave, the weasel beast instantly transformed into a human shape and snuck into the ground. Did you hear something? A person wrapped in a black cloak suddenly stopped walking so rapidly. He looked pensively in front of him, as if he had discovered something. The man walking side by side with him also stopped when he heard him speak. He murmured, "Now that you mention it, I also heard some weird noises, like the sound of thunder." "How could there be thunder in Peach Blossom Ruins?" the cloaked person said in a low voice. His words had some reason to it. Spirit Mountain was in a dimension in between. Even though there was day and night, the sun here was actually just an imitation. It was spring all year round, so it was impossible for there to be thunder and rain. A light bulb suddenly went off in the black-robed person's head, and he whipped his head to look at the cloaked man. "Unless someone is refining pills." The cloaked person's eyes darkened. "Only rainbow-level magic pills can summon thunderclouds." "Ha, it's a blessing from heaven." The person in black instantly started to laugh. It took some guts to dare to refine pills in Peach Blossom Ruins. Now, they could confirm that the opposite party was a rainbow-level mage. Even if they didn't go up Spirit Mountain now, they could still definitely get some riches. "Let's go take a look." The cloaked person could tell what his companion was thinking with one glance. Not coincidentally, he was thinking the exact same thing. In this kind of scenario, even those that flaunted themselves as being open and candid would probably be tempted, let alone the Black Spider, who had always had that kind of bandit-like reputation. The only ones who would dare appear at a time like this could be nobody else except the Black Spider. Ling Xiao killing the black-robed person had an extremely large impact on the Black Spider. Since their only Sacred Realm expert died, their next highest cultivator was only at the 7-star pinnacle Divine Realm level, and it was clearly not enough to compete with the other major powers over the magic pills and items in the 8 mansions. It was even possible that it would be used as an excuse to kill them. The Black Spider was full of a bunch of selfish people. When they discovered that it was much more dangerous to go up Spirit Mountain, they decided not to painstakingly fight with the other major powers. Therefore, the remaining 4 members decided to take advantage of the fact that the other major powers were still at the top of Spirit Mountain and try to find some other previously undiscovered Immortals' caves. That's why they appeared here. The 4 of them quickly moved. Originally, with their slow-flying speed, it would have indeed taken them an hour. But after adding on the speed, they didn't even need half an hour. After the rat beasts discovered the situation, they instantly reported it to the weasel beast. They had a unique messaging system that was much faster than the human counterpart. When the weasel beast received the information, he immediately hurried back to the Immortal's cave. With their speed, there was no way the thunderclouds would disperse that quickly. Upon hearing the weasel beast's report, Ling Xiao was quiet for a moment. "There are 4 people in total, and they're all wearing black?" "Yes." "It won't take long for them to reach this place. Should we stop them before they do?" The weasel beast nodded as he spoke. Naturally, he didn't know who they were, since he used to be holed up all year round on the small island. "No need, just let them come." Ling Xiao waved his hand. "Let those rat beasts continue to keep guard nearby. If more people get close, let me know immediately." "Yes." This time, the weasel beast didn't leave the Immortal's cave. He only emitted a special noise and transmitted the information to his subordinate. Those people arrived extremely fast. The thunderclouds had just finished brewing. The sky was dark and heavy, as if lightning would strike at any moment. The Immortal's cave below it was faintly discernible, and the magic herb field outside of it had indeed been dug clean of magic herbs. The 4 people in black hid themselves several meters away. They were already certain that the person refining pills was inside the Immortal's cave. In case the person refining pills had a partner, they agreed to split into 2 teams. One team would go in from the front, while the other would sneak in through the back. The thunderclouds required an hour to disperse, so for now, they had more than enough time. But just when they were about to move, a husky, low voice suddenly spoke from behind them. It carried the dangerous tone of someone who had just caught their prey, as well as an irrepressible delight. Aha, I've discovered 4 mice, ... The 4 people's bodies froze, and they reacted in 0.1 seconds, really just as if they were startled mice. They fled 100 meters away, splitting in 4 different directions. The Immortal's cave was right behind them, but they couldn't care less about it anymore. The person who had suddenly appeared was undoubtedly very powerful, if he could just soundlessly get close to them. The 4 of them looked warily in all directions, but they discovered that their opponent was only one person, and their gazes landed on his body. The man wore a black embroidered robe, his features handsome but cold. A smile that seemed faintly bloody hung on his lips, and they weren't sure if it was directed at them, or if he was just born like that. He held a weapon that looked like a fire iron in his hand, and the thick scent of blood reeked from his body as he stood less than 200 meters away from them. This also meant that they hadn't even noticed that this person had gotten within 100 feet of them just now. Cold sweat formed involuntarily over all 4 of their bodies. Emperor Beast? One of the 4 couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. Even though he wasn't as strong as their opponent, he could clearly tell that the man's original form was that of a level 12 Emperor Beast. His companion's expression was very grave. I've never seen this person before. Could it be an Emperor Beast that lives in Spirit Mountain? This wasn't impossible. The high-level demon beasts were trapped for tens of thousands of years in Spirit Mountain, and they most likely wanted to get out. But he hadn't imagined that they would be so unlucky as to encounter an Emperor Beast. This wouldn't be easy. Should we withdraw? The third black-robed person wanted to retreat a bit now. Even though it wasn't impossible for the 4 of them to win against a level 12 Emperor Beast, but the Immortal's cave was right behind them, whose danger was still unknown. If the person inside attacked them when they weren't paying attention, the risk was greater than normal. It looks like the plan is useless. It looks like we'll each have to depend on fate for this next part. The first person in black also didn't want to stay here any longer. He suspected that it was very likely that this man had something to do with the mage currently refining pills in the Immortal's cave. If he could delay them until the thunderclouds dispersed, it would be hard for them to escape while being attacked from the front and back. So if they wanted to run, it would be best to do so now. He had just finished speaking when he moved first. The other 3 weren't slow either, and they split into 3 different directions in tacit agreement with each other. The smile on the man's face deepened. He looked meaningfully in the direction of the Immortal's cave before chasing after the one who was the most powerful. In an instant, his figure disappeared. When he sensed that someone was chasing after him, the first black-robed person's face darkened, before he unhesitatingly changed direction towards the direction that the second black-robed person had fled in. One more person meant a higher chance of winning. Of course, it also meant another scapegoat. The other 2 people were secretly happy, and they hastily sped up to increase the distance. They definitely didn't want to be dragged over to become doormats. From far away, they could hear the sound of the second black-robed person cursing loudly, since nobody would be happy to be involved. You guys seem to be very pleased? Just when they were feeling overjoyed over living, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of them. A man slowly walked out from the vortex, a sinister smile on his pretty and bewitching face. He held a knife in his hand, and it seemed as if he had been waiting here for them for a long time. From time to time, purple demonic flames would flash through his black eyes. The 2 of them rapidly came to a halt, and they stared in shock at the man who had suddenly appeared. It felt as if there was cold sweat covering their backs. Who are you? Even though they asked, they already knew the answer in their hearts. There could be nobody else except the person hiding himself in the Immortal's cave. It's not important who I am. What's important is that I don't like you. The man lowered his eyes, revealing a dangerous expression. The black vortex disappeared on its own from behind him after he walked out of it. Their expressions went cold. Their reactions were already extremely fast, but the other man was even faster. Fresh blood splashed onto the fourth black-robed person's face, and his comrade's scream flew into the sky along with his arm, which had been chopped off, before it landed back on the ground. He was completely dumbfounded. In any case, they were still 4-star Divine Realm experts. But they didn't have any ability to fight back? The fourth person in black turned, wanting to flee. But the man had already appeared in front of him in an instant. He sliced his knife from the top of his head down, and the fourth person in black watched as his own body was split into two. 2 seconds later, his consciousness finally disappeared. The third person in black, who had lost an arm, stared fearfully at this scene. The man flicked off the blood on his large knife a bit unnaturally. He said to him warmly, "It's your turn next. Would you rather be steamed or fried?" The third black-robed person's legs gave out from under him. Of course he wouldn't choose, so in the end, the man helped him pick a more heroic way to die: dismemberment by 5 horses. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614 Identity Guessing. Chapter 614 Identity Guessing. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The ground was completely covered with fresh blood, and the bloody lumps of meat showed that there had recently been a scene of a one-sided abuse here. Of the 2 corpses here, none of the 2 were intact. All this was the masterpiece of a single man. If not for the blood-stained blade in his hands, it was hard to imagine that he had just tortured 2 people to death with his clean, white robes that did not have a hint of dust. The man flicked off the blood on his blade. This was the first time he killed with a blade. It felt very different his previous methods of killing people. Although it was inferior to his previous direct and efficient method, it did not matter once in a while. Of course, it would be better to do it while carrying his wife on his back. Not bad. A bantering tone carrying strong interest rang from behind the man. The white-robed man tilted his head and glanced at the person who spoke, yet there was no surprise on his face. This was none but the man in the black robe who had just been chasing the 2 other members of the Black Spider. Since he was here, it meant that the 2 men had been properly settled in the netherworld and were reunited with their comrades. This speed was really quite fast. The black man still carried the fire stick. The color of his clothes was too dark to tell if there was any bloodstains. However, the scent of blood wafting off him was stronger than before, and there were even some bloodstains on the purple fire stick. A man consecutively cleaned out 7 or 8 immortals' caves within 15 days, more than a month ago. Was that you? The black-robed man looked askance at the man in white. Although he had asked a question, there was an obvious certainty in his tone. It seemed that he would not believe it even if the man in white did not admit it. The white-robed man's leisurely gaze moved from the scimitar to the other party, sizing him up with a shallow look. The corners of his mouth slowly curved a little, showing a faint smile. "So? I am very interested in you. Fight around with me." The man in the black robe had an insolent expression as he stared at the man in white with arrogant eyes. He was full of vigor and was obviously a battle maniac. With a look, one could tell that he was a man who incessantly immersed himself in bloody slaughter. The white-robed man glanced at him indifferently. "You are no match for me." "Ha ha." The man in black laughed instead of getting angry. He was an arbitrary and tyrannical man who had lived for a long time. This was not the first time someone had said this to him, but this person was the only one who made him believe his words. This was because the man in white was right. His current self was really not his match. "You are right, but I still want to give it a try." The black-robed man was not a masochist. He knew that he was not a match for his opponent, yet he still clashed head-on with him. The reason why he wanted to fight the man was because he firmly believed that only by fighting could he become more powerful. Making a breakthrough in the midst of danger and bursting out at the moment of life or death. This was his motto in life. "I'm busy." The man in white threw this sentence at him before he turned and walked away. The figure of the black-robed man flashed and he was blocking the way of the white-robed man when he reappeared. He stubbornly insisted, "That won't do. You must have a fight with me." The man's eyes darkened. On the other side, the thunderstorm that had been brewing for a long time finally arrived. They could only hear a faint rumble of thunder as they were a little far off. XiaoMo had to deal with the thunderclouds by himself since Ling Xiao was not here. Fortunately, he already had a lot of experience with this, plus he himself was quite strong. Therefore, he was able to handle it with ease even though the power of the lightning tribulation for a grade 4 rainbow level was stronger than a grade 3. After resolving the lightning tribulation, XiaoMo put the magic pill which had tried to escape into the bottle, and when he ran outside, the weasel beast told him that Ling Xiao had yet to return after going out. What did he go out to do at this time? Thus, when XiaoMo, who was full of curiosity, followed the tracks to his destination, Ling Xiao had already begun to fight with the black-robed man. The black-robed man's cultivation was level 12 2 stars, which was 2 stars lower than Ling Xiao's. There was still a 1-star gap in reality even if Ling Xiao's cultivation dropped by 1 star due to his internal injury. However, as a battle maniac who had been dealing with all kinds of experts for years on end, it was obvious that the battle experience of the black-robed man was richer than Ling Xiao. In addition, Ling Xiao had no intention of bothering with him. As a result, the two were vigorously fighting until there were flying sand and rolling pebbles. There were traces left by their fighting within a 100-mile radius, and the two corpses that had been dismembered by Ling Xiao had long disappeared. If this situation happened in normal times, it would certainly attract the people who came to the Spirit Mountain for treasure hunting. After all, the ones fighting were 2 level 12 experts. However, everyone's goal was the peak of the Spirit Mountain at this time, so the audience only consisted of XiaoMo. The two figures tangled together in the air finally separated an hour later. The fire stick in the black-robed man's hand was shining with a purple radiance, as if he was getting ready to make a big move. On the other hand, Ling Xiao was gripping the scimitar he had plundered from another immortal's cave. The edge of the blade that was black in color, which was a rarely seen feature, was stained with red blood that had not been cleaned up. Ling Xiao. XiaoMo hurriedly waved at Ling Xiao. Naturally, Ling Xiao had long discovered him and gave him a reassuring look. Unexpectedly, the black man's arm that was being raised suddenly stopped when he heard this name. His eyes twinkled with a strange excitement. "So you're Ling Xiao? You know me?" Ling Xiao's gaze eyes shifted back to him as he calmly asked. The black-robed man flicked out his scarlet tongue and licked his dry lips. "Of course, your name is like thunder piercing the ears to me. I can't forget your name no matter what. I've wanted to meet you for a long time now." There was a period of time when someone kept talking about the person with this name. He had wanted to meet the person during time, it was just that he did not have the opportunity to encounter this person. Today's unexpected encounter was truly a pleasant surprise, because this situation was completely different from the information he had. At that time, the others had told him that Ling Xiao's cultivation base was level 12 1 star, yet it was not possible for Ling Xiao to be at 1 star no matter how he looked. "And who are you?" XiaoMo was the person who asked this question. He felt that the black-robed man in front of him was like both an enemy and a friend. Instead of answering his questions, the black-robed man put the fire stick away. His actions surprised them as it seemed that he was not going to continue to fight. "You will know who I am in the future. Today will not be the last time we meet. I believe we will meet again soon." The black-robed man moved, his 2 sharp eyebrows that inclined towards his sideburns, and his fierce-looking features suddenly gave rise to an awe-inspiring evilness. It was a kind of tyrannical display which was totally different from the natural charm of others, yet it was because of this that it was even more attractive. XiaoMo was baffled. It seemed as if he was an acquaintance from what he said, but he was certain that he had never seen this man before. This was the most bloodthirsty man he had seen ever since he came to this world. XiaoMo would definitely recognize him if they had met before. The black-robed man confidently walked off after he had finished speaking. Just like how he bluntly badgered Ling Xiao for a fight, he came and went like the wind. It was just that the gaze he directed at them before he left appeared rather significant. It gave them the feeling as if there were some interesting things they did not know hidden away, especially when he was looking at Ling Xiao. However, one thing was certain. The black-robed man did not have a hint of killing intent when looking at them. XiaoMo scratched his head and then he turned to ask Ling Xiao, "Do you know who he is?" Ling Xiao wiped off the bloodstains on the scimitar and put it back into the scabbard. The scimitar was rather handy to use, so he did not intend to throw it away for the time being. He only replied after hearing XiaoMo's question, "It is obvious that he knows us quite well." "So, can you guess who he is?" XiaoMo closely pursued for an answer. "Probably." Ling Xiao replied. "Probably means that you've guessed who he is?" "Who is it?" "Since he is a level 12 demon beast, it means that he is from Xijing. He's familiar with us, yet we don't recognize him. The most important point is that he keeps looking at us in expectation of something that is coming soon, and his gaze contains a hint of schadenfreude. Who do you think he can be?" Ling Xiao revealed all kinds of clues, before he answered a question with a question. XiaoMo touched his chin and began to think. 1 minute passed, he could not help pulling on his hair. 5 minutes passed, he tangled a layer of hair on his scalp. 10 minutes passed, he impatiently looked at Ling Xiao, begging for the answer, but can't think of it? There was a trace of disdain in Ling Xiao's eyes. XiaoMo pouted and said in vexation, "I remember that among the 4 ancient beast clans, the True Dragon clan and the Black Turtle clan are quite friendly to us. Since that person has a cultivation base of level 12, he should be from these 2 clans. But I don't know who are the level 12 experts in their clans. How in the world can I guess who he is? You'll definitely die of stupidity in the future." After throwing out this sentence, Ling Xiao simply turned around and walked away. He did not want to talk to XiaoMo anymore. XiaoMo rushed to catch up with him. He knew he had guessed wrongly upon seeing Ling Xiao's reaction, but it was because of this reaction that he became more confused. Don't tell him that he was from the Demon Phoenix clan? After all, it was only Jihe who had always regarded them as enemies. The others were all partial to the chick and were probably not hostile to them. Then tell me the answer directly. Ling Xiao knew perfectly well that his IQ was really low, yet he still made him guess. Wasn't this the death of him? Not telling, Ling Xiao did not even look back. This time, he had hardened his heart and was determined not to tell XiaoMo. XiaoMo started crying out loud. He really disliked this type of story which was coming to the end, but stopped before the answer. He definitely would not be able to sleep tonight. Ling Xiao stated, "Then don't go sleep. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 615, Causing Trouble. Chapter 615, Causing Trouble. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the end, XiaoMo didn't manage to get an answer from Ling Xiao. He could only figure it out himself or wait for someone to tell him. XiaoMo didn't manage to get him to speak even after 3 days of pestering and could only give up and try and figure it out with his own not as bright mind. As for the reincarnation pill, he had handed that over to Ling Xiao already. He had felt much lighter and relaxed after successfully refining the reincarnation pill. Then, he had refined another reincarnation pill. It was better to prepare life-saving pills like this in advance. That way, when they needed it, they wouldn't have to rush to refine it, which would just make failure more likely. By now, they had stayed in the Peach Springs for 2 months, and there were only 2 more months until the half-year limit. However, they hadn't gone anywhere at all. Since Ling Xiao had decided to use the remaining 2 months on isolated cultivation, taking this chance while the great powers were up on Spirit Mountain to try and heal his internal injuries. That way, even if they were unlucky enough to meet Yu Jingtian and co., he'd have the power to ensure their survival. XiaoMo had gone into isolated cultivation for a while before, so now it was his turn to stand guard. However, he was rather lucky. He stood guard for a month and no idiot came to cause trouble. He was dying of boredom. It was good that the weasel beast brought him good news that helped him kill time. The half year in which the Peach Springs would remain open was steadily coming to an end. According to the weasel beast's underlings, the war at the top of Spirit Mountain was fierce. However, someone's mistake had accidentally activated the gates of injury and terror, so the casualties skyrocketed. One must realize, the gate of death hadn't been at the peak because according to the design of the 8 mansions of Spirit Mountain, the gate of death wasn't the most dangerous. That was why it was at the side of the mountain. Which meant that the level of danger for 3 gates of misfortune was in accordance to their height on the mountain. Continue to have your underlings keep an eye on the entrances to the peak. If anyone comes down the mountain, tell me, especially if they're members of the Vermilion Blood Clan. If you see them, inform me immediately, XiaoMo ordered. Yes, master. The weasel beast continued to bustle outside. Though he was always being ordered around, he didn't have any complaints. Originally, he had wanted to be able to help his master, and, plus, he had gotten a few beggar's chickens for himself while on Spirit Mountain. With him were the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping. Compared to the weasel beast, they were disgustingly lazy. XiaoMo decided that they couldn't continue their lazy, gluttonous days, so he threw them both at the weasel beast and told him to work them as much as he wanted. But the weasel beast didn't dare. After the metal-swallowing beast had defeated him, he was rather afraid of them. Even though it should be him ordering them around, in reality, it was them ordering him around, and he seemed delighted about that, a rather dumb smile on his face. If XiaoMo saw, then he would definitely label the weasel beast as a masochist. As for the black-robed man, XiaoMo had the weasel beast keep an ear out for information, however, he didn't manage to find out anything of substance. This was because while other people were fighting over treasures at the peak, he was roaming around for opponents to fight. Whenever he met someone who was powerful enough, he'd engage them in battle, spreading word of his battle lust across Spirit Mountain. It wasn't until time was nearly up that he headed for the peak. However, the weasel beast didn't dare to have his underlings follow the other. There was a huge gap between level 12 and level 11, and the other would notice if they approached. There was no life insurance they could claim if they got blasted into smithereens. Thus, they lost track of him in a few short days. XiaoMo felt that it was a shame. He couldn't raise his head in front of Ling Xiao nowadays, but if the other was so perceptive, then he couldn't have the weasel beast send his underlings to their deaths like that. He could only leave things be. He didn't expect that something would happen on the last day. The last day was the curtain call for this entire event, but some wanted to take this chance to get rid of certain others. It wasn't that XiaoMo didn't know his cheapskate dad was in the Peach Springs, but since the other was with Fu Changsheng, there wasn't a need to worry about his safety. A power with 2 sacred-level powerhouses and several divine-level powerhouses, that was already the strongest formation here. Anyone with a brain would know to not set their sights on the Tsun Alliance. Meanwhile, the ones with the weakest formation was the Shishui tribe. In this exploration, though the Shishui tribe wouldn't be able to gain the most profit, they would still manage to get a significant benefits from this trip, so some had their eyes set on them. This some referred to the Guma tribe, with the Vermilion Blood Clan's support in the background. Everyone knew that the Guma tribe thought of the Shishui tribe as a thorn on their side, especially in the recent few years. This time, Emochi Shiyuan was the one leading the Shishui tribe and Emoma believed that this was a great time to strike at the Shishui tribe. If Emochi Shiyuan fell here, then the Shishui tribe, without him there, would be greatly weakened. After that, they just had to get rid of a few small fry before they could take the Shishui tribe, then the Wansha tribe, which was second ranked in strength. After that, the entirety of Dongzhou would be theirs. There was no chance that Imochi Shiyuan didn't know of this, but they were still ambushed because one of their number had turned traitor and given the route they were going to take down the mountain to the Guma tribe. Thus, they were met with an ambush. Their schemes had just so happened to be heard by one of the weasel beast's underlings. The problem was that the weasel beast wasn't familiar with the powers that inhabited the Tongtian continent. However, since XiaoMo had him keep a close eye on the Vermilion blood clan, he sent an underlings over once he was informed of the schemes. His underling was a level 9 rodent beast who could assume a human form. Unfortunately, he was delayed on the way over, so by the time XiaoMo heard of this, the two sides were already fighting. XiaoMo didn't actually know that his eldest Xixiang and second Xixiang were with the Shishui tribe. He had thought that uncle was in danger, but then the weasel beast sent him some crucial news. Metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping had joined the fray. The weasel beast wasn't sure of the situation then. All he knew was that before he could react, the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping had suddenly leaped into battle to save a man who had almost been killed by the Guma tribe. According to the situation back then, the members of the Guma tribe seemed to place heavy importance on taking care of that man, and then they were exposed. As a target, the metal-swallowing beast was very recognizable because he had been seen in the South Continent, and then Ling Xiao and XiaoMo's identities were exposed. Thus, the Vermilion blood clan knew that the metal-swallowing beast was XiaoMo's contracted demon beast. This was a clear sign to Zhengtian that they might be nearby. The weasel beast's combative strength was low. If he approached, he was sure to die a gory death. He couldn't save the metal-swallowing beast or Xiaoping, so he ran back to tell XiaoMo the news. XiaoMo felt his heart jump into his throat. That was looking for death. No wonder he had been feeling unsettled. Something had happened, as expected. Why did they save that man? Was it uncle? XiaoMo felt his anxiety mounting. If he had known they would cause such trouble, he wouldn't have thrown them out. The weasel beast scratched his head. He didn't know either. Before, he hadn't seen what Cheng Xiangron looked like either. I'm not sure if it is, but that person seems 25 or 6 years old, rather cold-looking, always stoic. Ah? XiaoMo was confused now. Uncle seemed very warm and open, not cold at all. Then it wasn't uncle. However, why did the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping save him? Did they know the guy? The weasel beast asked, "Master, do we go and save them?" "We have to." But... XiaoMo hesitantly glanced at the stone room Ling Xiao was cultivating in. The reason he stayed here and kept guard was Ling Xiao. If he suddenly left and someone came to disturb Ling Xiao, then what? However, if he didn't go, what of the metal-swallowing beast in Xiaoping? "Master, I don't think you need to worry about the boss. There are seals on the cave swelling, so as long as it isn't a sacred-level powerhouse, then there won't be any problems. If you really are worried, you can leave Xiaoping here," the weasel beast suggested hesitantly. XiaoMo gritted his teeth. "All right then, but you stay as well. Have your underlings come with me? If any idiot comes here, then tell me immediately. Don't delay, otherwise I'll beat you when I come back." "Yes, master," the weasel beast replied seriously. After making all the arrangements, XiaoMo headed off with the rodent demon beasts leading. Unbeknownst to him, the situation had taken a turn for the better. The Wansha tribe had intervened. They knew all too well what the Shishui tribe's destruction would mean for them. The next would, for sure, be them. To save their tribe, they had to ally with the Shishui tribe. At the heavenly stairs of Spirit Mountain, after the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping saved the man, they were exposed and pursued by the Vermilion blood clan. The two were forced to hide and run, and they were separate from the man they had saved. "Rar rar rar, I'll kill you if you don't give me an explanation." "Chirp chirp, I will." If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616 An Unexpected Surprise. Chapter 616 An Unexpected Surprise. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The heavenly stairs of the Spirit Mountain was a well-known natural landscape of the Peach Blossom Ruins. There was only one staircase going from the bottom to the top of the mountain. It contained tens of thousands of steps, but the specifics was unknown as no one could count it. Although there was a staircase straight to the top, one that anyone could tell would reach it, it was actually the hardest route to the top. That was because there was many traps and challenges set along the staircase targeting on the human emotions and desires. As long as one passed, they would be heading straight to the top, and if not, it's a direct route to God. A while back someone did challenge the heavenly stairs, but another bore witness to them falling off and dying. As you know, since the beginning of time, human emotions and desires were the hardest to overcome. The people who dared challenged it must be super confident in themselves. The reason the Guma tribe chose this route was because the challenges only apply to those climbing up. There was only 1 in 100th chance that it would also apply to those going down, but these informations was only something the Guma tribe knew. Half a month ago, a henchman of Emochi Shiyuan was fighting when they accidentally fell of the heavenly stairs. At that time everyone thought he had died, even Emochi Shiyuan, but he appeared again and told the secret to Emochi Shiyuan. The other forces didn't dare challenge the heavenly stairs, so they didn't know. At first Emochi Shiyuan thought it was a flawless plan, but much to his dismay, there was a traitor amongst them and even exposed the secret of the heavenly stairs. You see, most of the forces had lost many of their men trying to climb up the mountain. Now that they knew of a shortcut down, no one was willing to do more challenges. The heavenly stairs, which was made of white jade, was in ruins after the big fight broke out. The surrounding trees and grass were burnt to crisps as well. After a while, one of the surviving shrubs shook a little. A Vermilion Blood Clan member suddenly turned around and looked around curiously but didn't discover anything. His comrade followed his gaze and looked around. "What are you looking at?" "I feel like I just heard something," that member said, scratching his head. His comrade replied, "You probably heard it wrong, there's nothing here." That member said unconfidently, "Yeah, I probably misheard something. Anyways, we should hurry to catch those 2 demon beasts, the headmaster promised a high reward for them." The two walked further and further away. The shrub shook another time, this time it was very obvious. Right after it, an insect-like demon beast that was sparkling gold came out of the shrub. After it took a look around and made sure there was no one, it made a slight noise directed to the shrub. Then, another little demon beast came out. The 2 heads looked around suspiciously as if thieves. Currently they were still at the top part of the heavenly stairs and they were surrounded by Vermilion Blood Clan members, so they needed to find another route down. The metal-swallowing beast crouched on the floor and took a sniff. After confirming the location, it signaled Xiao, who was behind him. Just as they were about to hid in the shrub again, a sharp cry of joy sounded. "I found them, I found the 2 demon beasts." The owner of the voice was the one who noticed the moving shrub a while ago, and besides him was his comrade. At this critical time, they couldn't let go of any suspicious activity, thus them leaving before was just a ruse and the result was as expected. Neither the metal-swallowing beast nor Xiao had time to look at them. In a jolt, they drilled into the shrub again. But this time, it seemed that their luck ran out as the 2 had secretly called a few more people nearby to help out. Now, they almost had them surrounded. Noticing that there was someone in front, the 2 could only change directions. After they went around in a circle multiple times and looked to be trapped, they finally realized that they couldn't stand by anymore and needed to make a move. As one should know, they were rare demon beasts of the ancient times, and over the past few years with their dumb owner, they had plenty of magic pills, even some rainbow pills. Even if they didn't cultivate, their levels were rising by the day. If they couldn't even beat a few human practitioners, then they would really be losing face. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of luring the Divine Realm practitioners over, they would have made a move a lot sooner. The Vermilion Blood Clan disciples didn't get to see the two demon beasts go all out before, so they lowered their guard due to their deceptive size. But that just got him a claw to the face by the metal-swallowing beast. His claw was very sharp, clawing off half of his face in the process. Xiaoping wasn't to be left behind either. Although it was a vegetarian, its attack wasn't any weaker than the metal-swallowing beast. With one sting, if they didn't have some sort of miracle pill, then they should be prepared for a painful death. A continuous stream of terrified screams could be heard. The one who was luckily unharmed felt his legs gave out. No one said that the two little demon beasts were difficult. Seeing their small and cute appearance, they had thought of them as pet demons. Most pet demons were owned by female practitioners, with a cute appearance, so it's no wonder they would make the mistake. The metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping didn't dare stay any long in fear of catching the attention of the experts of the Vermilion Blood Clan, so after their successful attack, they were prepared to run. But at last, they were one step too slow as a harsh-sounding voice, like the thunder, suddenly rung in their ears. With it, a strong force appeared from the sky. "Bastards, let's see where you can run." The two suddenly didn't know what to do, as only a high-star-ranked Divine Realm expert could exert such pressure. In their current state, they could deal with a middle star rank but not a high star rank. The two went their fastest speed towards the opposite direction. Just as they were about to leap across the heads of the Vermilion Blood Clan disciples and escape in lightning fashion, they were stopped by an invisible wall and knocked back. The metal-swallowing beast safely landed on the staircase, and crouching down, he hissed towards the direction of the pressure and made a low growl of warning. Xiaoping laid on top of its head and looked in alarm towards the one who spoke. Seeing the two appear, the Vermilion Blood Clan disciples went running/crawling towards them and was yelled at as useless by the Divine Realm expert. Then his cold gaze landed on the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping. It appears that they are the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect, and level 11 at that. No wonder the headmaster wanted me to come. If we can catch them, that would be perfect for the Vermilion Blood Clan. Let's get this done quickly so we won't have to worry about it. Crow, we're capturing them. Yes, sir. The one who stopped the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping from escaping was the one called Crow. He was a senior general of the God of War, Yuchibei, and also a 4-star Divine Realm expert, a star higher than the two demon beasts. As they finished talking, the two instantly attacked. Xiaoping hurriedly made in restriction. As he ate so many, he was able to create a few, but they were all useless in front of Yuchibei. In a few moves he was able to break them. Not giving up, Xiaoping continued to spit out restrictions. This time it was layered together. That way, it was much stronger than a single restriction. It looked like they were just defending, but actually he was buying time for the metal-swallowing beast. If they couldn't win, then they should run. The metal-swallowing beast liked to eat metal and ate quite a few in the undergrounds of the South Continent. Some metals are buried deep into the ground, so he often had to dig down to find them, and over time, he developed a tunneling skill. Just as Yuchibei broke the restrictions, the metal-swallowing beast carried the Xiaoping underground. They weren't just trying to escape from the ground, but rather dig deeper and deeper down, to the point where Yuchibei couldn't find them, then escape down the mountain. Yuchibei realized that he really didn't give them enough credit, but there was no way he was going to let his prey escape. Not only that, he already stuck his signet, imprint, on them, so no matter where they escaped to, he would be able to sense it. After Fu Zilin was saved by the metal-swallowing beast, he was temporarily safe, but because the metal-swallowing beast's identity was exposed as XiaoMo's contracted demon beast, the two faced even stronger attacks. In the end, due there being so many spirit mountains, and them desperately fleeing, they lost each other. The Divine Realm expert that Emochi Shiyuan sent to protect Fu Zilin was also separated amongst the chaos. Now it was only him left. The Guma tribe saw him as a thorn in their side and had people sent to kill him. He was also unlucky in that he escaped to the wrong direction and became squished between the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Guma tribe. The dark blue shirt was completely soaked with blood. Fu Zilin had a gash on his forehead and the blood had dripped across half of his face. He was extremely pale, as even with his much stronger levels, he wasn't able to fight off against 6 opponents at the same time. If there wasn't a miracle, he was probably going to die here. As he thought about it, his heart sunk. Just when he knew his little shitty was also in the Peach Blossom ruins, and just as they were about to meet, how could he die here? Fu Zilin, if you are going to blame someone, blame yourself for following the wrong person. The people of the Guma tribe let out a complacent and arrogant smile. If they killed him, they would get a hefty reward from the tribe leader. They were excited just thinking about it. Since there was very little mages in the Guma tribe, they were given very little magic pills. With that, they raised their weapons. Fu Zilin clenched his fist. Just then, a voice of surprise came from the sky. Second Xixiang? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617 Help. Chapter 617 Help. Translated by Yan of Exile Rebels Scanlations. When they heard this voice, everyone subconsciously looked over, only to see a flash of light that was originally preparing to fly over their heads suddenly turn around and start falling in their direction. The Vermilion Blood Clan and Guma tribe couldn't help but share a glance. They thought that this unexpected person was most likely someone from the opposite side. After all, he had shouted Second Xixiang, and it couldn't be possible that he was so coincidentally calling for Fu Zilin. However, the Guma tribe had heard before that Fu Zilin had a Xixiang. XiaoMo's figure appeared very quickly in front of everyone else. Only then did they discover that this was a youth who looked very young. He wasn't tall, and his skin was very pale, but it wasn't that kind of deathly pale color. Instead, it was fair and clear with a hint of pink peeking through. With one glance, you could tell that he was very healthy, and that he had been raised very well. After the young man landed, he rapidly ran over to Fu Zilin in front of everyone's eyes. He called with pleasant surprise, Second Xixiang, why are you here? Immediately, everyone was shocked. This was actually Fu Zilin's shitty? The Guma tribe was especially shocked. They had never heard of Fu Zilin and Feng Chunlu having a shitty before. Ever since the two of them demonstrated their tremendous talent in Dongzhou, the Guma tribe investigated them thoroughly, therefore finding out that they came from the middle-level realm and that they basically didn't have any close relatives in Tongtian continent. At the time, they hadn't recognized XiaoMo. After all, not everyone had seen XiaoMo before, especially since every time he appeared, he would disappear for a while after. Fu Zilin was also stunned. He thought that he was dead for sure, and he was just thinking that he wouldn't have a chance to see his little shitty, but then the heavens just sent him to his door. He didn't dare to believe that this was real, and his typically ice-cold, don't get close to me expression showed a bit of astonishment. Little shitty, is it really you? XiaoMo looked at him, before he suddenly had a thought that the man the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping were bent on saving was Second Xixiang. Even though he had accepted the metal-swallowing beast in Tongtian continent, Xiaoping had become his contracted demon beast a long time ago, so it wasn't surprising that he would recognize Fu Zilin. Second Xixiang, it's me. But why are you here? Are you with the Xixiang? Back then, when XiaoMo went back to the Tian Xin sect, he learned from Jia Dajo Xixiang that Second Xixiang and Xixiang went out to travel. He had never imagined that he would see them in Tongtian continent. Since Second Xixiang was here, then wouldn't Xixiang also be here? Fu Zilin coughed. When there's time, I'll tell you the entire story. Right now, it's more important to take care of these people first. Even though he couldn't see what his little shitty's cultivation base was, he had already heard about XiaoMo and Ling Zhao's achievements. Their cultivating speed was something that he and Feng Chunlu couldn't compare to at all, so by now, XiaoMo should be at the rainbow level. Only then did XiaoMo look at the people who were surrounding Second Xixiang, and he discovered with this glance that they were people from the Vermilion Blood Clan and Guma tribe, since their clothing had distinctive elements to it. He involuntarily narrowed his eyes. It just so happened that he was not in a good mood with the Vermilion Blood Clan and Guma Tribe's people right now. I don't care who you are. If you dare to meddle in our affairs, then you're the enemy of the Guma Tribe and Vermilion Blood Clan. You better think carefully. The leader of the Guma Tribe's people said calmly. A bit of killing intent welled up in his eyes quickly, his expression slightly disapproving. They had 6 people on their side, so how could they be afraid of facing one person? Even if it was Fu Zilin's shitty, he couldn't be that strong. After all, it wasn't common to find a shitty whose cultivation was higher than his Xiao's. The Vermilion Blood Clan weren't worried at all when they saw XiaoMo. They felt that something was a little off, and they didn't know if it was their misconception, but they kept getting a feeling as if they had seen this young man somewhere before. But that didn't mean that they had actually seen XiaoMo before. XiaoMo snorted coldly. Who cared about the Vermilion Blood Clan or Guma Tribe? It wasn't as if this was his first time offending them. If they dared to hurt his Xiao, then they shouldn't think about leaving alive. XiaoMo stared at them, his voice mild. Of course I'll think about it carefully. Nobody knows better than I do, however, you all still have to survive first. The leader of the Guma Tribe's people froze for a second before instantly flaring up. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but he didn't expect the young man across from him to suddenly sway and disappear. By the time he recovered, a hand that didn't belong to him suddenly plastered itself onto his chest, and a sense of terrifying danger instantly welled up in his mind. Nobody else reacted in time. When they discovered that something was wrong, their leader was already kneeling on the floor with a hole in his chest, his bright red blood spilling all over the floor. There was a voice telling them to run, but no matter how fast they were, they still weren't faster than their opponent. Not even 5 minutes later, everyone was lying on the floor. With XiaoMo's cultivation base, unless it was a sacred realm expert, anyone under the divine realm level really couldn't possibly be his opponent, much less a bunch of useless men. Fu Zilin also hadn't expected that his little shitty would be this powerful. Even though he knew that XiaoMo was stronger than him and Feng Qianlu just by listening to the rumors, it was still extremely shocking to see him easily kill the people who had forced him into a hopeless situation. Under circumstances that he and Feng Qianlu didn't know about, his little shitty had grown to a level that they could only look up to. XiaoMo didn't look at the corpses on the ground. Compared to Ling Zhao's bloodlust, these few people he killed didn't count for anything much. There was simply no way to compare. Second Xiao, why are you here by yourself? Weren't there 2 demon beasts who saved you before? XiaoMo hadn't forgotten that he came to find those 2 troublemakers. Even though them saving second Xiao made his anger vanish almost completely, but there was still that little portion that he absolutely couldn't just let go of like this. If Xiaoping had recognized second Xiao, he should have told him sooner. Were those 2 demon beasts your contracted demon beasts? Fu Zilin was slightly stunned before he recovered. He had always wondered why those 2 little demon beasts saved him, but when he heard his little shitty mention it now, he instantly understood. XiaoMo nodded. I formed a contract with one of them at Longxiang Continent. I think he must have seen you before. Didn't they save you? Why don't I see them? Fu Zilin nodded too before shaking his head. We were separated halfway through the journey. I don't know where exactly they are right now either. If you're worried about them, then let's go find them now. I don't really have any obstructions, I can go down the mountain by myself. XiaoMo didn't say anything. He took out a magic pill that replenished blood and gave it to him to eat before taking out a half-empty spiritual water bottle. Spiritual water could allow spiritual energy to recover much faster compared to using magic pills. As for the problem of being exposed, it wasn't even an issue at this moment. Fu Zilin didn't reject them. There was no need to be unreasonable at a time like this. After he drank the spiritual water, he felt his soul force quickly recovering, but he didn't show a single trace of surprise. After a while, most of his wounds had already healed. Little shitty, Fu Zilin had just spoken when the sound of fighting suddenly came from in front of them. It was coming closer and closer, as if it was coming towards them, and when he turned his head, he saw his little shitty's expression change. Without a single word, he rushed over. Fu Zilin didn't have a chance to ask why before he also immediately followed. After a short while, they saw the true identities of the people fighting. Those were two extremely strong divine realm experts. They were continuously attacking the ground, breaking apart the mountain rock and creating a large hole, but their opponent's figure couldn't be seen. Before Fu Zilin could be surprised, he saw two golden figures slice through the air and burrow into XiaoMo's embrace almost simultaneously. The two divine realm experts were Yu Qibei and his subordinate Wu Ya. Clearly, they hadn't expected two unwelcome busybodies to appear, and they couldn't help but pause. Unlike the other people, they instantly recognized XiaoMo. It's you? Yu Qibei hadn't expected to encounter one of his targets at this kind of time. He subconsciously looked warily behind him, and he let out a breath of relief when he didn't see Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's strength, only their family head could take him on. But he wasn't relaxed for very long, because XiaoMo's strength right now also wasn't one that he could defeat, or else he wouldn't be standing here. Captain, he's the only one here. Wu Ya's eyes blazed as he stared at XiaoMo. He had also discovered that Ling Xiao wasn't next to him, so he felt that this was a good opportunity. Across from them, XiaoMo ignored both of them. He examined the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping worriedly before letting out a sigh of relief when he didn't find any wounds. Even though typically, they were a little unreliable, fortunately, their ability to run away was still pretty good. He handed them temporarily over to Second Xixiang before actually paying attention to Yu Qibei and Wu Ya. However, he clearly didn't recognize them, even though Yu Qibei was very famous. Are you from the Vermilion Blood Clan? XiaoMo narrowed his eyes, revealing a bit of a dangerous aura. This movement was actually a little like Ling Xiao. Yu Qibei furrowed his brows. Even if we are, so what? It's your bad luck to have run into the two of us today. Will you obediently allow yourself to be captured and come with us, or will we have to act? Wu Ya extremely disliked XiaoMo's tone of voice. He was only one of the Vermilion Blood Clan's unwanted bastards, yet he dared to use this kind of expression when speaking to the two of them. Act? XiaoMo revealed a smirk. I'm afraid you're going to be the ones allowing yourselves to be captured today, but... When he finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. Be careful. Yu Qibei's expression changed, and he quickly pushed Wu Ya away before disappearing as well. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Captured. Chapter 618, Captured. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo was now a grade 4 rainbow level mage. Although he had just advanced less than 3 months ago, his cultivation base was extremely stable after using this period to consolidate his level. Even though Yu Qibei was the leader of 4 battle gods, he was completely no match for XiaoMo as long as he had not advanced to the sacred realm. Regardless of whether Yu Qibei was naturally born with the physique of a crow, he had still been injured. Underneath, Fu Zilin stared at the scene. He had suffered several consecutive blows in the course of this day and was already somewhat overwhelmed. His little shitty was fighting with a 7-star divine realm expert, and it was obvious that he had the upper hand. The man called Crow was already injured when they first met and finally had no choice but to retreat from the battle ring. The metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping saw this scene. The eyes of the two beasts met without anyone noticing. Then, they suddenly rushed out of Fu Zilin's arms. Fu Zilin thought they were going to enter the battle ring and assumed that they would only cause trouble to his little shitty if they went over. He was about to call them back when he saw them stealthily running towards that man called Crow. Crow did not look heavily injured, but his internal injuries were quite serious. XiaoMo's style was quite different from Ling Xiao's. He was not used to witnessing excessively bloody events, so he chose to directly disrupt the other party's meridians. When the meridians were injured, that party's combat effectiveness would drop dramatically. At present, the strength of Crow was only 1/10 of that in his heyday, and he was totally no match for the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping. The metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping had this exact idea. He had chased them to the ends of the earth by all means in the past. Now, how could they let go of such a good opportunity to retaliate? Crow did not discover the approach of the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping at all. All his attention was on XiaoMo and Bei, who were fighting in the sky. He was looking very anxious, because he could also see that Bei was not XiaoMo's opponent. If they let it go on like this, they would probably lose. Crow hesitated. He wanted to go look for reinforcements, as only the family head could deal with XiaoMo. But leaving Leader here alone would worsen Leader's situation. People were selfish, and he was the same too. However, Bei's status was different. Ever since Yuan Tai's death, Leader had become a major pillar of the Vermilion Blood Clan. The loss to the Vermilion Blood Clan would be great should he die. In the event that it was known that he left Leader here alone, his name would be blackened, even if it was for the sake of getting reinforcements. Nevertheless, they would not be able to survive if they did not find any reinforcements. Crow was in an unsettled state of mind, and had not been able to make up his mind. In actual fact, he hoped that Leader would give him the order to go get reinforcements. But before he could come up with a conclusion, someone had already helped him make a decision. Crow, whose strength had greatly declined, naturally did not overlook XiaoMo's two-contracted demon beast in Fuzilan, but the concealment technique of the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping was too superior. He had only directed some degree of attention to Fuzilan, so he did not notice the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping that had sneaked behind him. After a while, Crow's body suddenly froze. Then, he looked down at his chest. Like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, a spurt of blood gushed out from the position where his heart was. Then a golden shadow drilled out from the wound. This was the golden-winged insect he had hunted down before. Though had clearly sensed their approaching aura, Crow had no idea where the other party had emerged from. Eventually, he fell to the ground and died with a remaining grievance. As an ambitious man, he was full of reluctance to be cut off in his prime, because he had been expecting to take over the position of the leader one day. Crow's death did not escape the eyes of Bei. His whole face suddenly turned black. Crow was ambitious, but he was also his trusted subordinate. Otherwise, Bei would not bring him along intentionally. One must know that not everyone could enter the Peach Blossom Ruins. Even for the Vermilion Blood Clan, the quota allocated to them was quite small. With Crow dead, he lost a powerful subordinate. XiaoMo saw that Bei wanted to rush over and was one step ahead as he blocked Bei's way. You might as well worry about yourself first if you have time to worry about others. Bei quickly drew away from him. With chillingly cold eyes, he rebutted, "Don't speak too early. Do you think you can leave the Spirit Mountains safely even if you are stronger than me? Let me tell you, this is impossible." XiaoMo frowned. He did not believe that Bei was putting up a last-ditch struggle, as he appeared quite confident based off the look in his eyes. Don't tell him that Bei really had a hidden move? It was not long before he knew why Bei was not worried about his safety. This was because Yu Zhentian had arrived. Bei had a high status in the Vermilion Blood Clan. Although he was ordered to beat his eldest son by the family head, the truth was that he obeyed only the orders of the family head with regards to many things. It was impossible for such a person like him not to have a method to contact Yu Zhentian. When he first found that his level was quite far off from XiaoMo, Bei developed countermeasures and secretly notified the family head ahead of time in a special way. It was just that he did not expect Crow to die. Even though the loss to his battle squadron was not big enough to affect the overall strength of the team, the impact was also not small, as it was difficult to nurture Divine Realm experts after all. Moreover, Crow was a 4-star expert, and with a little more nurturing, it would not be long before there would be another 7-star expert. An all-powerful pressure spread rapidly through the air, just like the last time Yu Zhentian was hunting them down. The aura of a sacred realm expert was extremely terrifying and came with the sudden suppression of one's strength. The fighting power of a person facing this would be reduced once they lost their confidence. XiaoMo could feel some blockages of the soul power in his body before Yu Zhentian had even neared. One could see how terrifying Yu Zhentian was for him to be affected to this sort of extent. He had witnessed this the last time too. Ling Zhao's most powerful attack only hurt him a little. Although his current strength was also not on par with his strength at that time, it was still like a small sorcerer in the presence of a great one for him to fight Yu Zhentian. XiaoMo did not dare to remain here any longer. To his surprise, Yu Qibei did not stop him, but looked on unfeelingly as he left. Maybe it was because he was convinced that XiaoMo could not escape the pursuit of Yu Zhentian. Yu Zhentian had not changed his obsession of wanting to catch XiaoMo and drag him back. They had escaped the last time, and he could not find a single trace of them no matter how he looked afterwards. This time, he would absolutely not let this opportunity slip by, otherwise, it would be difficult for him to find them again if they went into hiding. XiaoMo speedily picked up the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping and threw them into his dimension without saying a word. As for Fu Zilin, he also did not hesitate to put him into his dimension. He believed that his second Xixian would not spill the beans even if he knew his secret. If Fu Zilin had some ideas which he should not have, their camaraderie between fellow disciples would have to come to an end. However, he still believed in the character of his second Xixian. After doing all this, XiaoMo immediately flew in the direction of where Ling Xiao was in secluded cultivation. Today was the last day and Ling Xiao should have already come out of seclusion, otherwise it would be very dangerous to be transported away when he was still in the midst of cultivation. XiaoMo believed that Ling Xiao had a sense of propriety. You can't escape. If you allow yourself to be seized without putting up a fight, I can give you preferential treatment. Just before he had escaped 2 kilometers away, Yu Zhentian's voice, which seemed to have been magnified several hundred times, suddenly came from behind him. His oppressive voice seemed to contain a hint of a sound wave attack capable of penetrating through metal. This shocked XiaoMo into a trance and he almost fell out of the air. The delay was enough for Yu Zhentian to catch up. Yu Zhentian's familiar figure was approaching nearer and nearer, and he was accompanied by a huge fist which had taken a physical form. The fist rapidly shot over from behind Yu Zhentian, and even the very space was pressured until it deformed. That feeling of being locked in made XiaoMo's blood freeze. XiaoMo did not hesitate to form the Su seal, which was the second most powerful secret technique within the Sumera seal. It was not difficult for him to form the Su seal with his current cultivation, and the power had also risen with the increase in his cultivation. It was just that the soul power requirements for the Su seal were very high and it took away 70% of his soul power all at once. XiaoMo did not remain to see the result after sending out the Su seal, instead he continued to flee for his life. The rumbling sound was loud enough to shake heaven and earth. The power of Su seal was definitely great, but it was only enough to block a causal blow from Yu Zhentian. From this, one could see how huge the gap between their strength was. XiaoMo was almost thrown out of the sky by the huge blast of air behind him. It was fortunate that he had immediately reacted and even borrowed the force of the blast to speed up and fly several thousand meters in an instant. Even he could not help giving himself an exclamation of admiration for his actions. You can't escape. Obediently be taken prisoner. Yu Zhentian's voice suddenly sounded from beside his ear. XiaoMo jumped in fright. He had clearly pulled away from Yu Zhentian, yet when he looked back, Yu Zhentian was less than 500 meters away from him. His imposing face and black eyes stared fixedly at XiaoMo as if he was already the same as an object in his pocket. XiaoMo gaped, but the other party's second move had already arrived. This time, the distance between them was too close. XiaoMo was unable to dodge and could only defend. As a result, his qi and blood surged and he could not refrain from vomiting a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the distance between Yu Jintian and him was only 100 meters, he could not endure it any longer and directly entered his dimension. As he had already disappeared, XiaoMo did not see Yu Jintian's expression of delight instead of the anger that should have crossed his face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619 Stalling. Chapter 619 Stalling. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Yu Jintian's form came to a stop when XiaoMo suddenly disappeared. He stood in place, his mouth curling into a strange smile. In reality, he had never been 100% sure if XiaoMo had successfully activated the pocket dimension or not, because before those old farts passed the dimension down to his younger brother Yu Junqi, no one had managed to activate the dimension since their ancestors in ancient times. The Vermilion Blood Clan's family heads had tried many different methods. He had also tried once when he was younger, before he became family head, but he didn't try in secret, but those old farts had taken his blood in an attempt to activate the dimension. That was also when he knew that the Vermilion Blood Clan had such a treasure. Unfortunately, it did not activate. Back then, the young Yu Jintian didn't care much about the inheritance jewel, because he believed that things that couldn't be used had no value. It was only after Yu Jintian became the family head and was told the core secrets of the Yu family that he realized what sort of existence the inheritance jewel was. It could facilitate the growth of magic herbs, rapidly replenish spiritual energy, mass-refine magic pills. It was a priceless treasure, for sure. How could Yu Jintian not be moved? It was unfortunate that he hadn't ever had the chance to see this inheritance jewel again after finding out its secrets because his younger brother had disappeared with the inheritance jewel. After that, Yu Jintian didn't see Yu Junqi again until tens of thousands of years later. However, Yu Junqi was unable to activate the inheritance jewel either, so he was relieved, even as he worried. At the very least, Yu Junqi wasn't able to use the inheritance jewel, so he didn't have to worry about the others suddenly coming back to steal the position of family head. Yu Jintian strongly believed that there was none that could activate the inheritance jewel. However, his belief had begun to waver since XiaoMo's appearance. Who knows, perhaps he really did manage to activate it. No matter how low the chances were, Yu Jintian was determined to capture XiaoMo, knowing of the benefits the inheritance jewel could bring the Vermilion Blood Clan. As for why he waited until XiaoMo entered the dimension, it was because, if the other didn't enter the dimension, then Yu Jintian would have to try and force him to reveal the dimension. If he accidentally damaged the dimension, then it'd be all for naught. So, if there was a better way, he'd rather stick to it. Thinking of this, Yu Jintian swiftly released his domain, the void domain. Nothing would escape his eyes in his domain. Inside the dimension, XiaoMo appeared in front of Fu Zilin, blood pouring from his mouth, giving the other quite the scare. However, his surprise didn't last long. "Little shitty, are you alright?" Fu Zilin hurriedly ran over to support him and realized that the other had some internal injuries, though luckily they weren't too serious. XiaoMo waved a hand at him, taking out a magic pill and ingesting it. It melted nigh instantly in his mouth and it didn't take a moment before his injuries were mostly healed. Expected, considering that he had ingested a level 11 magic pill. It was rather wasteful to use this sort of magic pill to heal some minor internal injuries. "I'm fine, but our current situation definitely isn't." The moment he entered his dimension, XiaoMo knew that there was no way he'd be able to hide. However, Yu Jintian was a sacred-level practitioner. He couldn't be certain if the other had methods to deal with his dimension. He had to be prepared. Fu Zilin's expression turned solemn. "Little shitty, it's my fault we're in such danger this time. If you find a chance, escape first. There's no need to mind me." "No way. Second Xiang, don't worry. We'll find a way." XiaoMo shook his head. This wasn't the others' fault at all. Yu Tian had been after them for a long time already. Even if it wasn't for today, he'd probably come after them in the future. Plus, he had done everything he could to save the other. There was no way he was sending the other out to die after that. Fu Zilin couldn't help but think of Ling Xiao. He had heard that the two rarely ever separated. Yet this time there was only his little shitty, which was rather puzzling. Little shitty, that person, how come he isn't by your side? He was in secluded cultivation when I came over, but he should be done around now. Awkwardness flashed across XiaoMo's face, but then he recalled that he could contact Ling Xiao through the transmitter stone and hurriedly took it out. Yet, no matter what he tried, there was no response. Rationally speaking, Spirit Mountain wasn't large enough that Ling Xiao would be out of range. Fu Zilin knew the result with a single glance. That was when the dimension abruptly began to quake. XiaoMo's grasp on the transmitter stone slipped and it dropped onto the ground. The tremors were so bad that they would barely stand straight. The only one that could stabilize themselves was Zhaoping. XiaoMo raised his head, panicked, and saw a crack appear in the sky of the dimension. The crack was slowly widening, and tendrils of darkness were slipping inside. If this continued, the dimension would be destroyed. XiaoMo looked over at his second Xixiang in contract demon beasts, then gritted his teeth and left the dimension in front of the three. Fu Zilin, having realized what he was planning, didn't manage to stop him before he disappeared right before his eyes. XiaoMo appeared in place of the dimension after leaving. Since the dimension existed within him, if he entered, then the dimension would become a speck of dust on the wind. If he wasn't inside, then the dimension would be wherever he was. Before XiaoMo could calm himself, a terrifying black light shot straight towards him. In order to force him to come out and not destroy the dimension at the same time, Yu Tian didn't strike a killing blow at him. Thus, it only took him a bit of strength to block the attack. You finally came out. Yu Tian's low voice sounded beside XiaoMo's ear with a hint of barely repressed joy. The dimension was going to be his, finally. Wait! XiaoMo suddenly yelled, looked rather defeated. Originally, Yu Tian could ignore him and deal with him directly, but since he was so confident in himself, or perhaps he wanted to hear what XiaoMo had to say before he died, he stopped. Seeing as you are my nephew, I'll listen to what you have to say. The corner of XiaoMo's mouth twitched. So sorry, but he really didn't want to be that guy's nephew. First, the man stole his cheap dad's position as family head, then he went after his nephew's possessions. He even acted so damn righteous about it. It was a misfortune to have such a disgusting uncle. Calming his expression, XiaoMo slowly said, I believe you really want to know how I managed to activate the Yu family's inheritance jewel, right? Yu Tian's eyes flashed and he intoned coldly, if you tell me everything you know, I can let you live. XiaoMo grinned. Even if I don't say anything, you can't kill me. What makes you so confident? Yu Tian's sharp gaze bore into him, his impressive aura filling the domain as he spoke. Any normal person would have probably already collapsed from terror. XiaoMo seemed completely unaffected and said with triumph, because, if I'm dead, then you'll never be able to activate the dimension. Yu Tian gave a cold chuckle. You think I can't pry the method to activate it from your head? XiaoMo shook his head. What I mean is that even if I tell you the secret to activating it, you still wouldn't be able to because I'm the only one in the Vermilion blood clan that can activate it. I'm not lying to you. Otherwise the Vermilion blood clan wouldn't have spent all these years with no progress on that front. He wasn't at all worried that Yu Tian would go and find the Yu family after knowing the secret. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of lower-level planes in existence. It was practically impossible to find their precise location. Plus, he didn't plan on actually saying the real secret. He knew how to lie. All he had to do was to trick Yu Tian. Yu Tian suddenly barked in laughter. XiaoMo was confused. Was what he said that funny? A hint of mockery appeared in Yu Zhentian's expression, though his tone remained as confident as ever. You think I won't dare touch you if you tell me that? You're as naive as your father. Even if what you said was true, believe it or not, but I have thousands of methods to keep you under my control, to keep you from death, but completely immobile, Fear crept across Yu XiaoMo's face. Of course he believed it. Could he hope for someone who could strike their own brother down to show mercy to their nephew? The answer was of course not. Yu Zhentian had no mood in continuing this useless talk. A hint of danger appeared in his eyes and the energy around him grew violent. The space around Yu XiaoMo began to distort. Yu XiaoMo cursed in his heart and rapidly retreated. However, he was currently inside Yu Zhentian's domain. No matter how far he ran, he'd still be in the other's attack range. Yu Zhentian was confident that he could keep the other alive even if he beat him half to death, so there was no need to control his power. Right now, he just wanted to capture Yu XiaoMo, so he wouldn't show mercy. Suddenly, black spheres of dark energy appeared around Yu XiaoMo. Though he didn't know what this was, he could tell that this strike would be overwhelming in power. If he was hit, he'd be half a step to his grave. Just as Yu XiaoMo began to despair, the domain suddenly began to shake violently. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, The Second Battle. Chapter 620, The Second Battle. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. At first, the vibration in the domain wasn't apparent, but even then, Yu Zhentian was sharp enough to detect it. He paid it no mind in the beginning, as he had absolute confidence in his domain. As long as it wasn't Fu Sangxiong and the likes making a move, there was no one else who could break his domain. In his mind, capturing Yu XiaoMo was of the utmost importance, but it wasn't even a minute before the shaking became even more apparent. Currently they were in an enclosed black dimension, as if trapped in a black sphere. But, as the domain started to shake violently, black shards began to drop from the ceiling. The domain was collapsing. One after another, as if being smashed to pieces by someone with a massive steel hammer, a pounding sound appeared. Yu Zhentian could only stop to stare at the enlarging gap with a darkened expression. The sun shone through, as if it was a spotlight, and coincidentally landed on Yu XiaoMo. Yu XiaoMo's heart started to beat violently. He had a feeling it was Ling Xiao. He was saved. He didn't need to face the disgusting old fox of a man, Yu Zhentian, anymore, as upon seeing his aged face he wanted to puke. Compared with the other amazing people he had seen, this undying old fart was the creme de la creme. The most amazing. As he thought of this, Yu XiaoMo started to sneak away from the black sphere as Yu Zhentian's attention was on the crack, but the moment he moved, Yu Zhentian noticed. Even as his domain was about to collapse, he still hadn't forgotten about Yu XiaoMo. Seeing his little maneuver, Yu Zhentian's serious and cold gaze instantly shifted to him. His eyes were as if they were brewing some gloomy mist, cold and poisonous, as if a venomous snake preparing to strike. A second later, a massive black hand clawed towards Yu XiaoMo. Ling Xiao, come save me. Yu XiaoMo knew instantly that it was bad, so he started jumping around and shouting. He was positive that the one who attacked was Ling Xiao. He didn't know if it was his prayer that got answered, but just as the black hand was above him and about to catch him, the domain broke. Like a broken mirror, the black domain shattered into pieces and rained down. The sky opened and the blinding light quickly took over, replacing the darkness. Reflexively, Yu XiaoMo squinted. With only a sliver of a vision, he saw, although blurred, a backlit figure from behind the crack, as if a god had descended. Yu Zhentian turned abruptly. He wasn't blinded by the surprising light, so he saw clearly the man who broke his domain and let out a cold sneer. If it was Fu Sangxiong, then he would be a bit concerned, but if it was just a defeated opponent, then he had no worries. The black hand attacked again, this time with more aggression. Yu XiaoMo had taken the moment of pause from Yu Zhentian to pull away from the black hand, so seeing that it was moving again, he wasn't as worried. A purple light went at full speed and stopped in front of him. A purple flame, as if a spinning screw, went into the black hand and stopped it in its tracks. As it embedded itself deeply into the hand, in a matter of seconds, it defeated it and the black hand disappeared. Ling Xiao, I knew it, it was you. You think you can be my opponent now? A loser will always be a loser. Yu Zhentian wasn't surprised with the results. He knew at first sight that Ling Xiao's level was higher than before. Even though it didn't show on his face, in his heart appeared a sense of danger. In such a short time, he went up by another star. If he was given a few more years, he might grow to his level. Yu Zhentian's eyes showed his murderous intent. These kinds of people must be killed before they grew. Now, Yu Zhentian was happy that he was only 5 stars, even if it was a star higher, it was still 2 stars lower than him. Before they were transported from the Spirit Mountain, he was going to keep Ling Xiao's corpse here. The purple flame was absorbed into Ling Xiao's body and his handsome face could be seen. In between his brows was a purple flame symbol, the symbol of the Qilin clan. It added a mystical feel to his features. XiaoMo wasn't sure if it was just in his head, but he felt that Ling Xiao was somehow different after this secluded cultivation. There wasn't much difference in appearance, but something felt different, he just didn't know what exactly. XiaoMo looked at his back with caution, a little afraid of greeting him. But as if he hadn't heard anything, Ling Xiao pulled his wife closer in. His slender fingers brushed away the blood on XiaoMo's mouth. It was from when he tried to clean the blood, but he didn't do it completely. Ling Xiao's other hand was on his chest and his deeply rich voice appeared beside his ear. Does it hurt? XiaoMo couldn't tell what he was thinking. At first he wanted to shake his head but then thought about it, and slightly nodded. A bit, and even coughed a few times. Good. Ling Xiao replied lightly, you'll remember it if it hurts, although I don't think you will, XiaoMo. Actually, you didn't need to say that, the first part was already awkward, the second just ruined the mood completely. On the opposite side, Yu Zhentian's face turned sour, they dared ignore him. Just as he was about to go all out, Ling Xiao opened his mouth. His cold, indifferent gaze landed on Yu Zhentian. Where did this undying old fart come from? This ugly and you dare show your face? PFF. XiaoMo, very supportingly, laughed. Suddenly, Yu Zhentian's face was even darker than the night itself. How dare they call him an undying old fart and ugly? The aura around him went into a rampage, as if holding an unrelenting amount of rage. The space around him actually couldn't contain it to the point that it started ripping. These cracks in space wasn't made randomly, as if controlled, they gathered around XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Each looked as if it was a man-devouring mouth ready to consume them at any second. The pinnacle of the Tongtian continent was Sacred Realm 7-star. Unless one reached that level, they wouldn't know how powerful they really were. Take controlling the dimension cracks as an example, to them it was something easy and simple. Wait for me in the dimension. Ling Xiao whispered in XiaoMo's ear and before he could say anything, sent him in. If it was before, or if the opponent wasn't at Yu Zhentian's level, Ling Xiao didn't mind him watching, but just as Yu Zhentian said, there was a huge gap between 5 and 7 stars. He wasn't 100% confident either. All around, flames started to appear beside Ling Xiao, like a brewing storm, the flames came with overwhelming force. It stopped the dimensional cracks from shrinking. The flames fought against the spatial energy that came from the dimensional crack, trying to take control. Yu Zhentian realized that Ling Xiao really had something up his sleeves. Rumor had it that his flames contained a phagocytosis, devouring, force, and that had to be true or else his flames wouldn't last this long against his power. The higher the cultivation level, the bigger the gap between them. But even then, Ling Xiao still wasn't his opponent. No matter how strong his flames were, it couldn't patch up 2 stars worth of difference. Yu Zhentian sneered and then shouted. His hands reached up, palms towards the sky, and suddenly the sky darkened. Above Ling Xiao's head, a massive black and dense mist started to gather. Inside, strange creatures seemed to toss and turn. Anyone who gazed upon it would feel the stares of multiple creatures, sending a shiver down their spine. This was one of Yu Xintian's ultimate moves, the Black Snake's Rampage. Tens upon thousands of black snakes, as if fur, concealed themselves around Ling Xiao, waiting for Yu Xintian's direction to strike the killing blow. Ling Xiao looked up, the spatial energy around him, as if being devoured by the mist monsters. Sounds of chewing could be heard. Any normal person would have fallen on the ground by now, shaking in fear. Today, I'll let you get a taste of my Black Snake's Rampage. You can thank me after your death. Yu Xintian turned his palms upside down and the dimension cracks around Ling Xiao slowly closed, as if they never appeared before. The dimension cracks was actually a move to accompany the Black Snake's Rampage. If it wasn't paired up with a devouring type spatial energy, then it would be much weaker. With it, even Fu Sanxiong would have to be careful. The reason Yu Xintian used this move against Ling Xiao was finish this fight quickly. In a short while, they would be transported out of Spirit Mountain, but the main reason was that he was afraid the commotion would grab the attention of the other forces. If it was his comrades, then it was fine, but if it was Fu Sanxiong, then it would be troublesome. As he finished talking, the monsters in the mist suddenly went into a rampage. Countless piercing roars could be heard from the mist, and then it intentionally pounced onto Ling Xiao. The monsters inside opened their bloody mouths and bit at Ling Xiao. The appalling presence went at it at full force and instantly drowned Ling Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Finish. Chapter 621. Finish. Translated by Yan of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After XiaoMo was sent by Ling Xiao into the dimension, he didn't complain. He was still at least a little self-aware that staying there would only hinder Ling Xiao, but when he thought of Yu Xintian's strength, he couldn't help but worry. He paced around the dimension. He could only hope that Ling Xiao could hang on until the transportation array activated. However, when XiaoMo remembered that he would be of no use to anyone worrying here anyway, he entered his own dimension instead. When Fu Zilin saw him appear, he thought he was seeing things at first. "Little shitty, are you okay?" He was just stewing over how to explain things to Chunlu when XiaoMo suddenly reappeared. XiaoMo scratched his head awkwardly. He showed up. Fu Zilin instantly knew who he was. Besides Ling Xiao, it could be nobody else, or else he most likely wouldn't have appeared safe and sound in the dimension. The only thing was, it seemed like Ling Xiao's strength couldn't compare with Yu Xintian's. Of course XiaoMo knew that, but Ling Xiao was so smart, so he shouldn't be in any danger. What he didn't know was that, although Ling Xiao indeed wouldn't let himself be in any danger, he was also someone who would seek revenge just for an angry look. Since he got hurt last time, he would demand repayment and interest back for it from Yu Xintian's body this time. From Yu Xintian's perspective, the place where Ling Xiao was standing was already swallowed up by the black snake. But inside, where he couldn't see, a wall made up of several hundred transparent glass crystals surrounded Ling Xiao. Each glass crystal was in a hexagonal shape, and it looked very much like the shell of the black tortoise. This was the psychic black turtle's absolute defense. The psychic black turtle's defense was number 1 on Tongtian continent. As one's cultivation base increased, their ability to defend would naturally grow stronger and stronger as well. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation base, even though he couldn't maintain it for very long, it was enough for him to steal a bit of time. Yu Xintian couldn't see any of this, or else he would definitely be very surprised that Ling Xiao could use the psychic black turtle's absolute defense. If that came to be, the truth about the 4 bloodlines in Ling Xiao's body would very likely be exposed, which wouldn't be good for him at all, since there was an ancient legend concerning the 4 ancient beast clans' bloodline. Tens upon thousands of illusory black snakes attacked the absolute defense madly, as if they didn't care about living anymore. Each one seemed like it had gone insane. Ling Xiao sucked in a deep breath. During the past few months he was secluded, he wasn't just nursing his wounds. If he had just been nursing his wounds, he wouldn't have been shut away for 2 to 3 months. He could have recovered within 5 to 6 days. The only reason it took so long was because testing the strength of combining all 4 bloodlines. Last time, he had only managed to hurt Yu Tian because he forcefully combined them all. However, because of that, he had received an internal injury himself. This time, he didn't plan on making the same mistake. So while he was secluded, he had tested endlessly how to balance the 4 different bloodlines. Afterwards, his experiments succeeded, but he could only maintain it for a very short amount of time. The reason it had succeeded last time was most likely because of luck. There was no way 4 different forces that repelled each other could be balanced forever, unless a special trick was used. But sooner or later, there would be a day that kind of trick would collapse, so after that, he started to test how to extend the duration that the 4 different bloodlines balanced. He experimented for another month on this, and if XiaoMo had gone back, he would have seen that the Immortal's Cave was already destroyed by Ling Xiao. 4 different colors, representing the 4 different forces, swirled in Ling Xiao's hand. They didn't disturb each other, and they were slowly condensed between his palms until it shrank into the size of a fist, as if there was a force sucking them in. They didn't scatter like before anymore. At the same time, under the black snake's attack, a crack finally appeared in the transparent wall. The crack spread swiftly, and when it couldn't endure it any longer, the wall immediately split apart as the transparent glass crystals fell like snowflakes. Without a barrier in their way, the black snakes instantly hissed and threw themselves at Ling Xiao. In a moment of life or death, blazing flames erupted with a bang under Ling Xiao's feet, and the purple flames rushed towards the black snakes that were roiling in the thick fog. Sunfire had always been the nemesis of evil spirits. Even though Yu Tian was the Vermilion Blood Clan's head and seemed to be honorable and righteous on the surface, some of the techniques that he cultivated were fairly similar to what the Eagle Guild had done back then. He had to draw support from some evil spirits in order to complete it, so in the end, he had still touched some evil energy. When 2 types of Godfire combined together, their power increased tenfold. After that thick fog had persisted for half an hour, it started to slowly retreat, and the thousands of black snakes screeched shrilly. They were so burnt by the fire that they couldn't even maintain their shape anymore, and in the end, they transformed into black smoke and disappeared without a trace. When Yu Tian saw this scene, his eyes grew cold. He had long since heard that Ling Xiao had 2 types of Godfire. Godfire clearly repelled each other, but Ling Xiao could somehow combine them together. This was something unheard of. At first, he didn't believe it, but now he had no choice but to believe it. There are indeed 2 types, but if you think you can just depend on these 2 kinds of Godfire too, Yu Tian's gaze was contemptuous, but he suddenly halted halfway through his sentence, as if he had been forcibly choked by something. He stared rigidly at the ball of light in Ling Xiao's hand, his expression extremely dark. He hadn't forgotten that it was this trick that led to him being injured last time. By the time Fu Sangxiong and the rest had caught up, they had laughed mockingly at him for a while upon seeing his injured state, and he had lost face in front of everyone else. He had vowed that he would make Ling Xiao meet a tragic end, or else it would be hard to eliminate the hatred in his heart. But it was undeniable that this trick indeed made him feel quite afraid. When one reached his rank, there were already very few things that could injure him, let alone someone who was weaker than him. Yu Tian was always extremely wary of this hand. Do you want to say that I'm not your opponent? Then why don't you get a taste of this? Ling Xiao glanced at him provokingly and lifted the ball of light in his hand high. Although the ball of light was small, it emitted a kind of world-destroying, despairing aura. Its target had long since locked onto Yu Tian. Yu Tian's eyes were so gloomy that it seemed like they were about to turn to ice, as if he wanted to pierce Ling Xiao's body with them. Even up to now, he hadn't forgotten the power of this trick. He didn't dare to underestimate it, and with a flip of his large hand, an enormous black scythe appeared in his hand. The handle of the scythe was made of an iron chain, and one end of the chain was wrapped tightly around his wrist. This was the weapon that had made him famous in his youth. It had been many years since he last used it, because whenever he brought it out, that meant that he looked upon his opponent very highly, or that his opponent's strength made him afraid, even though he didn't want to acknowledge that point. Ling Xiao tapped on the ball of light, and it instantly surged up with a gust of wind before it shot explosively towards Yu Zhentian. The enormous scythe in Yu Zhentian's hand immediately erupted with an intense black glow before it started to buzz and shake, as if it were very anxious. All the spiritual energy nearby started to be violently sucked over by it. The scythe's third technique, stealing the soul. Yu Zhentian shouted loudly, and the scythe in his hand sliced downwards forcefully. Immediately, a terrifying black aura of death burst out, and it was as if night had fallen as it sliced the sky apart into two halves. After a short while, the enormous black curtain collided with the ball of light, which was brimming with destructive power. The two forces attacked each other madly, and the ground quickly cracked apart, as a hurricane-like wind swept through the nearby plants and rocks. Everything within 1,000 meters was completely destroyed in an instant, and the air changed shape with the pressure as crevices appeared one after another, the spatial energy tyrannical. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes before a bottle of spiritual water suddenly appeared in his right hand. He flicked off the cap of the bottle and drank it all where Yu Zhentian couldn't see him. The spiritual energy in his body swiftly recovered, and two different types of flames appeared in his palm in a split second. The flames melded very nicely together. This time, he didn't plan on creating the ball of light. He still couldn't control that kind of extremely destructive ball of light very easily, and the two flames were what he was the most skilled at. He compressed the multicolored ball of fire very tightly until it couldn't be compressed any smaller. Just when the two forces were beginning to disappear, Ling Xiao quickly sent out the ball of fire. The tiny fireball collided with the ball of light, and it melted into it as if it had touched water. This was the move that Ling Xiao had wanted to pull off. Because he knew that it would be hard to inflict serious damage on Yu Zhentian, who was already on guard, depending solely on the four-colored ball of light, unless he could completely and perfectly combine the four different bloodlines, increasing the true strength of the four-colored ball of light. But right now, that was impossible, so that's why he thought of this strategy. Add in two energies anew, temporarily disrupting the balance of the four-colored ball of light. Violent waves swept outwards in all directions, and the black curtain retreated bit by bit under the pressure. As Yu Zhentian watched in shock, the ball of light twisted fiercely before shooting straight towards him. After a moment, a deafening noise exploded like a clap of thunder. The rocks crumbled and collapsed, and the world changed colors. All the people nearby looked in the direction that the sound had come from. Some of the closer ones felt as if there was a rumbling sensation in their ears, before they saw a gigantic pillar of light shoot towards the sky. If somebody said that the people who were fighting and could generate such formidable destructive power weren't Sacred Realm experts, most likely nobody would believe them. The experts from every powerhouse wanted to rush over and take a look. Nobody was slower than each other, but by the time they made it over, they all sucked in a breath of air. Everything within several thousand meters had been razed to the ground, leaving behind a huge hole so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. However, this wasn't what made them the most shocked. Above the hole, they saw someone standing, covered in blood, his expression already warped. They saw him raise both his hands before he roared furiously at the sky, "Ling Xiao, I definitely won't let you get away with this, but if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 622 Poisonous Tongue. Chapter 622 Poisonous Tongue. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The news that Yu Zhentian was defeated at the hands of Ling Xiao for the second time soon spread out with the opening of the transport circle at the Spirit Mountain. This family head of the Vermilion Blood Clan was a top powerhouse in the Tongtian continent who had tasted defeat again and again at the hands of the same person. It made sense if he had underestimated the enemy the first time. After all, there were too many unsolved mysteries about Ling Xiao. However, if the second time led to the same result, the people had no option but to suspect that the problem lay with Yu Zhentian. Nonetheless, everyone still showed due respect to him and did not discuss about this topic in his presence. Although everyone was transported at the same time, the transportation time varied as those near the entrance and exit had a shorter transportation time. The people from the Tsang Alliance were already outside after Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were transported out. Before XiaoMo could find an acquaintance, a white shadow sneaked up from behind him and mounted a sneak attack. XiaoMo was caught off guard and was wrapped in a hug. "Son, Daddy missed you so much." Junqi hugged his son's head in his arms and exerted all his strength as he rubbed against XiaoMo several times. It was said that one day apart seems like 3 years, and it felt like he had been apart for nearly several hundred years. XiaoMo restrained himself till his entire face was red and was close to breathing his last. Eventually, it was still Ling Xiao who had rescued him by pulling XiaoMo from Junqi's embrace to his side. The latter had even looked at the spirit of cooperation of the husbands with hidden bitterness. XiaoMo coughed a few times, and seeing that his family's cheap dad wanted to throw himself at him, he quickly raised his hand to stop Junqi. "Dad, if there's anything, why don't we go back and discuss it? Now is not the time to reminisce, okay?" "Then. All right," Junqi reluctantly replied. Needless to say, the jaws of the group of people who had witnessed this scene had long dropped so far to the ground that they could not be picked up. This was because Junqi's behavior in the past year at the Tsang Alliance was not like what they were presently witnessing. Everyone revered him like a senior, and he also demonstrated the demeanor of a senior very well. Never have they seen this expression of a grievance. This was definitely a case of snow falling in June. It wasn't long before the others came out too. The forces that lost the most disciples were the ones that were waging war on the final day. However, the one with the most severe losses was the Black Spider. More than a dozen men had entered, but only one was left. That person was also the black-robed man who was the sole escapee from the death door. When the black-robed man came out and did not see a single comrade, he knew that they were probably all dead. So he dared not stay any longer, and in the next moment, he had ran till he was out of sight. The losses of the Shueshi tribe were not too big, as Wansha tribe had lent their assistance midway. Emochi Rong and his father were both safe and sound, but this also meant that the Shueshi tribe and Wansha tribe would be tied together for a long time to come after today. The Qilin clan did not manage to take the largest share at the death door. They had increasingly sour looks on their faces as they looked at Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. Apart from one or two who were indifferent, the expressions of the others were extremely ugly as they flung their sleeves and left. The person sent from the Demon Phoenix clan was Jihe. He had heard that Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were also in the Spirit Mountain, so he even took the initiative to look for trouble with them. However, there was no fate between them and he had not encountered them at all. Now that they were out, it was hard for him to make a move with the Tsang Alliance supporting them. Some observant and conscientious people quickly discovered a fact that made them click their tongue and caused them excitement. Apparently, out of the more than a dozen forces present, there were 3 forces aiming for Ling Xiao and XiaoMo. This method of starting a feud was truly extremely rare and unprecedented. In the next moment, the Guma tribe acted as the vanguard and made the first move. Emoma led his men before the Tsang Alliance fraction. His chilly and gloomy gaze fell directly on XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Fu Zhengxiong waved his hands and signaled to his disciples that there was no need to be nervous. He walked out with a smile and said, "I wonder what guidance Chief Mo has for me." Emoma snorted, "I dare not give any guidance. This old man only hopes that Alliance head Fu would not obstruct the Guma tribe from getting revenge on their enemies. This is an old score between them and I. This old man holds the conduct of Alliance head Fu in deep respect, and believes that you should not be the kind of person who will casually interfere in other people's personal matters. Then it'll depend on whether it's true or not. No one had better think of touching them if you're trying to incriminate them with planted evidence." Fu Zhengxiong was not the kind of young man who would become muddled-headed with just a few words. Since Alliance head Fu believes that this old man is trying to incriminate them with planted evidence, you should let them come out and confront me. Ma went with the flow and said. He knew it would be difficult to overcome this hurdle called Fu Sangxiong, but now, all the major forces were present. The Vermilion Blood Clan was their ally, and the Demon Phoenix Clan also had enmity with those two. This was a good time to pick a quarrel. Ling Xiao, who had overheard their conversation, turned around. The corner of his mouth lifted as he lightly smiled. You old fart, why don't you tell us what you're going to confront us over? Ma's expression darkened slightly. You guys killed my 2 daughters. We did not kill your 2 daughters. Ling Xiao gave a calm and composed reply. Because we only killed one, XiaoMo helped to supplement Ling Xiao's words in his heart. You're talking nonsense, Ma indignantly denounced. You're clearly the one who killed them. Ling Xiao shrugged and spread his hands. Where's your evidence? Ma's anger smoldered as he frowned harshly and his malevolent gaze swept back and forth between XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Somebody witnessed you destroying my eldest daughter's looks. Do you dare to deny it? This time, it was XiaoMo's turn to laugh. We admit that we destroyed your eldest daughter's looks. Who asked her speak so rudely to us? Speaking of this, the responsibility for this incident should lie with you. You're their father, yet you brought up 2 daughters who put on airs, treat others in contempt, are arrogant and conceited, and have loose morals. It is said that a child that untaught is better unborn. If you really want to purse this, you should be punishing yourself. Ling Xiao shot him a look of praise and encouragement. XiaoMo accepted it. You're speaking nonsense. Ma's expression was gloomy as he furiously spat. Of course, he knew what the morality and conduct of his 2 daughters were like, but that did not mean that they could be allowed to vilify his 2 daughters in front of him. XiaoMo sighed. Ma, I know that you are just believing in your own lies. If you really don't believe me, you can ask anyone who has interacted with your daughters before. Your daughter's morality and conduct is known to all. Finally, I want to tell you one thing, disfigurement does not equate to killing. Please don't mix up these 2 words, disfigurement and killing. It is not shameful to be uncultured. What's shameful is to pretend to know something when you don't, do you understand? Good. Yu Junqi gave an extremely timely applause and he was so excited that his eyes shone. Son, I couldn't have said it better. Those who are cultured are really different. Dad, one must be modest in life. XiaoMo was embarrassed. A few seconds later, some strains of stifled laughter could be heard. Many people showed an expression where they did not know whether to laugh or not as their shoulders shook from their effort of restraining themselves. Ma was so angry that the muscles on his face trembled as he gasped for breath. A mouthful of old blood was stuck in his throat. He was close to vomiting out blood in rage as he glared at XiaoMo with fire spitting from his eyes. XiaoMo smiled. Ma, there's no need to thank me too much. I'd be happy to give you this lesson at no charge. At that moment, a mocking voice drifted from where the Demon Phoenix clan was. Today has really been an eye-opener. This old fellow has never seen such a shameless person before. To dare to be so bold and confident even after disfiguring someone, do you think that there's no one left in the Guma tribe? XiaoMo looked at the speaker. It turned out to be that old bitch, Ji. He rolled his eyes and smiled at the other party. I'm still completely no match for a certain old bitch who keeps talking nonsense anytime and anywhere. You motherfucker, who are you cursing as an old bitch? Ji was full of rage, and his aura instantly whipped into a hurricane as he charged at XiaoMo. XiaoMo was not foolish enough to meet force with force. He stretched his head out from behind Ling Xiao and laughed. I didn't even name anyone, why on earth are you so agitated? Don't tell me that you think you're the old bitch? You really know yourself, ah? As soon as XiaoMo finished talking, there was another round of laughter. Some lone practitioners dared not laugh, but the other forces were different and did not give Ji the slightest bit of face as they roared with laughter at him. Ji was so full of hate that he was itching to tear XiaoMo's mouth to shreds. Ling Xiao came forward to deal the finishing blow. XiaoMo, don't falsely accuse others about something when there's no evidence. Finally, let me remind you of a sentence. Don't be deceived by others and still count their spirit gems for them. I believe that you are a smart man who will understand the truth behind this matter. With that, Ling Xiao did not say anything anymore. It was unthinkable for XiaoMo to be the chief if he did not have brains. He may not be able to think of it now, but when he returned and went over the sequence of events once more, it was impossible for him not to suspect Xiaoyin. Ling Xiao wouldn't suffer being made into a scapegoat without retribution. In the end, they naturally parted on bad terms. Each of the major forces left one after another. XiaoMo struck up a conversation with the uncle. As the uncle was not going to take part in the competition held by the Tongtian Palace, he promised that he would visit the uncle if there was a chance later. The uncle left soon after. Both the Shuishi tribe and the Wansha tribe were worried that they would be ambushed, so they left together. Before the True Dragon clan left, XiaoMo exchanged contact information with the young Longyu. The representative of the Black Turtle clan also came to talk to XiaoMo before they left. As the story went, the baby turtle did not eat or drink for a period of time after he was separated from XiaoMo, and was neither hostile nor friendly towards the people from the Black Turtle clan. If it were not for the baby turtle recovering from his despondency, they might have considered kidnapping XiaoMo to bring him to the Black Turtle clan. XiaoMo wiped his cold sweat off after hearing this. Then he felt his heart ache for the baby turtle. He had not even grown up before he learned how to go on a hunger strike. If the baby turtle was here, XiaoMo would have first given him a sound beating before talking. Thinking of this, XiaoMo took out a bottle of magic pills and passed them to the representative of the Black Turtle clan. These are some tasty magic pills that I made. Not only can it satisfy one's craving for good food, it is also good for health. Please give it to the baby turtle for me. The representative of the Black Turtle clan accepted it without affectation. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude on the baby turtle's behalf before leaving with his clansmen. Just as XiaoMo was preparing to leave with Ling Xiao, the people from the Beast Transfiguration Guild suddenly came over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Neighbors. Chapter 623, Neighbors. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo had thought that the people from the Beast Transfiguration Guild and Mage Association had left. This time, they had acted very discreetly, and they hadn't been involved in the situation just now. So, no one had paid them any attention. As for the Tiango, they had apparently come, but they stayed low profile and left before XiaoMo could even spot them. The Beast Transfiguration Guild representative wasn't someone XiaoMo recognized. He was an elderly man, old man Shidi, Buyong. The other people were busy preparing for the Tongtian Palace competition, so Zhou Yi and Xiao Wuxing and the others didn't come. Though it was quite a shame, but there was no helping it. Buyong didn't beat around the bush and directly informed them of his intentions. Unsurprisingly, it had something to do with the Tongtian Palace competition. He was more or less here to tell them that XiaoMo was to enter the competition as a student of the Xiao institution. It wasn't a request. Though the Xiao institution was rather lax with its students and didn't restrict their freedom, but it wasn't a place you could just leave as you wished. XiaoMo knew that he couldn't get on the Xiao's institution's blacklist. After all, the Xiao institution had given him a place to stay and grow, and his ID still had some unused points. It would be a shame to waste it. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed. It wasn't like he wasn't going back. Getting a grasp of the situation first was a good idea. Leaving Dongyu, they all returned to the town. Fu Sangxiong was delighted to see that XiaoMo's strength had already reached grade 4. By now, the ingredients required for the samsara pill had been gathered, and just in case, he had gathered 5 complete sets. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't looking good, and 3 sets had been used already. XiaoMo had already handed the samsara pill recipe to Fu Sangxiong. To get the samsara pill refined as soon as possible to heal his youngest disciple, Fu Sanxiong had asked a grade 6 mage of the Tsang Alliance to help. Yet he had failed thrice. The lost pill recipes of ancient times were very different from the pill recipes now. They had very high requirements regarding the mage's soul power, and would reject those that didn't meet the requirements, so it was easy to fail. If there wasn't a large supply of magic herbs to use, then it wouldn't be easy at all to refine a samsara pill. With no other option, Fu Sanxiong could only place all his hopes on XiaoMo and hope that he would become a grade 6 mage soon. XiaoMo wasn't worried about the materials needed. He had already obtained plenty of the seeds of the materials for the samsara pill. There were more than enough for their use, and now all he had to do was improve his strength. Then XiaoMo and Ling Xiao parted ways with the Tsang Alliance in town. They didn't plan on returning to the South Continent. Yu Junqi didn't want to part from his son, so he refused to leave with the Tsang Alliance no matter what. So XiaoMo had no choice but to let him stay. "My dear son, where are we going next?" Yu Junqi fluttered his eyelashes at XiaoMo. XiaoMo looked towards Ling Xiao, seeking his opinion. Ling Xiao rubbed his smooth chin, contemplating for a while. "Xijing, we'll live in Xijing for now." XiaoMo didn't hesitate to agree because he was thinking of Xijing as well. Only Yu Junqi was rather depressed. Xijing was demon beast territory. What were they two humans going there for? Plus, Xijing was a very chaotic place, and there were many ancient mountain ranges and forests. More importantly, they'd have to build a house themselves over there. Before leaving, XiaoMo put his dad into the dimension to keep Fu Zilin company. Before, when the Shishui tribe had left, XiaoMo had asked after his second Xixiang's plans because his eldest Xixiang was still over there. However, his second Xixiang said that he intended to stay with XiaoMo for now, so he just had uncle inform his eldest Xixiang that they were safe. Fu Zilin saw XiaoMo as family. Since they had managed to meet after all this time in the higher plane, there was no way he'd let XiaoMo leave so easily. Otherwise, who knew when they'd see each other again, and his eldest Xixiang would definitely be angry at him if he returned. With teleportation talismans, it didn't take them long to arrive at Xijing. That unique fresh scent welcomed them, calming their hearts, even though Xijing wasn't the most peaceful of places right now. The two didn't dawdle, hurrying back to Ghost Tomb Mountain Range. Ling Xiao planned to stay at Ghost Tomb Mountain Range. Though the Ghost Tomb Mountain Range was a dangerous place, the Tiango were great neighbors and XiaoMo's demon beasts were there right now. Most importantly though, the Xijing was in complete chaos, so it would be hard to find a quiet, undisturbed place, and communicating with the outside world would be hard as well, so the Ghost Tomb Mountain Range was the best place to go. XiaoMo thought that this was just Ling Xiao's excuse. The real reason was because of the comprehensive information network that the Tiango had. They could just ask Tian Dao for anything they wanted to know, meaning that they didn't have to go and gather information themselves. When he asked Ling Xiao, the other gave him a very direct answer: yes. If there were people they could use and they didn't use them, then that was dumb. The newly built White Bone Town was far cleaner than when they had visited last time, and many of the buildings had been reconstructed. Some inns were no longer built from wood anymore either. They had built 2 or 3 floors out of mud, seemingly no longer worried that Tiango's battle-thirsty members would end up fighting here. It was just good that the streets hadn't changed. XiaoMo managed to guide them to the inn they had lived in when they came here before. Unsurprisingly, this inn hadn't been affected by what had happened, but the inn had been completely revamped. Everything old had been replaced with the brand new. The walls, the supporting pillars, the stairs all had a new layer of red paint. Everything looked completely new. "Please, gentlemen, come inside." The person manning the counter immediately came over upon seeing them, his smile attentive but not annoying. XiaoMo asked, "Where's your boss?" "Please wait a moment, the boss is in the kitchen." "I'll get him immediately." The man was only surprised for a moment before he cleared his expression and ran off. The one who owned the inn was called Boss Wang, and he immediately remembered XiaoMo and Ling Xiao upon seeing them because XiaoMo had given him a magic pill that saved his life before. The town had been attacked by demon beasts from the Ghost Tomb Mountain range a while back, and he had survived thanks to that magic pill. Boss Wang arrived in front of the two with delighted surprise. "Aya, it's you two gentlemen, please come in." "There's no need for that, Boss Wang, it's fine, we aren't here to rent a room. Mainly, we were wondering if we could make a deal. Do you remember the 1/4 kilogram of tea you gave us last time? Do you have any more? If you do, we're willing to buy it from you." XiaoMo hurriedly stopped the others' excessive enthusiasm, immediately telling him their intentions in coming here. It was because they had used up all their tea leaves, and Ling Xiao remembered that it was Boss Wang from this inn that had given them the tea last time, so they had come to this inn. Boss Wang was stunned for a moment before snapping back to the present. Especially that last sentence, he was immediately reminded of the level 10 life crystal. This gentleman was very generous, so perhaps he could look forwards to what they had to offer. Boss Wang had them wait and then went to get the 1/4 kilogram of tea leaves he had kept, treasured, in his room. Thinking of how much they seemed to enjoy drinking tea, they might like other kinds of tea leaves, so he took out all the tea leaves he had collected and stashed in the cellar. There were a total of 6 kinds. He returned to the lobby in 15 minutes. Mortal delicacies like tea leaves weren't worth many spirit gems. This time, XiaoMo didn't give him a level 10 life crystal. Seeing that his cultivation level was emperor level, he gave him a level 9 magic pill that would help him improve his cultivation level. Boss Wang naturally didn't dare to ask for the same returns as what he had gotten last time. This one level 9 magic pill was enough to have him delighted into rambling, bowing, thanking the two generous gentlemen profusely. "I'm surprised at Hua Gu's ability. She's managed to turn White Bone Town into her own territory," XiaoMo expressed. He had been talking with Boss Wang just now, and that was where he found out that White Bone Town's changes weren't because the townspeople had realized that they should do something about everything, but because of Hua Gu. Before, Hua Gu had arrived after they left. After arriving, she was taken under Tiandao's wing, and that's where she found out that Tiango was actually spending more spirit gems than they were earning. Then, she thought of White Bone Town. White Bone Town was the only town in the Ghost Tomb Mountain range, which meant that a lot of people would pass through White Bone Town. This was an optimal business opportunity. Hua Gu realized that she could use the town to earn spirit gems. Though it wouldn't be much, it would at least cover the losses Tiango was making. Afterwards, Tiandao felt that Hua Gu's suggestion could work and agreed to it. Thus the older parts of town had been rebuilt, and a tall, thick wall had been built around the town, preventing the demon beasts from the Ghost Tomb Mountain range from attacking the town again. This way, the townspeople had an extra layer of protection, and they agreed to cooperate. Before, XiaoMo had thought that Tiango was rich. After seeing Weeping Ghost Shore, he really thought that they were covering their finances just fine, yet it was all kitsch. After entering the Ghost Tomb Mountain range, XiaoMo took out the map Boss Wang had given him before. Though they planned to become neighbors with Tiango, they didn't plan on becoming next-door neighbors. After looking over the map, they settled on the area behind Cartilage Mountain. Cartilage Mountain was the place Paichio and Co. had been sent to detrain by Ling Gu, but there was a large valley behind it, surrounding the area, making it easy to defend. Originally, he was considering other areas, but because of the natural defenses, anyone who wanted to enter the valley would have to go through Cartilage Mountain. Thus, they chose this area. As for their dwelling, Ling Xiao took out the White Tiger's palace. The palace had recognized him as its owner already, so apart from him, no one could take the palace. In addition, there were natural seals on the outside of the palace, so even if anyone intruded, they'd have to get through the seals first. Seeing this, Yu Junkie's jaw dropped onto the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Buying Books. Chapter 624, Buying Books. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. By the time Tiango got the notice that someone had made their home in the Ghost Tomb mountain range, XiaoMo and the others had pretty much finished their home. The palace was vast and desolate, so XiaoMo took out all of his past furniture and even got some plants for the hallways. Although there were only 4 people living there, once it was carefully furnished, it became full. By the time Tian Dao sent people over, they already settled down. Due to the current climate of Xijing, when they weren't sure if it was friend or foe, Tiango took greater care in their approach. However, as careful as they were still sent rolling down the hill by Ling Xiao. The ones who were sent to investigate were the disciples of Hua Gu, a man called Xiao San, Little 3/Third Wheel, and another called Hua Diao. Since it was easy to remember, they all called them that. Before, Xiao San wasn't even at the Imperial Realm, however, ever since he joined the Weeping Ghost Shore with Hua Gu, he became an Imperial Realm practitioner. However, that was still pretty weak, and traveling in the Ghost Tomb mountain range was as if traveling beside death's door. But that didn't mean he was useless. Tian Dao gave him a magic pill that could hit his scent. With that, if he wasn't stupid, he shouldn't be found. Xiao San was very reliant on the pill. Thus when he was struck by Ling Xiao, his whole expression went blank. XiaoMo even started to wonder if he hit his head and went stupid or something. Why do I think he looks familiar? XiaoMo said as he tilted his head and looked quizzically at Xiao San. He wasn't to blame since it was years ago when they last met, and that was when Xiao San was still a passerby. It was normal that he didn't recognize him. However, just because he couldn't didn't mean Ling Xiao couldn't either. With one look he replied casually, he's probably one of Hua Gu's disciples. XiaoMo made a face of sudden enlightenment and said, "What's your name?" Finally Xiao San came to his senses. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao made a lasting impression on him. If it wasn't for them, the 3 of them would still be a hired thugs, hatchet man, in Xingluo City. Hua Gu wouldn't be regarded highly by Tiango either. Now, they were much stronger than before. "Bo boss, it's you. When did you guys come back?" Stripping away his dumb look, Xiao San said with excitement. "Oh, my real name is Hua Shan, but everyone calls me Xiao San." XiaoMo nodded and asked, "Why are you here?" Xiao San scratched his head in embarrassment. Sir Tian Dao said that some unidentified personnel had appeared in the Ghost Tomb mountain range, so he told us to come check it out. We didn't think it would be you guys. If they knew, they would be very happy. XiaoMo continued, "Then go and report back to Tian Dao. After a few days we'll go find them. Also, Paiqiu and the others are still in the Weeping Ghost Shore, right?" Xiao San knew that Paiqiu was the boss wife's contracted demon beast, so he nodded hurriedly in response. "Some of them, but some of them aren't. If the boss really wants to see them, I can tell Sir Tian Dao to call them back. No need to call them specifically. We're going to be in the Ghost Tomb mountain range, so for the duration of our stay, we can see them at any time." XiaoMo shook his head in rejection. If they were sent away by Tian Dao, then they must have stuff to do. Xiao San only stayed for a short while before he went to report back to Tian Dao and also to tell everyone the good news. XiaoMo paid no mind and poured his heart and soul into the palace instead. Ever since he saw the leisure pavilion of Tian Xiu, he had kept dreaming of his own pill refining room and library. Now that he had a home, he was obviously going to build a leisure pavilion for himself. Both Fu Zilin and Yu Junqi were called over to help. One built the bookshelf and the other, the magic herb shelf. As for Ling Xiao, he was sent off by XiaoMo to buy books, since they needed books for a bookshelf. There weren't many books in Xijing, since not many demon beasts were interested in it. XiaoMo only discovered it after searching around a few major cities, thus he dragged Ling Xiao to Zhongtian. Zhongtian was the most populated place in Tongtian continent, even some of the famous places of the South continent could compare. Other than magic herb shops, there were also bookstores. In reality, Jade Drives could also store a lot of content, and it was both convenient and hassle-free. However, there were always some who liked paperbacks, and most of the mages who had their own bookshelves preferred paperbacks. It hadn't even been a month since the Peach Blossom Ruins incident, but the public opinion had already changed. As long as they kept a low profile, it was unlikely that anyone would notice them. But, ever since Ling Xiao got the upper hand, twice, against Yu Zhentian, there was another person added to the Tongtian continent list of Sacred Realm powerhouses. Also, due to him being 5 stars, his fame and popularity overshadowed everyone else. Almost everyone was talking about him. It was important to note that just a few years back, when people knew of Ling Xiao, he was still a Divine Realm 7-star pinnacle level. But now he suddenly turned into a 5-star Sacred Realm practitioner. There was a lot of cries of disbelief. If it was that easy to advance, there wouldn't be so many people stuck on around the Divine Realm. When the two arrived at the central city, the sun was high up in the sky. They weren't in a hurry to buy books, so they found an inn to rest at first. Currently the talk of the town was no longer the Peach Blossom Ruins incident, nor the match between Yu Zhentian and Ling Xiao. Rather, it was about the upcoming competition. The competition hosted by the Tongtian Palace was different in quality to the one hosted by the Mage Association. The competition was mostly for recruiting talented people, but the Mage Assemblage was a grand meeting geared towards the whole continent. Every time it was a sight to behold. Since they were already there, XiaoMo decided that, after they bought the books, they should go check out the Xiaoyou institution. He was going to gather some information from Jiu Yi and Xiao Wuxing. After resting at the inn for half an hour, the two headed for the largest bookstore in the city, Panglai Bookstore. XiaoMo found it when he was shopping around before. He took a look then and found that it was the richest collection of books he had seen. Even his Shifu's personal library was less than half of the bookstore. Although he was mostly buying for show, he wasn't dumb enough to buy stuff that was completely useless. Magic herb guides, demon beast ancient text, Tongtian continent geography, etc. It all added up to quite a bit. Ling Xiao was acting as a carrier. Just as he was about to be engulfed by books, he finally said something. "Are you done already? You like these books?" XiaoMo rubbed his nose embarrassed. He was just a bit curious. Panglai Bookstore didn't just sell mage books, but also all kinds of interesting stories, like fiction novels, but that's besides the point. The main point was that they also sell all kinds of Playboy, 18 methods to duel cultivate, how to capture your lover, how to take it by force, etc. books. All kinds of weird, but these were also the most popular types of books. The one XiaoMo was holding was called A Horrifying Life, which described the personal experience of a practitioner. He was really curious about the horror stories of this fantasy world. That was the real fantasy. The thing behind him were those Playboy-type books. It wasn't the first time he glanced over. Any men would be a bit interested. After that, they finally went to the front desk to pay. The cashier working there was also shocked, since they really bought a lot of books. With a quick glance, there was at least 500, a whole shelf was emptied. The ones who saw it didn't know if they should laugh or cry at it. The interesting sight caught the attention of a lot of people. "Miss, please calculate the price of these books," XiaoMo said with a smile. He was actually thinking that it wasn't enough. After all, everyone else had thousands of books. His goal wasn't this low. Due to the amount of books, the female cashier wasn't enough, so she called over a few more helpers. Even though the Panglai bookstore had a few 100,000 books, it was their first time with such a big sale. The abacus clattered on as they calculated the cost. Some books were expensive while others were cheap, but none more expensive than a high-level magic pill. XiaoMo's wallet was already feeling strained from the transcendent-level magic herbs he bought, but he could still afford this little amount of books. Finally, after 15 minutes or so, they finally came to a sum. The female cashier added them together, but just as she was about to hand it over to XiaoMo, a voice interjected. "These as well." Ling Xiao placed the 10 or so books in front of the cashier. The latter paused for a moment, but after she saw the cover, her beautiful face was tinted red. XiaoMo tiptoed to take a look and also went red, an even bigger reaction than the cashier. So that's what he was doing when he left. Shunga Playboy, 18 methods to dual cultivate, etc. What is this fucked up feeling? Seeing as the cashier added these to the total with a red face, XiaoMo felt as if his eyes were spitting out fire. He seriously wanted to take them and shove them back onto the shelves. It was not about losing face. It was only that if Ling Xiao read them, the one who was going to suffer was him. At last, XiaoMo could only watch as the 10 books got stuffed into the magic bag. He wondered if they accepted returns? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, 7 Sins Beasts. Chapter 625, 7 Sins Beasts. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebel Scanlations. 500 books cost XiaoMo about 500,000 spirit gems. It was actually pretty expensive, because on average, a single book cost around 1,000 spirit gems. However, in order to preserve these books for a long time, the bookstore had to use unusual materials to make all of the books. Normally, XiaoMo would just complain once about how it was too expensive, but today he was in no mood for that. His entire mind was full of the books that Ling Xiao bought. It completely ruined his mental state. After leaving Penglai bookstore, they didn't go straight to Xiaoyao Institution. In order to select good books, they stayed in the bookstore for 2 to 3 hours. By the time they left, the sky was already dark, and the city was ablaze with lights. XiaoMo randomly found an inn to stay in overnight, because they didn't plan on staying out for very long. At night, Ling Xiao suddenly wanted the 10 pornographic books from him. XiaoMo shrank back on the bed at once with an extreme reaction. He howled, "What do you want to do?" Ling Xiao. Several seconds later, XiaoMo discovered that he had reacted too harshly. When he lifted his head and saw Ling Xiao's darkening eyes, he suddenly really wanted to smack himself. He really was stupid. Wasn't this just giving him an excuse to use force? After weighing the pros and cons, XiaoMo still took out the pornographic books. When they were at the bookstore before, he was only preoccupied with being embarrassed, so he had only seen 2 of the titles of the books. He didn't know what else they bought. The Demonic Husband's Little Lovely Wife? XiaoMo chose a book at random. When he saw the title, he felt unwell immediately. What was up with this kind of heavy romance? Ling Xiao actually liked to read this kind of book? Ling Xiao plucked the book from his grasp extremely calmly. The shop assistant introduced it to me. He said this was one of the very few male-on-male stories in the bookstore. XiaoMo sprayed out a familiar mouthful of blood. He wanted to register a complaint. Someone actually dared to corrupt his man, but didn't they know that his man was already corrupted enough? I feel like it's better if you don't read this kind of book, it'll lower your IQ. As XiaoMo spoke, he wanted to snatch the book back, but Ling Xiao swiftly dodged him. XiaoMo looked helplessly at him. Ling Xiao held the book and shot him a glance. I have to read it first to know whether it's good or not. Or are you saying you've already read it before? He narrowed his eyes. I haven't. XiaoMo answered extremely quickly. Why would I read this kind of book? Ling Xiao nodded cheerfully. That's also true, your IQ has been negative for so long that it can't go any lower, or else it'll go into the hundreds. XiaoMo wanted to bite him to death. However, in the end, Ling Xiao still didn't read that book. He said that he would wait until he had time and read it slowly. In any case, in the future he would always have time to cover up his tracks. Just when XiaoMo let out a sigh of relief, Ling Xiao picked up that 18 Methods to Dual Cultivate book and started flipping through it. As the name implied, 18 methods meant 18 different positions. These were usually illustrated handbooks, with relatively short explanations. However, as long as a man glanced at it once, he could basically understand the fundamental meaning behind the position. XiaoMo fearfully crawled onto the bed to sleep. Along the way, he wrapped himself into a human zongzi using his blanket. Half an hour later, when he didn't see Ling Xiao make any movements, he relaxed. Another half an hour later, the human zongzi was peeled apart. 2 round, pale buns of flesh swayed as his body was arranged into all sorts of extremely difficult positions, his butt continuously swallowing the man's enormous object. XiaoMo laid on the bed, his entire face flushed. He had been done so much that both his legs went soft, and before he fainted, he vowed that he would definitely find an opportunity to throw away all the pornographic books. The second day, when XiaoMo woke up, his throat was still hoarse. Since they did it too excessively last night, the bottom half of his body still felt painfully hot. Ling Xiao wasn't awake yet, and one of his arms was curled around XiaoMo's waist. XiaoMo muttered a sentence before his finger moved slightly and he entered the dimension. When he left it, his body didn't have any more problems, except for a bit of a strange sensation remaining. He had stayed in the dimension for some time, and Ling Xiao had already woken up. He was dressed properly as he sat next to the tea table, and he spun around a jade stone in his hand. When he saw him, he said, "If you're ready, let's go." After that, the two of them left the inn. Zhou Yi and Xiao Wuxing didn't know about them coming back. In addition, they were both currently in secluded cultivation for the competition. As for Wanya and Zhang Lanyu, the former was consolidating her newly advanced realm, while the latter was also in seclusion looking for an opportunity to break through in preparation for the competition. In the end, the only one who had free time was Tian Xin. Tian Xin knew that she couldn't attend the competition, so she decided that she might as well give up on secluded cultivation. Without Xiao Wuxing to watch over her, she had basically gone wild. When she learned that XiaoMo returned, Tian Xin ran energetically over, and when she saw him, she almost threw herself over. Even though she clearly wasn't little anymore, her personality was still that of a careless and impatient young maiden. If there was any change, it was that her strength had grown some more. XiaoMo's breath was knocked out of him when she slammed into his chest. Tian Xin didn't notice. She only complained, "XiaoMo, you're really ungrateful. You actually didn't come back to see this friend of yours for so long." XiaoMo thought, if he had to be hammered by her every single time he came back, he would rather not come back. "Nobody else is here? Why is it only you?" XiaoMo changed the topic. Tian Xin giggled. "They're all in seclusion preparing for the upcoming competition. Right now, there's only me. Did you come to participate in the competition? If you have anything you don't know, you can ask me. Even though I'm not planning on participating, I still know everything." Since Ling Xiao couldn't go up, they left Xiaoyao Institution and found a quiet tea house to chat. Tian Xin rarely found acquaintances during these past few days, and she clearly seemed very happy. She didn't wait for XiaoMo to ask before she started to chatter away. After taking into consideration the mage assemblage, this year Tongtian Palace's competition was more simple than it had been in previous years. Rumor had it that there were only 2 tests. One test was testing the control that mages had over their soul force, while the other test considered willpower and patience. They would have to wait until it was time for the competition to know the details. But it wasn't as if all mages could participate in the competition. Even if some rainbow-level mages met the strength requirement, they might be rejected because they didn't meet some other qualifications. This was a common occurrence. After confirming the information about the competition, XiaoMo didn't linger, and he parted with the reluctant Tian Xin. He and Ling Xiao went back to Xijing after that. There was still a month between now and the competition, so there was still enough time. Right now, his pill room and library were the most important. The moment they stepped inside, his clingy dad told him that someone came to find him the day before, and that they had waited until now. XiaoMo molded over for a bit for guessing who it probably was. If it was his contracted demon beast, his clingy dad wouldn't have phrased it as waiting. Those fellows would definitely find a cozy room for themselves immediately. Since the palace was too large, XiaoMo felt like it took too long to walk to a seat every time he went in, so he converted the side chambers into places to receive guests. The decoration was fairly simple inside, about the same as a private room in an inn, except larger. XiaoMo pushed open the door and walked in. Everyone inside turned around, and he felt like he heard the frantic thumping of several strong and vigorous hearts. After that, he saw a familiar face among the 6 people. Master! Xiao walked over excitedly. Finally, the person they were waiting for had returned. They had already been waiting for this moment for a whole year. Besides the wolf of greed, who had already died a long time ago, all the other 7 sins beasts were here. They had probably heard a lot about XiaoMo from Xiao by now, and the 5 of them didn't look to be on guard after seeing an unfamiliar expert. Instead, they looked appraisingly at them, but when their gazes touched on Ling Xiao, they contained a faint trace of fear. As the family heads, wife, XiaoMo told them all to sit with the appropriate air and demeanor. However, not a single one sat down. They had endured waiting for so long, but when they finally met each other, the 6 brothers were still very anxious. XiaoMo could understand their feelings slightly. He didn't keep them in suspense, and he directly took out the box that contained the Wolf of Greed's life crystal and handed it to them. Xiao took it excitedly. He hadn't opened it yet, but they could already smell the Wolf of Greed's scent. It was indeed the Wolf of Greed's life crystal, and the 6 brothers were so stirred up that their faces turned red. The 4th one looked lazily at his brother's agitated state before glancing at XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's calm and composed appearance. He was the first to break the balanced atmosphere. This life crystal is very important to us. I don't know what requests the 2 of you may have, but as long as it is possible for the 7 sins beasts to accomplish it, we will definitely do it. Everyone else calmed down immediately. That's right. They hadn't said they would give the life crystal to them yet. Since the ancient times, there was no such thing as a free meal. XiaoMo paused. For now, we don't have any yet, but you all don't need to worry about that. We bid on this life crystal for Xiao in the first place. He's my contracted demon beast, so if his brother's life crystal met misfortune, of course I'll help him out. His brother's life crystal met misfortune. What kind of figure of speech was this? Everyone's expression was strange, except for Xiao. He was already used to XiaoMo occasionally saying something weird. He also knew that XiaoMo had always been very generous to him, so he had no qualms about accepting the life crystal. Of course, repayment would be required. After a while, XiaoMo told Xiao to take his brothers and find rooms to stay in on his own. In any case, there were many rooms in the palace, and they wouldn't even have a problem letting several dozen more people stay there. Then he and Ling Xiao went to the library. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Freed Slaves? Chapter 626, Freed Slaves? Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There were many rooms, both big and small, in the palace. Some were as big as a house and a whole family could live inside the room with no problem. The small ones were still twice as big as a thatched cottage in a village, and not a single one of these rooms were empty. XiaoMo chose 2 rooms next to each other as his own pill room and study. For convenience sake, he let Ling Xiao knock down a portion of the wall between the 2 rooms and constructed an arched door in the middle for easy access. He then blocked off the door of the other room so that there was only one entrance in the room. This was to avoid others sneaking inside from the other door when he was not paying attention, though the chances of this occurring were slim. Fu Zilin and Yu Junqi were nearly finished while they were out these few days. Yu Junqi helped his darling son chisel out hundreds of jade cabinets, as there were quite a lot of magic herbs. Each cabinet had 10 compartments, and each compartment was able to hold more than 20 stalks of magic herbs. The materials for these jade cabinets were unexpectedly found and dug up by Yu Junqi during his previous travels, and he had stored these inside his dimension ring. He immediately took them out when he heard that his son wanted to make jade cabinets out of jade. The quality of the jade was a first-rate Xia jade that was glittering and translucent. There were several colors, such as purple, white, blue and so on, and everyone was splendid and magnificent. In order to decorate his son's pill room more beautifully, Yu Junqi specially selected 6 kinds of jade with different colors and evenly chiseled out 20 compartments. Thus, 2 different levels of magic herbs could be stored in each jade cabinet, which was much more convenient. As XiaoMo's requirement for the bookcases were lower than the pill room, Fu Zilin had completed them in less than 2 days. A study had to have the smell of books before it could be called as such. Therefore, XiaoMo did not allow them to make the bookcases out of jade. Instead, he took out the trees he had transplanted from the island in the past. Those trees could also be watered with spiritual water, and the quality was much better than that of the trees on the island. XiaoMo accelerated the maturation of 10 thick and solid trees. Fu Zilin used them to carve more than a dozen bookcases according to the height of the study. Each of the bookcases were extremely huge. XiaoMo took out his books and arranged them according to their different categories. However, he found that the books he bought were only a drop in the bucket and he could not even fill 3 bookcases. Looking at the empty bookcases, he felt them to be an eyesore and really wanted to find a pile of books to stuff inside. He surveyed this situation and decided that he had to continue to buy more. XiaoMo did not want to go to Zhongtian again, so he had to buy it next time he went out. Afterwards, they went to the pill room. The cabinets in the pill room were all set up. The reason why other mages had a pill room was because they did not have a dimension. Although it seemed troublesome, XiaoMo himself was taking pleasure from this even if he had a dimension to store these in. Over the past few years, XiaoMo had stored a lot of magic herbs in his dimension. Low level, middle level and high level were all available. There was a particularly large amount of high-level magic herbs as they were used to refine transcendent-level magic pills, so he had continuously been planting a large number of high-level magic herbs. Ling Xiao wanted to leave, but XiaoMo did not allow him to. Don't joke around. He had managed to get Ling Xiao as a laborer after much difficulty. No matter what happened, he had to properly grasp this chance. How could he let Ling Xiao slip away? Besides, please forgive him for being a little petty. He was tormented so much on the bed that his waist nearly broke. Off the bed, he definitely had to order Ling Xiao around as much as possible. Put these herbs in the 11th compartment of the purple cabinet. XiaoMo picked up a sieve filled with magic herbs and passed it to Ling Xiao while beaming. This was called working in cooperation with a due division of labor. Ling Xiao gave him a profound stare before he took the sieve. Behind him, XiaoMo was grinning so widely that his whole row of teeth could be seen. Seeing this scene from the door, Yu Junqi almost burst into tears of joy. He thought that his son had always been the one enslaved. He did not expect that there was still, he remembered that there was a phrase for this from a particular realm. Oh yes, a time when freed slaves would be singing songs of freedom. It had really been hard. XiaoMo would definitely give Yu Junqi a sound beating at any cost if he heard his thoughts. Slave what slave, it was just too unpleasant to hear. How can you compare your son to a slave? It was dark outside by the time they packed all the magic herbs. XiaoMo stood up and stretched. When he saw Ling Xiao walking over, he ran to him immediately and patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder with a grin. It's really been hard for you today. Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at the smile on his face and soon after, he said profoundly, it's not hard. It's alright as long as you can still smile when the time comes. XiaoMo shivered. This feeling where he was about to suffer a calamity was definitely not an illusion. In the dead of night, the light emitted from the night pearl faintly stretched the shadows of 2 figures till they were long and slanted. The 6th brother of the 7 sins beast seemed to have fallen asleep. His contracted demon beasts had been playing crazily all day and each and every one was snoring deeply in their own room. As for second Xixiang and his cheap dad, it was because of their help that his pill room and study could be completed so quickly. Although it seemed like there were a lot of people, in actual fact, the palace was still cold and lonely as it was too big. Oh yes. XiaoMo suddenly turned around and looked up at Ling Xiao. He walked backwards while asking, "I've heard before that the life crystal of the 7 sin beasts is an extraordinary item and it cannot be used by others. Could it be that it can only be used by the other brothers of the 7 sin beasts?" After all, a life crystal was just a life crystal. Even if he was carrying the life crystal, the wolf of greed would probably not be able to come back. Therefore, he did not understand why they were so agitated. Of course not. Ling Xiao replied, "The 7 sins beasts are a type of demon beasts that are rarer than the 4 ancient beast clans. There can only be one in each world and there will never be a second one unless the body of that demon beast perishes. The newborn beast would not have the memory of its last life, and the gestation of a 7 sins beast will take a long time. However, it would be different with the life crystal. The reason why the life crystal of a 7 sins beast was so special was because it could resurrect the demon beast. Like what Ling Xiao had said, the 7 sins beast was a special type of demon beast. If there was a life crystal left after his death, his brothers would not have to wait for the heaven and earth to naturally gestate a second wolf of greed. Not only would it take a shorter time, but the reborn wolf of greed would have the memory of its previous life. The 7 brothers of the 7 sin beasts had deep affections towards each other. Although the newborn wolf of greed was still their brother, they were more willing to do it this way if they could restore the original wolf of greed. XiaoMo suddenly understood why they were so nervous and worried. If the life crystal was not in his hands, it would be nearly impossible for them to get the life crystal back with so many people in the world. When they finally walked back to their room, XiaoMo paused for a while when he saw the screen. Then he suddenly started yawning heavily. After bustling around all day, I'm dead tired. Go to bed, go to bed. There's still a lot of things to do tomorrow. I'm going to bed early and getting up early. XiaoMo climbed up on a bed in a flash, kicked off his shoes and clambered inside without even taking off his clothes. He fished up the quilt and dove into it before wrapping himself up like a meat dumpling, showing only a downy head. His black and innocent eyes watched Ling Xiao, who was standing beside the bed undressing. Ling Xiao hung his clothes on the shelf, turned to bed, and saw XiaoMo, who had wrapped himself tightly. He laughed softly. "Wife, why are you not taking off your clothes?" Every time Ling Xiao said wife, the next thing he would do would be to take liberties with XiaoMo. XiaoMo blinked his eyes. I think wearing clothes to sleep is also very comfortable, so I don't have to take them off. You should go to bed as soon as possible too. There's still things to do tomorrow. There's no hurry. What we have now is time." Ling Xiao sat in front of him and looked at him like this. "Wife, sleeping in clothes is a bad habit that you must get rid of. If you feel that it's troublesome, your husband can help you take them off." With that, he then reached his evil clutches out towards XiaoMo. "There's no need for that." XiaoMo cried out in horror. Yet, no matter how much he resisted, he was still stripped till he had no skin left as he had been the last time. Perhaps this was his greatest miscalculation. He would have taken it off himself if he had known earlier. Maybe then Ling Xiao would not be able to use it as an excuse. Ling Xiao had recently read a lot of pornographic books, so he was extremely intrigued in matters between the sheets. How could he let XiaoMo off so easily? Ling Xiao pulled him over and thoroughly experimented with everything, taking note of the positions which were pretty good so that he could use them again later. XiaoMo sat on Ling Xiao's lap with his back facing Ling Xiao's chest. His legs were spread open and he was forced to keep Ling Xiao's imposing and formidable masculine symbol inside him. XiaoMo's entire body weight was resting on Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao would be pushed extremely deep into him every time he sat down. The squelching sounds were so loud in the silence of the night that his entire face was red from embarrassment. Although this position did not require him to use his strength, it was basically just allowing Ling Xiao to fiddle with him as he wished. The repercussions appeared the next day. XiaoMo had no choice but to climb into his dimension. The water in the bucket was the same spiritual water he had poured in the last time. He had been repeatedly using this bucket of water to wash his body. As spiritual water had a purification effect, the dirty things would soon disappear after they were poured into the water. Then, the spiritual water would become as clean and transparent as before, as if it had never been used. In the beginning, XiaoMo had some psychological apprehensions, always feeling that the water was dirty and could not be used anymore. His psychological apprehensions became stronger as he felt that he could not keep using the water to water the magic herbs. Later, he became accustomed to it after a period of time. Lanxiao and Paiqiu could be contacted with the transmission stone, but they were sent out by Tian Dao during this period. After all, they were in the territory of others, and with the Tiango facing financial constraints, they had inevitably been ordered about by Tian Dao for a while. XiaoMo wanted to go to the Weeping Ghost Shore to find them, but he had to temporarily shelve this idea away. However, on the same day, he received news from Longyu that he had gotten a batch of life crystals, which were the level 11 life crystals he had mentioned the last time. Longyu asked XiaoMo if he still wanted them, and then they agreed on a time to meet. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Don't Dare to Treat You Too Well. Chapter 627, Don't Dare to Treat You Too Well. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The True Dragon Clan had collected a lot of life crystals. Though there wasn't as many as the amount of magic herbs they had gathered, they had started hoarding these ever since ancient times, and the life crystals were very well preserved. This was also the reason why Longyue could easily sneak out a few high-level life crystals to sell. Even if he got caught, he'd only receive a small punishment. However, this time, it wasn't a private transaction. This time, Longyue was here to trade on behalf of the True Dragon Clan. Longyue had heard that they were at the Ghost Tomb Mountain Range. He was personally very interested in the Ghost Tomb Mountain Range as well, so he suggested that they meet over there. He left that day and arrived at White Bone Town in the evening. XiaoMo personally went to get him. I heard that there's a constant stream of people trying to kill you, so I thought you guys wouldn't be living in such good conditions. Seeing the massive palace between the mountains, gleaming under the sun in its beauty, it took Longyue a few moments to compose himself. Not even their Dragon Island had such beautiful palaces. XiaoMo started laughing and patted his shoulder. You're talking about the Vermilion Blood Clan, right? No matter how far they can reach, it won't extend to Xijing, no? Longyue liked XiaoMo's response very much. Xijing was demon beast territory. Even if it was the Tongtian Palace, they'd have to see if the locals were willing or not if they wanted to settle here. Demon beasts were very proud creatures and didn't enjoy it when humans interfered in their world. The two joked around as they walked like longtime friends. Demon beasts were known for being more straightforward. XiaoMo could see the truth in that. Longyue was rather jealous of XiaoMo. The latter was able to live freely, going anywhere he wanted. It was nothing like how there was always someone watching over him. Especially after a member of the younger generation went missing and was killed, then the clansmen kept an even closer eye on them. Since I don't know how many you want, I brought a total of 10 level 11 life crystals. As Longyue spoke, he placed the boxes with the life crystals onto the table. 1 box per life crystal. XiaoMo was stunned. So many? He remembered when they first met, Longyue only had 2 life crystals and was only willing to sell 1 to him. Now, he brought out 10 at once. Longyue grinned, saying, "This time I took these with permission from the seniors in the clan. Plus, the elders heard that you had saved my life and then gave 10 of them. Don't worry about it, we've got plenty. This time, I can give you all this for free, to repay you for saving my life." XiaoMo hesitantly looked over. "That's too much, this is too big of a gift, and plus, we just so happened to get transported there, which is why we were able to save you." How about you sell them to me instead and just give me a discount? He was very good at taking advantage of people, but he didn't feel good about doing that with the true Dragon Clan, who he was sincerely making friends with. Seeing his determination, Long Yu smiled and agreed, alright then. Level 11 life crystals weren't as valuable as rainbow pills with healing effects. XiaoMo had realized that practitioners tended to prefer pills that healed and helped with advancement, and demon beasts were no different. Thus, he took out the pills he had refined before and swapped 2 per life crystal. Long Yu was surprised and delighted. If they wanted to ask someone from the Mage Association or Beast Transfiguration Guild, then the cost wouldn't just be 10 life crystals. Since mages generally didn't have much of a use for life crystals, they would often ask for other methods of payment. Long Yu felt that XiaoMo was losing out in this transaction and gave him the remaining level 10 life crystals he had as well and exclaimed, I've suddenly realized that you're the one with deep pockets around here. XiaoMo didn't think so though. He said, deep pockets my ass. I'm broke here, I don't even have 1,000,000 spirit gems to my name. I have to find a way to earn spirit gems now. You're different, you don't have to worry about making money to buy anything. You don't understand the life a peasant like me has to live, I have to take care of everything I need myself. Long Yu shrugged. It was true, he didn't understand, but he was actually attracted to it. Oh right, can I stay here temporarily? Don't worry, I don't mean to do anything. It's just that it's rare that I'm ordered to travel, so I don't want to go back until I've had my fill. Afraid that the other would think he had ulterior motives, Long Yu hurriedly explained his intentions. Of course, you can. You can stay for as long as you want. XiaoMo nodded happily. Thank you so much. Long Yu grabbed his hands in excitement. That was when the faint sound of footsteps came from behind them. Turning, they saw Ling Xiao looking over emotionlessly, having stood there for who knows how long. XiaoMo hurriedly pulled his hands back and laughed weakly. How come you're here? I was about to go and find you. Long Yu could sense a strange atmosphere and stayed silent. The corner of Ling Xiao's lips slowly curled. Just now, Lanqiao received word from Paiqiao and the others. They've already returned. You can see them today if you want to. That's great. I'll go over and, XiaoMo thought to himself what a coincidence this was. They returned just as he obtained the life crystals. Wait, Ling Xiao interrupted him. XiaoMo blinked in confusion. What's wrong? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. What are you going to Weeping Ghost Shores for? Are you planning on living there for a few days or something? Just have them come over. XiaoMo looked away guiltily. It was just habit, that's all. Then let them come over. We have plenty of empty rooms. They don't have to live at Weeping Ghost Shores anymore. XiaoMo didn't even need to send them a message. The group arrived by evening. They had been to Cartilage Mountain plenty of times before. They arrived smoothly, but when they saw the palace, their reactions were similar to Long Yu's. Even the usually composed Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. It was too grandiose, to the point of being blinding. His master's taste had them at a loss for words more and more often. However, after finding out that they could pick any room they wanted, they all threw the waiting XiaoMo to the side to go and snatch the room they wanted. Even though there were plenty of rooms, they were in different geographical locations. If they were slow, they might get one in a corner or something. Thus, when they all appeared in front of XiaoMo, some were delighted, others depressed, and some frustrated. XiaoMo was shocked. He thought something had happened, but then Ling Xiao told him the reason and XiaoMo's expression darkened. They dared to put getting rooms over seeing their master? Amazing. XiaoMo suddenly realized that he treated them too well, to the point where they all thought that it was alright to ignore him completely. Do you dare to treat them too well in the future again? Ling Xiao ruffled his wife's hair. His eyes were clearly begging for comfort. XiaoMo shook his head. No. Long Yu. The demon beasts watched this silently, lamenting to themselves and telling themselves that they couldn't forget that Master had boss Ling Xiao beside him in the future. Was it too late to regret? XiaoMo sighed. I just bought 10 life crystals, but now I'm not in the mood to give them away. Then don't. You don't need to worry about them anyways. It's not like they care about you. Ling Xiao added salt to the wound. XiaoMo withered. However, he gave the weasel beast a level 10 and a level 11 life crystal in front of everyone else. This hard-working, beggar's chicken-loving demon beast was his favorite. Originally, the weasel beast didn't need a level 11 life crystal yet, but XiaoMo still gave him it and had him keep it for now. The others immediately became desperate. Their master had 12 contracted demon beasts now, but only 10 level 11 life crystals. That meant that 2 of them would get nothing. XiaoMo suddenly muttered to himself, "Alright, I should leave 1 each for the chicken and the little tortoise." Now 3 of them would miss out. What should they do? Silence fell. The giant rock hardened himself and walked up. He hadn't been with XiaoMo that long, so he didn't dare ignore XiaoMo like the others. It was just that he didn't know this place well, so he could only follow everyone else. Then he realized that they weren't going to find their master, so he came over on his own and got lost for a while. Thus, he arrived here not long before the others. Ling Xiao was the owner of the palace and knew everything that happened inside. After he whispered into XiaoMo's ear, XiaoMo immediately smiled and gave the giant rock a life crystal. The others took another blow. Xiao also received a life crystal. This way, there were only 5 life crystals left out of 10, while there were still 8 of them. The most shameless metal-swallowing beast in Ping Pong Xiao immediately lunged for XiaoMo's legs and acted cute. Then they were thrown off by XiaoMo, who then left, head high. That night, several suspicious figures snuck into XiaoMo's room one after the other. When they entered, their expressions were sour, and when they came out, some bitter and some sweet. However, some of them hadn't been given a level 11 life crystal. Luckily, not all of them had reached level 11. The debacle finally ended. Since the giant rock was powerful and fast, able to flee swiftly when met with a stronger opponent, XiaoMo had him escort his second Xixiang back to Dongzhou and protect him on the way. Fu Zilin had now confirmed that XiaoMo would be staying in the Ghost Tomb mountain range, so he planned to go back to Dongzhou because he was worried about Feng Qinlu being there alone. Plus, their eldest Xixiang was probably desperate for news by now. Though XiaoMo wanted to go to Dongzhou to visit his eldest Xixiang, it wasn't the right time. He planned on going after the Tongtian Palace competition was over. In the afternoon, Fu Zilin left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628 Match Start. Chapter 628 Match Start. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed and the Tongtian Palace competition was starting. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left 2 days early as Tongtian Palace wasn't in the central city. They were also going to meet up with people of the Xiao institution and head there together. If it was just him, before he even got to the Tongtian Palace entrance, he would have been rejected halfway by a screening. Some say that the Tongtian Palace was the most prestigious place of the Tongtian continent. It stood at the peak of the mountains, it overlooked the earth, and it towered over in magnificence. Some described it as a giant, protecting the land beneath its feet. Although it was a bit exaggerated, no one could deny that it existed for a very long time and left an everlasting impression on practitioners. Even if the Tongtian Palace didn't have a belief or faith, some still considers it a holy place. Once XiaoMo and Ling Xiao reached the entrance of the Xiao institution, there were many who had already been waiting outside. Some say that it wasn't nearly as dense as before, but with all of the rainbow-level mages of 10s or so floors of the Giganticus, it was a hefty amount. It was also his first time seeing this many rainbow mages. Ever since he moved to the 90th floor, he almost never stayed there, much less attended the challenger matches. Thus, he had never seen this many people gathered before. XiaoMo thought of his time in the Longxian continent. At that time, those who had a rainbow soul were so few that one could count it with one hand. But here, it was at least in the hundreds. From that, you could tell the history and impact of the Xiao institution as well as the Tongtian Palace. With this many rainbow mages attending the competition, only 3 were allowed to continue, according to what XiaoMo heard. That was very few, about 1 out of 100 chance of passing. However, XiaoMo wasn't interested in the enrollment. He had no interest in entering the Tongtian Palace. Also, he heard when he applied that it was voluntary, so even if he was in the top 3, he could reject the offer, and once he did, the 4th place would replace him, so it was not a big deal. Of course, it was rare for something like this to happen. Most people who attended the competition wished to get in. This year there were a lot of mages from floor 95 and above, who also stayed for more than 10 years in the institution, some even for 50 years. They were filled with experience and powerful themselves, vastly different from the likes of him who just advanced recently. By the time they arrived, Zhou Yi and Xiao Wuxing were already there. When XiaoMo appeared, he saw Tian Xian, who stood behind them, waving fiercely towards him. With that excitement, anyone who didn't know would have thought that she was the one attending the competition. Although she wasn't participating this time, she could watch, since this competition was held where the Tongtian Palace hosted outsiders. Having not seen each other for a year or so, XiaoMo realized that both Zhou Yi and Xiao Wuxing had improved by a lot. Both were at grade 2 mages, except that Zhou Yi looked to be advancing to grade 3 quite soon. The two had also fought a few challenger matches, so they were both on the 95th floor now. Even though they were a lower level than XiaoMo, in the Xiao institution they were already in the top percentile. If not compared with XiaoMo, their cultivating speed was not slow by any means. However, it was going to be difficult for them to get to the top 3. After all, there were more floors above the 95th, and most of those practitioners were instructors of the institution, by name only. They were still in fact students, but most of them wished to enter the Tongtian Palace, but failed in the previous competitions. With those people, others, like Zhou Yi and the newbies, would have a hard time getting into the top 3. The good thing was that neither Zhou Yi nor Xiao Wuxing were interested in entering the Tongtian Palace. That was because one of them was of the Mage Association while the other was from the Beast Transfiguration Guild. Although these places had some association with the Tongtian Palace, it wasn't much, so they were just here to prove themselves. XiaoMo greeted the two of them. As Xiao Wuxing had heard of his situation, as well as Ling Zhao's, he asked a few questions in concern. Due to his personality, Zhou Yi simply nodded and didn't say much. Other than that, there was also Wanya, the gentle and thoughtful girl. XiaoMo discovered that she got prettier during the time they hadn't seen each other. "How come I don't see Zhang Lanyu?" XiaoMo said as he took a look around, only to discover the one who was always beside Wanya gone. The last time he heard Zhang Lanyu was in secluded cultivation, preparing for this competition. Wanya's expression was a bit weird as she said with a sigh, "He didn't advance, so he's a bit down, and because of that, he's not coming." "Oh." XiaoMo exclaimed and thought that it was hard to imagine someone like Zhang Lanyu feeling down. Normally he looked to be energetic, like someone who was more open-minded like Wanya. It wasn't long before the Xiao institution elder appeared. After the normal announcement of the do's and don'ts, they departed, and it didn't take long for them to reach their destination, since it wasn't far. From far, far away, one could see the massive dark red building that stood at the pinnacle of the mountain top. Every brick and stone seemed to be of a darker color scheme, giving off a fearful pressure, as if a god overlooking humans. Maybe in the hearts of practitioners, Tongtian Palace was a place like that. The closer they got, the less sound people made. By the time they stood at the front gate of the Tongtian Palace, everyone had stopped talking altogether. It wasn't that they didn't want to talk. For a lot of people, it was their first time. Seeing something new, especially one that was central to their faith, they were obviously excited. But even just the palace emitted a powerful presence. The shock and awe made them unable to talk. XiaoMo shifted closer to Ling Xiao and whispered in his ear, "It looks very impressive?" He held no beliefs towards the Tongtian palace and saw a lot of sacred realm experts, so the palace's presence had no effect on him. Thus, he wasn't like the others who didn't even dare to talk. But he was curious about the Tongtian palace. Not as pretty as ours. Ling Xiao evaluated. XiaoMo didn't reject it. Their palace was indeed overly extravagant. It didn't take long before the front gates were opened. The creaking sound was like an old clock tower's ring, one that held the sentiments of 1,000 years of decay. Slowly, it opened to the side. Instantly, the situation inside was displayed in front of them. A man in a white cape came out and his hat covered half of his face, leaving only his nose and mouth visible. Although you couldn't see his eyes, everyone had the feeling that he was peering into them. And he saw them clearly from the inside out. After a while, the caped man let them in. The competition was situated in a grand hall specifically used for this. Every time the competition was held here, so some of the older students already wore a serious expression. Every time the content of the competition was different, sometimes it was refining pills, other times it was distilling herbs, and sometimes it was focused on soul power. Most of them didn't have a friend like Tian Xian who was overly curious. Even without XiaoMo asking, Tian Xian told all of this to him. Once they arrived at the spacious grand hall, all of the preparations were finished. Looking at the grand hall, many of the older students tightened their fists. Due to the sudden time change, they weren't prepared mentally, but what was going to happen was going to happen. If they failed again, then they would have to wait till next time. Although there wasn't an age restriction, it was still awkward to participate constantly. Before the time arrived, to relax the mood, most people grouped together to have small talk. Mostly, it was revolved around the topic of competition. Since there was only 2 rounds, the topic was pretty easy to guess. At this point, there was no point in hiding the topic, so Tian Xian, the natural extrovert, instantly told everyone with excitement and gestures. Due to that, a lot of people gathered around her. Although XiaoMo liked to join in on the fun, but he already knew the topic, so there was no point. Thus, he and Ling Xiao, as well as Jiuyi, watched them on the side. Xiao Wuxing smiled helplessly. Every time, if there is Tian Xian, it's always followed with a lively atmosphere. Makes people wonder if she's actually the one participating. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Girls are cuter when they're lively. XiaoMo said. If he didn't die, if he didn't come to this world, then maybe in his previous life he would have been attracted to girls like this. Xiao Wuxing thought about how his cousin Xiao Wuxuan always liked to tease Tian Xian. The reason was probably this, lively and cute, so it made one want to see her angry, which was probably even cuter. He had mocked this weird fetish of Wuxuan's. Just then, a bell toll sounded. It rang 3 times, indicating the start of the competition. Instantly the crowd stopped talking and the grand hall became quiet. With the guidance of the elder, everyone slowly gathered in front. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, The Heavy Metal Rock. Chapter 629, The Heavy Metal Rock. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The person hosting the competition was another white-robed man from Tongtian Palace. From the part of his jaw that was exposed, it seemed that he was an old man. As the competition advanced, he took his hat off. The old man's features were ordinary. Even though every part of his face seemed quite good-looking on its own, when they were all put together, they became extremely mediocre. He was the kind that definitely wouldn't be noticed in a crowd. However, his eyes were very commanding and reflected light, and all of the people that he looked at averted their gazes without exception. The first exam of the competition was testing a mage's ability to control their soul force. In reality, it wasn't this simple. Besides testing their ability to control, they would also be tested on their ability to endure. Please look at the stones in front of you. These stones are not typical stones. Something called heavy metal is mixed inside of these rocks. The bigger the stone is, the more heavy metal is contained inside of it. Your goal is to use your soul force to pick up these rocks and to throw them accurately inside 10 small holes, the old man explained calmly. As the name implied, heavy metal was a kind of extremely heavy metal. It had some resemblance to the principle behind the gravity room, back when XiaoMo was at Dao Xian Academy. It also targeted the soul force, and what this trial would be testing was the mage's ability to endure. Throwing the stones into the 10 small holes would be testing their ability to control. There were small holes and large holes, and each of the corresponding stones also varied in size. However, the competition didn't actually have a rule that said the competitors couldn't pick up a stone even smaller than the hole. Or in other words, if you weren't certain of it, you could pick up a smaller stone. But if you did that, your evaluation in the eyes of the examiners would probably greatly decrease. The top 3 in the competition were determined by their performance in the 2 exams. The first exam compared who could accurately put in the corresponding stones to 10 of the small holes. The ones who scored well would receive the opportunity to place in the top 3, as long as no accidents occurred in the second exam. The old man expressionlessly listed out the rules for everyone, before he continued, "Now I will announce the beginning of the competition." Since the time was pushed forward this year, there were less people participating than in the previous years. The palace was also fairly expansive, so there was more than enough space for over 100 people to compete at the same time without making it seem too crowded. XiaoMo near the back of the middle section. He looked at the black stones resting in the grooves. There were both large and small rocks, each one corresponding to a hole, but there were more small rocks than large ones. Whether a mage could resist picking it up would depend on their willpower. In addition, there was a sensor in each of the 10 small holes. As long as the stone was thrown in, the sensor would be able to tell and would automatically close, so it would be impossible to take it out, because there was only once chance. XiaoMo had guessed that it would be like this. Therefore, he would have to be very cautious each time. He used his soul force to test out the weight of a stone. He picked up a medium-sized one, and the moment he picked it up, he felt his soul grow heavy, as if 3 large bags of rice were pressing down on his shoulders. If the medium-sized one was this heavy, one could well imagine what the heaviest one would be like. He originally wanted to test if he could pick up several stones at the same time, but it seemed like that would be extremely difficult and he would be biting off more than he could chew. XiaoMo first used his soul force to pick up the smallest rock. Its weight barely affected his soul, and he could almost ignore it completely. After that, he moved it right over the small hole. He couldn't directly touch the hole, and moreover, he had to throw it from 20 centimeters above the small hole. This would require patience and accuracy. XiaoMo creatively shaped his soul force into a tube. After comparing and confirming that it wouldn't fall outside of the hole, he released it, and the round stone dropped straight down before landing at the bottom of the small hole with a clatter. Even though Tian Xian said that the second exam would be testing willpower and patience, XiaoMo felt that the first exam had already included that. After finishing testing the first stone, he started to test the second. The second rock was 3 or 4 times heavier than the first. As he advanced, the weights would increase even faster at a speed that was very shocking. It would be more and more difficult as well, and even though the size of the holes increased, making it easier to throw it in, it became very hard to pick up the stone and move it over. Before XiaoMo picked up the 8th stone, he saw that the majority of people already had foreheads covered with sweat. Some of them looked ashen, their faces both ugly and distorted. They were fairly slow, and most of them were only at the 5th or 6th small hole. After that, he paid attention to Jiu Yi and Xiao Wuxing. Their situation was obviously better. Even though their cultivation base was only at grade 2, they had probably trained for this before, so there was only sweat on their faces. Their expressions were as calm and collected as ever. As time passed, and the first exam was about to end, people started to give up. They picked up the smaller stones and threw them into the holes. Compared to failing, they clearly cared more about whether these 10 small holes all had stones in them. Therefore, these people's speeds quickened. XiaoMo sucked in breath through his nose. He still had 3 holes left, and the weight of the 8th stone had already started to make him grit his teeth. After carefully throwing it into the hole, he rested for a short while before advancing to the 9th hole. Nearing the end of the first exam, there already weren't many people left in the arena, but all the ones left were powerful, without exception. The truly perseverate people knew that speed wasn't the most important, and being impatient for results would only increase the rate of failure. This was obvious just by looking at other people. The 9th stone was at least twice as heavy as the 8th. It already couldn't be described as a strain, instead, it was a sort of pressure, so heavy that it made him feel as if his soul almost couldn't breathe. It was just weight and more weight. This was also only the 9th stone. It was hard to imagine what the 10th would be like. XiaoMo drew in a deep breath and focused on centralizing his mind. This actually wasn't much, and it was still within the boundaries of what he could bear. Thinking back to when he was training inside the gravity room, he was being suppressed every single day to the point that he couldn't take a single step forward. Nevertheless, hadn't he still made it out? Right now, the thing that he lacked the least was patience. There were only less than 10 people left at the arena at this point, besides a few older students from Xiao Institution, including Zhou Yi and Xiao Wuxing. They were one behind XiaoMo, still on the 8th hole. He could tell that they were almost at their limits by looking at their foreheads, which were crumpled so tightly together that they could almost catch a mosquito with them. Having endured till now with their level of strength could already be considered pretty good. XiaoMo quickly threw a magic pill which could recover soul force into his mouth. This magic pill was actually a little extravagant, because the magic herbs required to refine this kind of magic pill were extremely uncommon, among which one was called Soul Restoration Herb. Even though the Soul Restoration Herb was only a level 8 magic herb, it was almost extinct. Tongtian Palace didn't have any restrictions on whether someone could eat a magic pill to recover their soul force, so the majority of people had all used a few tricks. If it weren't for him being afraid of being found out, XiaoMo would actually have preferred drinking spiritual water, which would restore his soul force quicker. XiaoMo took half an hour before finally throwing the 9th stone into the hole. After that, he tested out the 10th stone. The weight was no less than that of a mountain, and the sensation of a mountain weighing down on his soul was very unpleasant. It wasn't only him. The other people were also stuck at the 10th stone, and quite a few people looked miserable. Some were even already considering whether or not they should just settle for the second best thing and use the 9th hole stone to pad the 10th hole. It had to be said that this was a good idea. If the majority of people were unable to finish, it wouldn't be impossible to enter the top 3 using this strategy. In addition, there was still the second exam. As if they saw a ray of hope, several people actually did this in the arena. XiaoMo didn't do so. He still wanted to try and test it out. In any case, he didn't have any psychological burdens on him, and there would be no effect on him even if he failed. As for Zhou Yi and Xiao Wuxing's cultivation base was a little worse than Zhou Ye's. Even though they were both at grade 2, Zhou Yi was already at the pinnacle. So after testing out his own limits, Xiao Wuxing also firmly settled for the second best option. On the other hand, Zhou Yi persisted for a while longer, his grave appearance drawn taut, his veins bulging. In the end, Xiao Wuxing couldn't resist saying to him, "Zhou Yi, if you want to see what your limits are, you can completely just wait until the competition is over and get some rocks from your shiffy to test it out slowly at home. Don't forget that there's still the second exam after this. If you injure your soul here, it will affect the second exam." Indeed, testing out one's limits was admittedly something worthy of praise, but you still had to know when to stop. Just like stretching, if one stretched too much, it would definitely affect the body. For the same reason, if it wasn't appropriate, yet you insisted on doing something your body couldn't accomplish, you would very likely hurt your soul. It wasn't as if this kind of thing hadn't happened before in the past. In the end, those people ended up in awful conditions during the second exam, and they couldn't even enter the top 10. Ever since that happened, some examinees had exercised quite a bit of restraint. Of course, there was also a possibility that their willpower wasn't staunch enough, so they had easily been influenced. However, XiaoMo didn't have any apprehensions about this. There were also two very persistent people besides him. One had a grade 4 cultivation base, while the other had a grade 5. They were both well-known teachers at Xiao Institution, and the reason they hadn't formally become Xiao Institution's elders was because they wanted to enter Tongtian Palace. XiaoMo withdrew his assessing gaze, and his eyes landed on the large stone on the ground. It was about the size of a soccer ball, but it was as heavy as a large mountain. He thought, after the competition ends, could I take a few back? In a moment of carelessness, his mind wandered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 630, The Second Exam. Chapter 630, The Second Exam. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the end, there were only 3 people left. One of them was XiaoMo, the other 2 were rainbow-level mages who had persisted on till the 10th hole. There were also strong competitors who were in the top 3. There was originally another person, but he had chose to use the stone from the 9th hole to fill the 10th hole. As a result, XiaoMo's figure was particularly prominent. More and more people had been paying attention to this dark horse ever since more than half of the time allocated had passed. The crowd of onlookers began to whisper wow that they saw that he was the same as the other 2. Most people still recognized XiaoMo. Though it was because of his relationship with Ling Xiao in the beginning, since Ling Xiao was very well known in the Tongtian continent. As a sacred realm expert, he was an existence that many wanted to curry favor with. Therefore, after knowing that XiaoMo was his partner, there were even more people, especially women and a small number of men, who were envious of him. However, to those from the Xiao Institution, he did not need to serve as a foil to Ling Xiao. Everyone knew that he was also an extremely dazzling existence even without Ling Xiao. It was just that more than half of his radiance was covered up when he was compared with Ling Xiao. XiaoMo did not know what other people thought of him. He found that time was running out, yet the 10th stone still had not been placed into the hole. There was no shortcut for this exam and it was impossible to use any tricks. He could only rely on his own willpower, so he felt that this examination was actually about willpower. XiaoMo took a deep breath. Instead of enveloping the stone directly with his soul power, he pushed the round stone forward with the power of his soul, rolling it first to the edge of the 10th hole before enveloping the stone with his soul force to lift it up. This method was more efficient in terms of the consumption of soul force, and it just so happened that the Tongtian Palace did not stipulate that this could not be done. The old man who presided over the exam had said that no matter what method was used, they would pass as long as they could throw the stones into the small holes within the time limit. Even so, one still had to lift the stone. The Tongtian Palace probably guessed the method used by XiaoMo, so they set a requirement that the stone had to be thrown down into the hole from a distance of 20 centimeters. What happened next would depend on their strength. That grade 5 mage obviously had the advantage. His stone had been raised to the height of 15 centimeters and he just had to put in a little more effort before he could pass. XiaoMo sat cross-legged on the ground as he strained himself till his whole face was red. His skin was already very tender and white, and he had tensed himself so much that his blue veins appeared. Those watching him unconsciously held their breath, as if the one sitting there at this moment was themselves. The height of the stone gradually rose. After an unknown period of time, the onlookers suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Despite XiaoMo being 1 grade lower than the grade 5 mage, he had almost caught up with that mage, and there was a difference of less than 2 centimeters between the heights of their stones. Probably because he had heard the discussion around him, the grade 5 mage suddenly put on a burst of strength and immediately attracted everyone's attention. In the next moment, everyone heard a thump. Looking in the direction of the sound, they found that XiaoMo's stone had fallen into the 10th hole. The people who did not pay attention to XiaoMo for a while were baffled. They did not know what had happened. Could it be that XiaoMo had accidentally dropped it? One must know that just a moment ago, the height of XiaoMo's stone was several centimeters lower than the grade 5 mage's. The distance seemed to have increased again, especially when the mage had put on a burst of strength. At this point, the increase of every centimeter was awfully arduous, and it was impossible to have lifted it in one go. Therefore, most subconsciously thought that XiaoMo had failed. XiaoMo's whole body was soaked with sweat, and he did not even want to move a single finger. His soul seemed to be pressed down by a mountain, and it was as if he was being pulled in 2 directions if he still had to move. He was almost falling apart. Just at this moment, a pair of black boots appeared in front of him. XiaoMo raised his eyelids and found it was Ling Xiao. But before he could speak, the latter had bent down and carried him up in front of so many people. He had originally thought that Ling Xiao would just act as his support. In the end, he had carried XiaoMo, and it was even a princess carry. XiaoMo did not mind if it was done in private, but to do this under the light of day and with so many people around, it was practically so humiliating that he could die. XiaoMo buried his head in Ling Xiao's chest. He had simply chosen to escape from reality. The end of the trial had soon arrived, and the other 2 had also finished. Afterwards, it was time to grade the performance of everyone in the first exam. However, the results would not be announced until the end of the second exam, and only the names of the top 3 would be announced. The names of those who did not get a rank would not be announced. After the end of the first exam, the participants had an hour to rest before they would proceed with the second exam. The details of the exam would be announced at that time. XiaoMo thought that the second exam might be different from what Xian had said, because if they really wanted to test their willpower and patience, the first exam was enough to satisfy those 2 criteria. Therefore, he really wanted to know what the Tongtian Palace had up their sleeve. Congratulations! Xiao Wuxing walked over while beaming, and following behind him were Jiu Yi and the rest. XiaoMo knew what he meant and smiled. Thank you. Although most of the people did not see what he had done at that time, it did not mean that Xiao Wuxing and the rest did not witness it. At that time, XiaoMo was about 3 centimeters away from reaching the height of 20 centimeters. He made a bold gamble and used the strength he had reserved to suddenly lift the stone by 3 centimeters before he threw it down. At that time, the sound was caused by the wrong positioning of the stone. Fortunately, his gamble pulled through, and the stone had finally dropped in even after a dangerous shot. That had really been a perilous move. 1 hour was neither a short nor long time. XiaoMo did not dare to drink spiritual water, thus he could only take magic pills. In the terms of the 21st century, he was drug abusing. At this time, Xian moved closer and whispered, "XiaoMo, what kind of magic pill are you eating? It looks delicious. A energy restoration pill, do you want one?" XiaoMo gave her one in passing. Level 8 magic pills were no problem for the current him at all. Xian held the magic pill with a somewhat lifeless expression. XiaoMo had always been eating this type of magic pill, it was just too extravagant. Thinking of this, she asked again, "Do you have the soul restoration pill then?" What the soul restoration pill repaired was the soul, but the life force herb that was a main herb for refining it was also difficult to find, so this kind of magic pill was quite rare. Since she saw XiaoMo take out an energy restoration pill, she casually asked a question about the soul restoration pill. Needless to say, XiaoMo really had a bottle of soul restoration pills. There were quite a lot of life force herbs stored in his dimension, which he had refined when he was bored in the past. Besides those that had been eaten by Ling Xiao, he had kept the rest in his dimension since he did not use them. Nowadays, the profit from selling dozens of soul-restoring pills was not even more than the profit from the sale of one rainbow pill. Thus, the soul-restoring pill was of low value to him. XiaoMo gave Tian Xin 5 pills, it's all for you. My good brother. Tian Xin excitedly raised her hand to slap XiaoMo's shoulder. The latter was startled. Wouldn't he vomit blood if she really hit him? It was still Ling Xiao who was more awesome when he was in imminent peril. He directly fished XiaoMo up into his lap. Tian Xin's hand immediately met empty air, but she did not care and ran away with the pill in hand. After XiaoMo's heart had calmed, he realized his current situation. What the it was just too embarrassing. 1 hour passed in a flash. That white-robed old man reappeared again. This time, the venue of the exam was not in the public eye, but inside a stone chamber. Each participant was to enter one stone chamber and the second exam would start immediately after they entered. The old man let them choose the stone chamber by themselves and then he let them enter at the same time after everyone was standing outside the chamber they had chosen. He did not even explain the details of the exam before letting them enter. XiaoMo was full of doubts. He looked back at Ling Xiao and gave him a look of reassurance before entering. The pitch-black door was like a black hole and he could not see anything inside even when he was standing at the door. However, when he walked in, the scene that met his eyes was not a stone chamber like he had imagined, but a grassland as far as the eye could see. Under his feet was grass that had vigorous and tenacious vitality. The breeze blew gently on his cheeks and a refreshing feeling traveled from the soles of his feet to his heart. This feeling was definitely real, and did not seem like an illusion at all. XiaoMo did not dare to be careless. Even if the sensation was real, he also believed that there was definitely something that could simulate the feeling and make it difficult to distinguish true from false, so he still felt that this was an illusion. XiaoMo quickly crossed the grassland and arrived at a desert world that was full of quicksand. The sun in the sky was scorching and the sand under his feet was so hot that it was emitting heat waves. He did not dare be careless and used his soul power to envelope his whole body. Sure enough, it was much cooler. After that, he walked forward. The desert was much bigger than the grassland. He had thought he would cross it in no time like the grassland, but he met a group of camels crossing the desert. Each camel was led by a person and there were 1 or 2 people sitting on it who were mostly women and children. Not only was XiaoMo looking at them, they were also looking at XiaoMo. Hey, look, there's a yellow man here. A dark-skinned man immediately called his comrade over as soon as he saw XiaoMo, his tone carrying some of his surprise. A lifeless look had long been on XiaoMo's face. He just did not mishear it just now, right? This person was speaking in a language that he did not understand, but it seemed a little similar to Egyptian based off the language type. That was a language from Earth. Could it be that he had crossed realms again? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631 Strange Situation. Chapter 631 Strange Situation. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo didn't know why he was here, but now he could finally confirm that this was an illusory world. Otherwise, how could he take one step and end up in another world? Knowing that he couldn't understand them, the dark-skinned man still pulled him over enthusiastically, saying a long string of words to his companions that XiaoMo couldn't understand. However, XiaoMo could tell that they didn't mean any harm. Then, XiaoMo left with their group. Not long later, XiaoMo realized that he had gotten things wrong. This wasn't Egypt, it was just that their language was similar. They weren't black people either, just very, very tan from walking in the desert for prolonged periods of time. These people weren't normal mortals. XiaoMo could sense a very slight pulse of energy from them, something only practitioners had. However, their cultivation base hadn't even reached the lowest level of man yet. Their group walked on and on through the desert. During this time, there wasn't even a hint of another person or any greenery whatsoever. They had stopped to rest once and rehydrate themselves before continuing in the same direction. They didn't offer XiaoMo any water, but he didn't ask for any either. He had thought that they would manage to walk out of the desert just like that, but then a group of sand bandits jumped out at them. It was a very sudden attack, and XiaoMo didn't even know where they had come from. Was it possible that he simply didn't notice? Obviously not, what with his cultivation base. The sand bandits were a group of men on camels, swords in hand. Due to staying in the desert for prolonged periods of time, they were also extremely tan, but their eyes were bright, greedily staring at the group, approaching with malicious smiles. The men of the group seemed to be on guard against these people, and they all drew clubs from under the camels, running up to meet the bandits. The women and children huddled together in fear, trembling. Then the first person fell, bleeding out. XiaoMo began to become suspicious. This was an illusion, right? But then, when the second, then third person fell, he couldn't stay idle any longer. Who cares if it was an illusion? Thus, he acted. The scary and powerful bandits were dealt with almost instantly by XiaoMo. XiaoMo didn't kill them, but he incapacitated their cultivation and movement. This scene had all the men and women's eyes wide, expressions incredulous. Then, when they looked at XiaoMo, their expressions were no longer friendly, but fearful and even somewhat hateful. There was only fear, no gratitude at being saved. XiaoMo, originally wanting to try and communicate with them, was stunned. What sort of reaction was this? He had saved them, after all. Was there a need to look at him that way? XiaoMo didn't take it to heart. They were just mirages anyways. Soon enough though, he experienced constant ostracization. It was clear that they were trying to anger him, like they were testing the degree of his patience. So XiaoMo decided against following them. It didn't take him long to walk out of the desert alone, and what appeared in front of him was a swath of magnificent buildings, stretching out seemingly forever. This illusion really was quite the hard worker, even creating cities for him. But how was he to leave? When he walked into the city, he was practically smacked in the face by the dense ambient spiritual energy. He had noticed a while ago that the spiritual energy in this illusion was particularly dense, but the people of the desert didn't seem to know how to use it, so their cultivation levels were incredibly low. A year later, XiaoMo appeared in a dirty little alleyway. He was wearing the same attire as the locals, large swaths of fabric wrapped around him, like a mummy. Any normal person would have probably developed hateful, antisocial thoughts about taking revenge on society and the world at large after all he had been through. After he had entered the city, everything seemed to pass like he was in a fantasy world. The people he had saved in the desert seemed to have reported him to the city's leader. That day, barely within an hour of settling down in a local tavern, he had been surrounded. Originally, he had wanted to teach them a lesson, but then he suddenly realized that there was someone with an even higher cultivation base than he in this world, sticking to the shadows and sabotaging him. He didn't know who it was, but the other seemed to be able to accurately predict where he was and where he would go. Within half an hour of arriving in a new place, a bunch of heavily armed people would come running, trying to catch him, forcing him to constantly have to flee and find a new place to stay. Generally, he wouldn't be able to stay in one place for over half an hour before having to move. Was this really an illusionary world? Heaven sake, he was going crazy, but XiaoMo noticed that this world didn't seem to have any inconsistencies, which meant that he couldn't break the illusion, so he might be trapped in the illusion forever. Normally, illusions would be a trial of emotions, temptations, and inner demons. At first, that was what he had thought this was, but then he realized that there was too little that was wrong with this world. It was just like a real world, and he had really been forced to his limit. XiaoMo wondered to himself despairingly, when will this end? That was when the black shadow that was hiding under his feet, waiting for an opportunity, took his absent-mindedness as a chance to enter his body. In the next moment, it appeared in his mind. Ha ha ha. I've finally gotten a chance. I've been waiting a year for this moment, and now it's finally come. Ha! It seems that my luck isn't bad, a rainbow grade 4 mage. What a prize! The sharp, excited voice that erupted in his head in that moment could be described with 5 words, extremely unpleasant to the ears. It was 100 times worse than nails on chalkboard. He didn't know how to describe it, it was like a sound wave attack. XiaoMo grasped his head in pain, and then he felt that dark shadow attack his soul. Fuck! One's soul was no joke. He could clearly feel the pain of his soul being assaulted. If this was an illusion, he'll write his name backwards from now on. XiaoMo began to counterattack. Did that thing think it was free to do as it wished by being in his body? If it was outside, then he might be worried. He had already realized that this dark shadow was the mysterious person that was stronger than him in this world. Well, at least this saved XiaoMo the trouble of seeking the other out. The battle between souls was the crudest form of combat. Whoever had more power would win. That dark shadow let out a scream. Impossible. Your soul, you're just a grade 4 mage, how come your soul is so solid? It was practically tangible. XiaoMo sneered. Afraid? Good. He knew why, but there was no way he was telling. The black shadow tried to run. Right now, it knew that it couldn't match up to XiaoMo. Such a powerful soul could only be matched by a legendary grade 7 mage. However, the dark shadow was one step too late. There was no way XiaoMo was going to let the other escape from inside his body. XiaoMo trapped the other inside, slowly eroding away at the other's soul. This guy was a mage as well, and a grade 5 mage, too. His screaming didn't stop, but he couldn't defend against the constant expenditure, his soul slowly thinning. One more strike and his soul would be destroyed. Wait. Let me go and I'll tell you a secret. You probably want to know if this is an illusion or not, right? The dark shadow begged. He didn't say something, then he would die. Completely and utterly. XiaoMo stopped his attacks, but not because of the other's words. He sneered, You think I need you to tell me? Do you think I'm an idiot that hasn't realized that this isn't an illusion yet? The dark shadow hurriedly said, I know you have a lot of questions. I can answer them. Okay then, talk. What the hell is the Tongtian Palace doing? XiaoMo got straight to the point. The dark shadow swallowed. This is reality, you already know that. In fact, this is the second exam. Not only you, but everyone else is experiencing the same thing. The basis of soul power is the soul, which means that the soul is extremely important, so this exam tests your soul. If you had failed, I would have transported you out anyways. Originally, you shouldn't know any of this. Once we tell you, then you fail. XiaoMo chuckled. So you mean that I've failed? The dark shadow's eyes flashed. If you let me go, I can promise to not tell anyone and let you pass, but this isn't very professional of you, is it? XiaoMo spoke meaningfully. The dark shadow gave a strained laugh. I really did underestimate your strength. Even I'm not a match for your strength. I think I'm probably the only one who's been beaten so badly by a XiaoMo, to the point of begging. I just hope you won't tell anyone about this after you leave. XiaoMo smiled. No worries, I won't tell anyone. After all, killing a member of the Tongtian Palace isn't anything honorable. If anyone finds out, then I'll be in trouble, wouldn't you say, you liar? The dark shadow startled. And then, a thick layer of killing intent enveloped him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 632 Captivity. Chapter 632 Captivity. Translated Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Once the dark shadow died, XiaoMo was transported out. He thought that since he had only stayed inside for a year, the time passed outside shouldn't have been that different. But the truth was far from it. By the time he appeared again, he was no longer in the same grand hall that was used for the competition, but another, bigger, as if holy place, with two dark red pillars stretching out far into the distance. It embodied a solemn and imposing atmosphere. One couldn't help but hold it in reverence. XiaoMo rubbed his arm, all he felt was his hair standing and uneasy. Where was the others? Why was he here? Shouldn't he be in the competition hall? He looked around and finally saw on the high seat about 200 meters away stood a blurry image, seemingly a person. In this unknown situation, where he didn't know if they were friend or foe, XiaoMo's adventurous spirit wasn't very high. Rather than solving his curiosity, he preferred to find Ling Xiao, fast. After that one look, he looked away and headed towards the gate. If Ling Xiao knew he disappeared, he would definitely come find him. 15 minutes later, XiaoMo realized that something was wrong. Even though the exit was right in front of him, no matter how he walked, he wasn't getting near it, as if he hadn't moved an inch. That's when he stopped moving. Someone had definitely set up a restriction. By the looks of things, they didn't want him to get out. XiaoMo turned around to look at the person in the high ground. That person was waiting for him to go, right? Even though he was a bit annoyed, for the sake of seeing Ling Xiao, he had to hold it in. Once he got closer, he could finally make out their features. Flawless, handsome, with features that released a sharp, distinctive force of someone with power. He had definitely seen this man before, even if it was just once, he could tell instantly who they were. The Tongtian Emperor, the man in charge of the Tongtian Palace. This was the man who brought him here? XiaoMo thought vigilantly. He had never been in contact with the Tongtian Emperor, even back in the Time Wall, he just saw a statue. But, thinking about the content of the second exam, he felt that the whole thing was fishy. Just then, the man on the throne, Tongtian Emperor, slowly opened his eyes, bright and terrifying. It felt as if he wasn't looking at anything, just like that statue, as if no one else was human, just pests. He was really disgusted by that attitude. XiaoMo's first impression of him went down the drain, but even if one was losing, they must not lose in vigor. So he pumped up his chest, held his head up high and looked coldly at the emperor. For you, your man and your dad, every once in a while, they would come to Tongtian Palace and make a scene. For a whole entire year, now at least tens of people have died or gotten hurt. The Tongtian Emperor's mystic voice slowly appeared in the Grand Hall. His voice was very nice to listen to, it was deep and euphonious. Even though what he's saying wasn't pleasant, he said it in a pleasant tone, as if he didn't care for the death or damage. XiaoMo wasn't happy about it in the slightest. From his perspective, he stayed in that world for a year, and a year passed here as well. A year to just pass like that without a reason, he was a bit pissed. Oh really, then congratulations. I'm going to say this straight out, where are the others? Did you capture them too? Also, what do I have to go for you to let go of me? If you're a man then give it to me straight, don't beat around the bush, . Then, rest assured, just stay here. After he said that, the Tongtian Emperor disappeared. Really, very not beating around the bush to the extreme. Rest assured, the fuck. XiaoMo couldn't help but want to swear. What happened in that year? From what he heard of the Tongtian Palace, he had believed it to be a very fair place, but now, what? Just completely ignoring his rights and making him stay here? Did he really think he was someone who we could just mess with without a consequence? Just you wait, he was going to make you regret it. In actuality, the Tongtian Palace had announced to the outside world that XiaoMo had died in the second round. Not just him, a few others didn't come out either. They were also announced to be dead. Of course Ling Xiao didn't believe it, he knew what kind of person XiaoMo was. If what the Tongtian Palace said was true, then the others' death was understandable, since they were grade 1 or 2 mages, but XiaoMo was a solid grade 4 mage. Thus, he was sure that the Tong Tian Palace had held him in captivity. At that time, things got pretty crazy. Ling Xiao went berserk and destroyed many of the Tong Tian Palace's structures. Since he was an emperor beast, his fighting power was much stronger than most sacred realms, so it was only when the Tong Tian emperor appeared did Ling Xiao back off wounded. However, he didn't give up. He swore that as long as the palace didn't hand over XiaoMo, he would not let them have a day of rest. Ever since then, Ling Xiao changed tactics. Instead of fighting them head-on, he decided to harass them every once in a while, with the sun-loving Yu Qijun. Although the Tong Tian Palace had a lot of sacred realms, there were more divine realms, so with Ling Xiao and Yu Qijun being sacred realms, sneaking up to them was easy enough. Also, they had 2 restriction-eating golden-winged insects. When XiaoMo attended the competition, he didn't bring them along, so they stayed in the Ghost Tomb mountain range. When the Tong Tian Emperor said there were tens of people dead and hurt, that was just a part of it. Ling Xiao and Yu Qijun not only targeted believers of the Tong Tian Palace, but also their architecture, magic herb fields, pill refining rooms, etc. Any place that was worth something. Even though the emperor talked about it calmly, in reality, the loss this year was massive for the palace. But it was already at this point. Could he hand over XiaoMo? Of course not. Originally, if XiaoMo was nicely replaced by that dark shadow, then nothing would happen, but unexpectedly, not only was he someone with a strong will, he also didn't have any weak points. The dark shadow waited for a year before finding an opportunity, and even then, he was killed instead. With that, there was no way the emperor was going to let XiaoMo leave. In the Tong Tian Palace, XiaoMo, who was trapped in the restriction, wasn't going to sit around and wait for his death. Being trapped here without a reason felt very uncomfortable. Although he wanted to know why the palace targeted him, maybe they had some secret plan, but currently, getting out was the priority. XiaoMo leaned on the iron bars. The restrictions here seem to all have been set up by a sacred realm practitioner, mostly likely the emperor themselves. With his strength, there was no way he could break through them. Suddenly, he was reminded of ping pong. If he had known that this was going to happen, he would have brought them alone. That day, when the Tong Tian emperor left, he was transported to a different location. It was a prison that held quite a few prisoners. There were only a few yellow lamps in the hallway. Although the light was dim, the cells were quite clean. The prisoners here were even stronger than the ones held in the Vermilion Blood Clan Forbidden Area. However, a few of them seemed to have a phenomena where their levels decreased. XiaoMo thought that it probably had to do with this place not having any spiritual energy. Without it, one couldn't cultivate. That, along with the despair and seeing no end in sight, probably caused their cultivation levels to fall. Luckily, XiaoMo thought to himself, he had a dimension, but clearly he was happy a bit too early. When he tried to grab a bottle of magic pill from the dimension, it didn't react and nothing appeared on his hand. What's going on? XiaoMo freaked out, then no matter how he tried to connect with the dimension, it didn't respond, like dead water. Without any response, he was suddenly flustered. Young man, don't try anymore. Other than restricting spiritual energies, dimensions are also restricted. No matter how much you try, it's pointless. The one in the cell next door knew from his gestures what he was doing, but he didn't know that XiaoMo's dimension was special, so he wasn't surprised. XiaoMo turned around to find a man with an unkempt appearance. He didn't know how long he had been in prison, but his whole face was covered by a beard. Even if he couldn't tell what the others looked like, if he was kind enough to alert him, he could probably tell him a lot of things. XiaoMo quickly leaned over. Daji, do you know where this place is? But the man took a look at him from head to toe and said with his arm crossed behind his head, by the looks of it, another one who doesn't know anything and was captured. Once you're here, then don't think of getting out. Be prepared at all times, maybe the next would be you. What next? XiaoMo asked in a hurry. The man glanced at him and suddenly smiled. What's next other than death? Even if you don't know anything, they wouldn't let you live. Then we can only wait for death? XiaoMo asked once more, unwilling to give up. If possible, he didn't want to rely on Ling Xiao to save him. He had to work hard too. After all, the reputation of the Tongtian Palace was quite high in the Tongtian continent. He had initially thought the man would reply yes. After all, he looked to been here for a while. If there was a way to escape, he would have done it a long time ago. But he didn't reject it outright and said in a calm tone, "Who knows, maybe there is a way, but we just haven't figured it out yet." In truth, that was the same as not saying anything, but XiaoMo didn't bother refuting. If there was a way, he was going to find it no matter what. It was then when a series of footsteps could be heard along the corridor. After a while, 3 people appeared in the hallway completely covered by white robes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, The Unreturnable Prison. Chapter 633, The Unreturnable Prison. Translated by Yan of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. They're here again. When the man saw them, he said those 3 words almost imperceptibly. Since XiaoMo was close to him, he could hear him fairly clearly. The man's voice was full of hatred and fury, as well as a bit of powerlessness. XiaoMo's gaze moved to the 3 white-robed people. Even though he couldn't see their faces clearly, they were all extremely strong. Moreover, ever since they had come in, the prisoner's mood had started to fluctuate excitedly. Even though it was faint, several strong, negative emotions were mixed in, which were all targeted at those 3 white-robed people, but there was more fear than anything else. The 3 white-robed people walked past the cell XiaoMo was imprisoned in. One of their gazes seemed to sweep carelessly across him, and he could vaguely hear other people releasing a breath of relief when the white-robed people moved past their cells. The tense atmosphere also started to relax. After a while, the sound of iron chains clanking came from inside, followed closely by the sound of someone howling in fright. "I don't want to go, I don't want to die, let me go, let me go. You're all devils, devils who don't deserve to die properly. I curse you all to have an unpleasant death." The person was being dragged along by 2 white-robed people, and his expression looked as if he were deranged. But even though he was struggling endlessly, he didn't move them in the slightest. He was still dragged out, black shackles around his hands and feet. They created clanking sounds as he struggled, large echoes rippled through the expansive prison. XiaoMo saw some people shake their heads helplessly, and the suspicion and unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. This person won't be able to come back. At that moment, the man who had just talked to XiaoMo gave a helpless sigh. His voice seemed a little lonely, as well as a trace of hard-to-detect despair, as if he would also walk that path one day. "Why?" XiaoMo continued the conversation. The man didn't answer for a long time, and just when XiaoMo thought he wasn't going to reply at all, he said, "I don't know the specifics of the situation, but I know that it seems like Tongtian Palace is currently carrying out some kind of shocking experiment. They need many experts, and everyone who walks out of this place never returns. So they always need more people to make up for it after a short amount of time, and it seems that Tongtian Palace is using some sort of honest and open way to catch people." "How did you get in here?" XiaoMo told him briefly about how he was locked inside here. "So that's how it was. To be the only one chosen out of 100 people, you're also pretty unlucky. This is one of Tongtian Palace's tricks. By using the competition, they can secretly kidnap a few of you from the 100 or so others. They probably announced to the outside world that you all already died. It's really a good excuse. If you don't have any strong experts supporting you, you probably won't be able to get out of here for the rest of your life. But even if you do, there's hardly anybody who is stronger than Tongtian Palace. You should just prepare yourself in your mind." The man sometimes laughed and sometimes sighed helplessly, his expressions abundant. It seemed like he had also experienced this before. XiaoMo lifted an eyebrow. "Were you also once a student from Xiao Institution?" The man hadn't expected him to be so sharp. There was nothing worth hiding about this either, and so he said, "I could be considered so. Speaking of which, I would be your senior." When he thought of what happened before, the man's expression fell quite a bit instantly. He remembered how high-spirited he used to be, but in the end, he had still fallen to this point. If he couldn't get out, then he shouldn't have any more hopes for this lifetime. XiaoMo had just entered, so he wasn't as emotionally stirred up. He also firmly believed that Ling Xiao would definitely rescue him. Moreover, Fu Changqiong also needed his help. Even though his cultivation base still wasn't high enough to refine the samsara pill yet, but the Tsang Alliance better not forget that they still owed him a big favor. "You're not worried?" The man was paying attention to his expression, and when he saw that XiaoMo had no change in expression after listening to him speak, he couldn't help but ask that. XiaoMo grinned. "What is there worth worrying about? Someone will definitely come to rescue me." "You're this confident?" The man still didn't believe him. Ever since he was locked inside this prison, he had never seen a single person who had successfully escaped, nor had anyone ever come to rescue them. When the typical person heard of Tongtian Palace, they would have long since run far, far away. Who would dare to challenge Tongtian Palace? Of course, my man is very powerful. Also, I have a lot of friends, and my my dad is also very strong. Just then, I heard that Tongtian Emperor say that my man and my dad have been thinking of ways to rescue me during this past year. XiaoMo said honestly. He said the words "my man" even more smoothly. The man looked at him with surprise. "You've seen the Tongtian's emperor?" XiaoMo nodded. "Of course, is there a problem?" The man's eyes flashed. He only knew that the Tongtian's emperor was an extremely mysterious person, and back then when he had been caught, he hadn't seen the Tongtian's emperor at all. When he connected it with XiaoMo's confident expression and words, he knew that maybe this person really did have the ability to get out. "You can't be trying to trick me, right? If your supporters are really that formidable, why would you be dragged in here? The Tongtian Palace usually only kidnaps those who don't have powerful backers or supporters," the man said, testing him out. XiaoMo scratched his head. "I also can't answer your question. If I knew why I was kidnapped, then I wouldn't need to ask you." After thinking about it, the man also felt that what he said was logical. "Then tell me, who will come to save you? If there's only the two people you told me about, they probably won't be able to deal with Tongtian Palace relying on their ability alone. Tongtian Palace has a strong and solid inside information network, and there are also quite a few generals underneath the Tongtian's emperor. I can't tell you that. But I can say with certainty that I know a lot of Sacred Realm experts, probably 7 or 8 if I estimate conservatively." XiaoMo said whatever came into his mind first, but he actually did know quite a few. He just wasn't that close with some of them, that's all. The man's eyes lit up, but he didn't directly trust his words. He thought a bit before asking again, "Give me an example." "Such as, your man and your dad?" "My man is from the Qilin clan, and he has a level 12 5-star cultivation base. My dad is from the Vermilion Blood clan. He's a pretty low-profile person, but he's also a Sacred Realm expert, with a 3 or 4-star cultivation base." XiaoMo looked proud. The man sucked in a breath of air. The Qilin clan and Vermilion Blood clan were 2 large powerhouses. Even though Tongtian Palace was powerful, it wouldn't be advantageous at all for them to provoke those 2 powerhouses at the same time, especially when they were doing something secretive. If they didn't handle it appropriately, it would very likely be exposed because of this. He hadn't imagined that Tongtian Palace would have kidnapped a big problem this time. If they could take advantage of this wisely, they could probably escape from Shengtian. A thread of hope appeared in that man's dead heart for the first time. After so many years, if he was going to die with or without fighting, then it would still be better to choose fighting. "Young fellow, if what you're saying is true, there still might be a chance to escape from here. But if what you're saying is a lie, then the only result will be that you'll die even faster. Radiance shone through the man's eyes, and he looked at XiaoMo intently and sharply. Even though he had been locked in here all along, so his cultivation base hadn't improved, he wasn't weaker than XiaoMo. Moreover, his willpower was very resolute, or else his realm would have long since dropped. XiaoMo nodded solemnly. I promise that I'm not tricking you. Everything I said was true. Indeed, between Ling Xiao and his clingy dad, one was from the Qilin clan, and one was from the Vermilion Blood clan. The only thing was that both of them had drawn a clear line between them and the two major powers, but he wasn't lying. The man saw that it didn't seem like he was lying, and he finally believed him. For now, don't make any movements, so you don't attract Tongtian Palace's attention. If things are really as the Tongtian's emperor has said, then Tongtian Palace should be a little chaotic right now inside. When the opportunity strikes, I will tell you how to escape. XiaoMo nodded, nothing changing about his expression. Inwardly, he was actually already extremely overjoyed. Before, he had mentioned Tongtian's emperor on purpose just so he could attract this man's attention, so he could trust that XiaoMo was valuable. This prison had probably existed for at least over 100 million years. The people imprisoned here were all divine realm and up experts. When he was locked in here earlier, he had also seen quite a few sacred realm experts. He didn't believe that they had all really resigned themselves to being locked in here for the rest of their lives until death. During that time, they had definitely looked for many different ways to escape, and their experience absolutely had to be more plentiful than his, since he just entered. Naturally, he had to utilize such a good resource well. Even though the man said there was no way out, XiaoMo trusted that he definitely could think of a way. It was just because the chance of success was low, so he chose to bear it silently. That's what his intuition told him, and in reality, he hadn't gambled incorrectly. The man did indeed have a method. Afterwards, the person who was brought out indeed didn't return. Another person entered his cell. XiaoMo had seen his face before, and even though he didn't have a deep impression of him, he was sure that the person was a rainbow-level mage who had participated in the competition at the same time as him. The person looked like he was in despair, as if he had received some blow. After a while, XiaoMo heard him howling and shouting loudly in his cell, as he only cursed out Tongtian Palace's people in rage. Perhaps he was someone who had once believed in Tongtian Palace, but now, this belief was completely shattered. That blow had to be significant. He had an abundant amount of energy, and nobody nearby warned him either. The second day, XiaoMo saw him be taken away, and he never came back again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634 Escape 1. Chapter 634 Escape 1. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The days of waiting were difficult to pass. XiaoMo listened to the man's words and bide his time. However, even if he wanted to make a move, he could only open his magic bag as his dimension was not responding at all. In the past, most of his things were placed in his dimension because he was worried about the magic bag being stolen. Even now, there were not many things in the magic bag. Yet, that was not completely true as there were 2 bottles of spiritual water and several bottles of magic pills in the bag. Before the beginning of the second exam, he did not place the soul restoration pill and energy restoration pill that he had taken out back into his dimension. Instead, he had directly thrown them into his magic bag. The 2 bottles of spiritual water were prepared mainly for his convenience, but now they had come in handy. After being shut in here for several days, XiaoMo had already gotten familiar with the man next door to him and knew that he was called Hedong, and had been confined in the Tongtian Palace for nearly 500 years. However, his bitter experience was different from XiaoMo's because he had justly and openly won second place in the exam, and later joined the Tongtian Palace. At that time, he was full of passion for the Tongtian Palace like the others, but it was not long before his admiration was shattered and he became one of the prisoners here in less than 3 months. XiaoMo had also inquired about the situation of those who had been brought out and had never returned. Although it was not clear what conspiracy was brewing in the Tongtian Palace, the discontented ones generally died the fastest as there were no rules in their experiments. Besides that, 134 people were imprisoned here. This was quite a fair number and all of them were experts above the divine realm. XiaoMo could not help gasping when listening to Yidong. This number was too large. It would be extremely noticeable if so many people went missing at the same time. However, there may not be anyone noticing if a few people went missing each time with so many experts in the Tongtian continent. However, XiaoMo did not expect that the Tongtian Palace would even make a move on their own people. No matter what, there was some relation between the Xiao institution and the Tongtian Palace. Yet, the Tongtian Palace actually borrowed this name to brazenly grab people. One may well say that they were really too audacious. XiaoMo could not help suspecting that it was because the experiment had already reached the second half or was about to be completed, so they were becoming more and more lax in concealing their actions. Yidong cast a sidelong glance at him when XiaoMo raised this question. Yidong did not expect that he would be so perceptive, so he did not conceal it any longer. As you have said, I also suspect that the Tongtian Palace's conspiracy is probably nearing completion. In the past, the Tongtian Palace came here every 3 or 4 months to take a person away. But now the intervals between the visits are getting shorter and shorter. You should also have noticed this since they're practically taking one away each day. But dozens of cells in the prison, that could hold 200 prisoners, were already empty. In the past, there would be someone shoved inside immediately once a cell was empty. But now the number of people here were decreasing. So you mean that it won't be long before our turn comes? XiaoMo stared at him with wide eyes. He sure did not wish for his turn to come so quickly. Probably. Yidong uncertainly replied, if they are really close to completing it, they would also not let us get away for the sake of silencing us even though we have no idea the conspiracy they are devising is. A sense of crisis developed in XiaoMo while he was listening to Yidong. He tried to secretly test the defenses of his cell these few days, but it was useless. On the contrary, he had drained the soul power in his body even faster. It seemed that a force of attraction would be produced if he released his soul power here again, and it seemed to be trying to suck the soul power out of his body. XiaoMo dared not haphazardly try it again after that time. He also did not immediately replenish the soul power he had lost. On this particular day, XiaoMo continued to talk with Yidong. Besides Yidong, who was his neighbor, there was also another person in the cell beside his, but he was a white-haired old man who was often silent. XiaoMo had tried to talk to him once. He had spoken 100 sentences, yet the old man did not even glance at him. The next day he went looking for the old man again, but the result was the same. He no longer looked for the old man after those 2 tries. Most of the prisoners in the cells were all lifeless and the only one who really wanted to talk to him was Yidong. XiaoMo deeply suspected that Yidong should have been a very talkative person before he was shut in here. He had developed a slightly reticent character probably because no one around him was in the mood to speak after he arrived here. Now with XiaoMo present, the words which Yidong had held back for so many years finally had an outlet. However, this was all just XiaoMo speculations as he did not know the truth. XiaoMo not only talked to him about the Tongtian Palace, but also about things outside. Although Yidong was always secretly fishing for secrets from his words, it was obvious that he did not completely believe what XiaoMo said. Yet, XiaoMo continued to generously speak about these things. In the end, Yidong believed around 70% of his words, especially after knowing that his cultivation was at grade 4 when he was merely in his 20s. It was impossible for him to have advanced so quickly without having the support from a large amount of magic herbs. Your background is so deep that it's hard to believe that the Tongtian Palace would snatch you. It doesn't make sense unless you have something on your body that they want. Yidong suddenly said after looking at him a few times. XiaoMo was shocked. This may be very probable. He almost subconsciously thought of his dimension, but if what the Tongtian Palace wanted was his dimension, why had there been no action so far? With the ability of the Tongtian Emperor, it was impossible that there was nothing he could do about it. To even indifferently shut him up here for several days. Unless his aim was not his dimension. Little brother, did you think of anything? Dong tentatively asked when he saw XiaoMo's strange expression. XiaoMo immediately responded as he shook his head. If I really had something they wanted on me, I would not be sitting here talking to you now. Instead, I should have been taken away. Dong laughed. That's right. The cell suddenly quieted down with the end of the conversation. XiaoMo knew that Dong did not believe him. However, he had no intention of explaining it to him, otherwise he would be exposing himself the more he tried to hide it. At this moment, the cell suddenly started shaking violently as if an earthquake was happening. Everyone jumped in fright. This was the first time it had happened, as such a thing had never occurred before. Those who had become deathly still because they had given up all hope clung to the metal bars. They looked at the entrance of the prison with inquisitive and slightly hopeful gazes. After a while, a white-robed man suddenly rushed into the prison and quickly told the two men who were guarding the entrance of the prison, "Someone barged in, you guys pay attention and don't let any strangers come near here." Yes. The two men answered swiftly. The prison was in an uproar after the man in white left. Although his voice was a little soft, it was not difficult for most of those here to hear what he said, especially those closer to him. His words were practically crystal clear to them. The news of someone barging into the Tongtian Palace spread all over the prison in an instant. What kind of idea was that? One must know that the Tongtian Palace was like an impenetrable defense in the eyes of many. For many years, no one had successfully entered, let alone escaped. None dared to make trouble under the eyes of the Tongtian Emperor, because there were rumors that Tongtian Emperor was the strongest person in the Tongtian continent. He was much stronger than Yu Xintian and was a person who was about to break through the pinnacle of 7 stars at any time. It must be Ling Xiao who came to my rescue. XiaoMo was pleasantly surprised. Although 1 year had passed, he knew that Ling Xiao would never give up as long as he had not confirmed whether XiaoMo was dead. Ling Xiao? When Dong heard his words, he immediately remembered what XiaoMo had said on the first day he had been locked up. Is the Ling Xiao you're referring to your man? Are you really sure it's him? I'm sure. XiaoMo did not hesitate as he replied. He just had a feeling that it was Ling Xiao. Dong did not ask him how he was so sure, but now he absolutely believed what XiaoMo had said. It was not just him, the rest of the other prisoners who knew about his affairs also believed his words. These sort of incidents had not happened in the Tongtian Palace for tens of thousands of years. However, this had occurred not long after XiaoMo arrived. Maybe they could even borrow this chance to escape from here. Do you have any way to get in touch with your man? Ask him to make a big disturbance if you can contact him. It'll be best if the Tongtian Palace is thrown into confusion so that it'll be easier to create opportunities. Dong immediately passed him a message. This, XiaoMo became embarrassed. He first thought of the transmission stone when speaking of passing a message. However, he had tried it on the first day but there was no reaction at all. It seemed that this was their only method of contact. You don't? Dong asked anxiously. XiaoMo scratched his head. Of course he doesn't. He would have long gotten into contact with Ling Xiao if he had such a method. Without needing him to reply, Dong knew his answer and looked slightly disappointed. Forget it, now we can only hope that your man is a smart person. XiaoMo touched his nose. Ling Xiao was more than just a smart person. Thinking of this, he said, Dong, I think you can rest assured. I understand him. My man will definitely not do anything if he was not certain of the outcome. Since he could make such a big disturbance, it means that he had come prepared. This time, Tongtian Palace will surely lose a layer of skin, but... He Dong looked at him and seemed to be thinking of whether to believe his words or not. After all, this matter was of great importance and not a hint of carelessness could be allowed. If he failed, they would probably not get another chance the next time. The truth proved that XiaoMo was right. This time, Ling Xiao's actions were not of an ordinary magnitude. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, Tongtian Palace, Dragged Through the Mud. Chapter 635, Tongtian Palace, Dragged Through the Mud. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the past year, Ling Xiao Junshi would launch an attack on Tongtian Palace every now and then. In reality, the number of injured was only in the tens, and the Tongtian Emperor had informed XiaoMo they were all dead. This was no small loss to Tongtian Palace. However, Ling Xiao didn't do this just to cause trouble for the Tongtian Palace. Each attack was with a goal in mind, getting a handle on the Tongtian Palace's structure. The Tongtian Emperor had managed to figure this out, after a while, but even if he increased the guard, he still couldn't stop Ling Xiao's footsteps. The number of casualties increased exponentially. It was only now, after figuring out the gist of the Tongtian Palace's structure, that he dared act as he did today. The Tongtian Palace was very different from other powers. Apart from the Tongtian Emperor, who was a transcendent sacred-level practitioner, he had several other sacred-level practitioners under his command and even more divine-level practitioners. Considering their overall power, not even a clan like the Vermilion Blood Clan dared go against them. But that didn't mean no one dared. XiaoMo had been locked away in the Tongtian Palace for a year. In this year, a lot had happened in the Tongtian continent. Black Spider had grown rapidly. Though many people knew of them before, but now they were engaging in all these black transactions under broad daylight. This was because the Black Spider's leader had appeared, and he was a scared-level practitioner, too. They suddenly evolved into one of the 14, including the Tongtian Palace, superpowers in the Tongtian continent. However, no one knew who the leader of Black Spider was. This caused a huge uproar in Xijing, because the Black Spider's base was in Xijing, yet the 4 ancient beast clans hadn't heard anything about this. It was easy to imagine their shock. Then, over in the southern continent, Fu Sangxiang's eldest student, Zuoyan successfully ascended into a sacred level 1-star elite. From then on, the Tsang Alliance had 2 sacred level powerhouses, dealing a huge blow to the Vermilion Blood Clan, who was beaten back in their many battles. Rumor had it that Yu Zhentian, in an attempt to even the playing field, had arranged for his clan's elites to advance as well. However, haste makes waste, and the more impatient you were, the more likely you were to fail. Plus, if it was so easy for sacred-level powerhouses to advance, then there wouldn't be so many who were stuck at the peak of divine level 7-star. Thus, there had been no good news for them so far. And finally, there was Zhongtian, and the biggest thing that had happened in Zhongtian had to do with XiaoMo's situation. In the past, the Tongtian Palace didn't dare overstep their boundaries. After all, if the tests were dangerous, then who'd enter? They just wanted to get a good result and gain renown, not risk their life. Otherwise, the Tongtian Palace could kiss their believers goodbye. Thus, Tongtian Palace didn't dare take people in broad daylight. Usually, they used all sorts of events to hide their real intentions. However, for some reason, they directly announced XiaoMo and the other mages' deaths in the second test, not even offering a body. This was rather suspicious, and had a direct influence on the mage assemblage that was occurring a year later, since it was also hosted by the Tongtian Palace. Later on, Ling Xiao used this as a chance to spread rumors about the Tongtian Palace, saying that the Tongtian Palace was scheming something evil and required living people as lab rats. Those who had managed to place in their competitions and become members of the Tongtian Palace had all died, thus why they were never seen again. Though most people didn't believe it, the power of rumors was a strong one, especially for the people of the Xiaoyao Academy and the 2 big guilds. It should be known that the reason why many mages became students of the Xiao Academy or joined the two big guilds was because of their belief in the Tongtian Palace. Their belief lay with the powerful. However, if one day, they were suddenly told that all of Tongtian Palace's people had been killed and the Tongtian Palace was an evil place, many people would be unwilling to believe this, they would be conflicted. Afterwards, a lot of people conducted investigations on this and found that the majority of people who entered the Tongtian Palace were never seen again, and this information was spread, causing panic in Xiao Academy. The mages that had placed top 3 in the test this time were preparing to leave for the Tongtian Palace in a few days, but after this debacle, they all hesitated. No matter what, Ling Xiao's plan of throwing dirty water on the Tongtian Palace's name had succeeded. Compared to one's life, what value did faith hold? The stronger the individual, the more they valued their life, so matter if this was real or not, their suspicion towards the Tongtian Palace would be etched in their hearts. The Tongtian Palace sent a single representative to address this issue. After all, the Tongtian Emperor relied on the faith the elites of the Tongtian continent. If this incident caused people to stop believing, then it would negatively impact the Tongtian Emperor. Probably because of how much belief this cost them, Tongtian Palace, which rarely appeared in front of others, specially had a messenger go and explain this incident. To describe it with a single word, they were very serious. However, Ling Xiao had long since predicted this move of theirs, so he tore off the messenger's soul in front of the public and slowly burned his soul with fire while still keeping him alive. At first, the messenger was stubborn, refusing to speak no matter what, but later on, probably because he couldn't take it anymore, his tongue wagged and he spilled the truth, including how the mages that placed in the tests were usually imprisoned, and some were killed. However, before he could finish speaking, a dark beam shot out from who knows where and destroyed the messenger's soul. Originally what the messenger had said was shocking enough. If he wasn't silenced like that, then they might have been able to defend themselves, saying that they had been forced, but this strike practically settled the matter of the Tongtian Palace plotting something evil. Afterwards, no matter how the Tongtian Palace tried to explain, less and less people believed in them. The populace's belief in the Tongtian Palace disappeared rapidly as the news of what they did spread. Some people saw the dark fog that covered the top of the Tongtian Palace, and the dark red structure didn't seem nearly as holy as it once did, more like a demon in the shadows, cold and threatening. After that, Ling Xiao gathered a group of elites and began plotting an attack on the Tongtian Palace, amongst them, Tiango's battle-thirsty practitioners. In the year XiaoMo had been imprisoned, Ling Xiao had managed to gain the acceptance of Tiango's members, including the most troublesome, Tiangue. Apart from that, to express the Song Alliance's sincerity, Fu Sangxiong had his eldest disciple, Zuiyan, help Ling Xiao. He personally had to stay on guard against Yu Zhentian, and thus couldn't leave the southern continent. The Demon Phoenix clan had also sent people to help. Originally, Ji's line objected, and their Grand Elder Ji-Wen also wasn't willing to make enemies with the Tongtian Palace for XiaoMo. Though they were in XiaoMo's debt, this cost was too large. However, when Xiao Ji told them that he was XiaoMo's contract beast, everything changed. Contracts were nothing to joke about. No matter if it was a lifebound contract or a normal contract. Lifebound contracts were a contract that tied the lives of the two together. If one died, unless the other had an immensely powerful willpower, the other would die as well. This was also why Ling Xiao was certain that XiaoMo was alright. As for normal contracts, if the master died, the contracted demon beast wouldn't die, but would take great damage, possibly even to the point of destroying the foundations of their body. There was no need to discuss any longer with that cat out of the bag. Ji-Wen sent 2 powerful generals of the Demon Phoenix clan to help Ling Xiao. Last but not least was the Psychic Black Turtle clan. The little turtle had bit XiaoMo's finger back then, taking a drop of his blood essence, but since XiaoMo hadn't been a willing participant, it was a one-sided contract. That meant that if something happened to the little turtle, XiaoMo would be fine. If something happened to XiaoMo, then it would affect the little turtle. This truth almost had them erupting with anger. The little turtle had randomly made a contract with someone they hadn't even known for a year, and it was an unbalanced contract as well. The Black Turtle clan couldn't leave things be like this. On the other side, knowing that the Demon Phoenix clan and the Black Turtle clan were supporting Ling Xiao, the rather clueless True Dragon clan thought that the two Ancient Beast clans were taking a risk betting on XiaoMo's potential. After considering, they decided to take a risk as well. Plus, they were rather worried about the Tongtian Palace's situation as well. Thus, apart from the Qilin clan, the other three Ancient Beast clans all decided to support Ling Xiao. Once the news was out, the entire Tongtian continent went into uproar. Now, apart from a very small minority, the others all believed Ling Xiao. However, this news was let loose afterwards, because Ling Xiao was planning a surprise attack on the Tongtian Palace. 7 sacred level and 7 divine level powerhouses was a formation with power that hadn't been witnessed in tens of thousands of years. The Tongtian Palace didn't think that Ling Xiao had this sort of ability, and really had been unprepared for the attack. Even the Tongtian Emperor had appeared, but Ling Xiao managed to stall him. In this year, the one who had experienced the greatest change was Ling Xiao. His cultivation base had grown from 5 stars to 6 stars, just 1 star from 7. Not even Yu Junqi knew what had happened. He only knew that Ling Xiao suddenly went into secluded cultivation 3 months back. 2 months after that, when he returned, his white robe looked like it had been soaked in blood, and his aura was terrifying, as if he was about to fall apart. His eyes were cold and sharp. It seemed almost like he had become an entirely different person. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636 Opportunities and Accidents. Chapter 636 Opportunities and Accidents. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. It wasn't long after XiaoMo said that when the shaking got even more violent. Even those who were in the middle of the underground dungeon couldn't escape it. It should be noted that they were held in a dungeon that was the most unpresentable place of the Tongtian Palace. Thus, it was deep underground with layers and layers of guards. If the fight spread to this place, then the fighting must have already started. At first, Hidong was still dubious of XiaoMo's words, but after feeling the impact, he had to believe it. Their chance finally arrived. After a while, 5 white cloaks ran out from the depths of the dungeon. They hurried outside and left the dungeon. It seemed that the situation outside was quite dire, so they needed more members. Thus, they went outside to help, but the gate was still guarded by 2 white cloaks. "Our chance," Hidong said in a whisper. "What?" XiaoMo asked upon hearing his words. A cold glint could be seen in his eyes, and he started explaining after hearing XiaoMo's question. "Did you see the 5 that ran out just now? They are the guards of this cell. 4 of them are divine realms 6 or 7 stars with 1 sacred realm. Now that they left, there are only 2 guards left currently. By the looks of things, the situation outside is already a mess, which means that there aren't many guarding us." XiaoMo understood him immediately, but he knocked on the cell bars that imprisoned them. "What are we going to do about these?" This cell was different from the ones in the Vermilion Blood clan. Even though they were both made for people like him, this one had a spirit-locking circle. "You really thought that just this could trap everyone here?" An eerie smile appeared on Hidong's face, as well as a barely noticeable venomous feeling. Without much surprise, XiaoMo raised his eyebrows. "Could it be you have a way out, but didn't decide to make a move because you lacked an opportunity?" "That's one of the reasons." Hidong said, "You should also know that this place is surrounded by a spirit-locking circle. Anything that's in the circle will have their spiritual energy replenished. That's a critical problem. We can break the cell, but we will be low on spiritual energy, then more likely than not, we would be caught by the experts. So we only have one chance. This dungeon had existed for a very long time. During that time, there had been plenty who tried to escape, but without an exception, they were captured and lost their lives. Hidong had never tried it himself. All of this he had heard from his conversations with others. It was very important, so to wait for that one chance, he waited for 500 years. However, our plan has a huge defect. Dong suddenly furrowed his brows. By the looks of things, this defect had troubled him for a while. What defect? XiaoMo asked subconsciously. He had thought that Dong was 100% prepared, but to think there was still a defect. They really couldn't mess up at such a critical moment. After all, Ling Xiao finally created this chance for them. Dong replied with some difficulty, when I said that the cell couldn't contain us, that is because there is someone whose power is coincidentally not affected. However, one man's power is limited and without ways to replenish spiritual energy. At most he can open 8 cells, but by then, he would be completely out of spiritual energy. Once he faces up against a Tongtian Palace member, he won't stand a chance, and so to protect himself, he is only willing to open 4 cells. XiaoMo blinked. Out of 100 or more, only 4. Was this seeking death or asking for it? Before they could escape, they were going to be surrounded by the Tongtian Palace guards. Here, take this. XiaoMo, without hesitation, took out half a bottle of spiritual water. At first he thought of giving the spiritual replenishing pill, but it was targeted towards Mage's spiritual energy, and by the sounds of things, that person seemed to be a practitioner. Dong's voice suddenly widened. They didn't take away your magic bag? XiaoMo stared blankly. Yours was taken away? Dong looked at him as if he saw a monster. Of course they were going to take it away. Otherwise you think the Tongtian Palace would be so kind as to leave us our magic bags so we could cultivate at any time and leave at any time? What is your relationship with the Tongtian Emperor? Hearing the last bit, XiaoMo rolled his eyes, speechless. Well, not lovers, that's for sure. Actually, he could probably guess why the Tongtian Emperor didn't take away his magic bag. When he was in that place for a year, he was constantly chased and didn't have time at all to cultivate. He could only rely on pills and spiritual water to recover. By the time he came out, he appeared right in front of the Tongtian Emperor and was sent straight to the dungeon without much of a conversation. Dong stared at the spiritual water in his hand as his eyes flickered in unrest. After a few seconds, he passed the spiritual water to the person. What was surprising to XiaoMo was that the person sat on his left and was an elder that never spoke a word to him. It was then he knew that he was a demon beast, although not as strong as the metal-swallowing beast. According to Dong, he was an iron-devouring beast, one who specially refined iron and the likes, but the harder they are, the slower the process. Just as they were preparing for the incredible escape plan, the war horn sounded and the fight was growing like a wildfire. Explosions and the rumbling sounds continued flowing down from the mountain top. One could even hear it in Central City. Although it was expected, they didn't think it was going to be this extreme. From afar, they could even see the lightning and thunder roaring. Zhou Yi, do you think he's going to be okay? Xiao Wuxing asked as he stood by the 95th floor window. Due to the height advantage, from this angle, he could clearly see the Tongtian Palace. The one beside him was Zhou Yi. His expression was colder than normal, his eyes were as cold as the abyss. Only when he heard the question did he start talking. If something happened, that person would have probably gone on a rampage by now. Well, that's true. Xiao Wuxing chuckled. Ling Xiao would oppose the Tongtian Palace for XiaoMo. From that one detail one could tell he really cared for him. Xiao Wuxing was envious. The situation was quite damaging to the 2 major guilds. After all, they were the ones who truly believed and had faith in the Tongtian Palace. Now that their faith had fallen, it was very damaging to their mentality. Although he wanted to help XiaoMo as well, his situation was very different. Without the orders of his Shifu, they couldn't act on their own. But, they could pass over messages and information. Although people from the outside may not know much about the Tongtian Palace, the higher-ups of the 2 major guilds more or less knew something about it. Taking the chance, Xiao Wuxing got a lot of information from his Shifu, and in secret, passed them to Ling Xiao. Thus, doing him a favor. Even though what Zhou Yi had done wasn't obvious, Xiao Wuxing was sure that he also did his part, but due to his personality, he hadn't said anything about it, that was all. The chaotic fight was still ongoing, and some, for first-hand information, went near the Tongtian Palace, risking their lives. One of those was the Tsong Alliance. Fu Sangxiong told his head disciple to help Ling Xiao, but the Tongtian Palace was overly secretive, so he couldn't feel at ease and sent more people at the base of the mountain for support. Seeing the commotion above the Tongtian Palace, everyone wiped away their sweat of nervousness. Although there were restrictions around the Tongtian Palace, but as if they all stopped working, they were easily broken. People easily went into the no man's land and there wasn't even much of a defense. All around, buildings were smashed into pieces. However, what attracted most of the attention was the two figures above the Tongtian Palace. One of those was the very elusive and secretive Tongtian Emperor. There were many who knew him even if he didn't appear often due to the statue of his on the way up to the Tongtian Palace. The same one that XiaoMo saw in the time wall. The one standing opposite to him was Ling Xiao. Now that he was at 6 stars, he no longer feared the 7 star in front of him. Not only that, he also had the bloodline of the 4 ancient beast clans. His fighting prowess was on par with that of a 7 star. Give him back. Ling Xiao stood in mid-air, his expression cold and a sliver of an eerie dark red could be seen in his eyes. It looked very much like Qi deviation. His black cloak, with hidden gold patterns, made him even more cold and gloomy than usual. With his hands behind his back, Tongtian Emperor stared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were extremely apathetic and not responding to his question, he said nonchalantly, over the many years, you're the first to oppose the Tongtian Palace. I admit you're very strong but the current you is no match for me. Ling Xiao raised his tightly held fist, as if to show his commitment. His expression was very severe as he said, your biggest mistake will be capturing him. Tongtian Emperor chuckled, I think it's my best decision. He's a critical part of my plan, and the last one. It won't be long before I'm done, by then, I can crush you guys like ants. Ling Xiao's expression darkened. At the same time, a loophole appeared in He Dong's plan. But, to be more precise, the one who had an accident was XiaoMo. That was because a white cloak suddenly appeared in the dungeon and called him out to take with him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, The Truth. Chapter 637, The Truth. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebel Scanlations. A ball of multicolored light was suspended above the enormous stone stage. 7 different colors were intertwining within the light, and this ball of light seemed to be wrapped around something that looked like a magic pill. The 4 corners of the stone stage were carved with 4 stone dragons. Their mouths were opened, and it seemed like there were transparent tubes extending from the stone dragons' mouths to the ball of light. There was a kind of white energy being transferred inside the tubes, and it was pouring endlessly in magic pill. But this wasn't what shocked XiaoMo the most. There was a transparent prison below the stone stage. There were many people imprisoned inside of it, precisely speaking, they should be souls. There were mages, as well as a few practitioners, and there were even demon beasts. These souls were currently howling in pain, their faces fierce, as if they wanted to end their lives then and there. XiaoMo saw something peel away from behind them. It was the origin of their agony. That is conviction and soul force. At that exact moment, a hoarse voice suddenly sounded next to his ear. XiaoMo turned to look and found that the white-robed person who had brought him over had already left. Now it was a middle-aged man wearing the clothes of a priest. He was staring with fascination at the thing above the stone stage, and if it weren't for the fact that he was the only other person there, XiaoMo might have thought that what he just heard was an illusion. Ever since he had been captured, he had never heard a white-robed person say a single thing in this place. Now that somebody spoke to him, he was not used to it. The middle-aged man slowly started to laugh. You must want to know what's happening here very badly. I can tell you. XiaoMo looked at him and didn't speak. The middle-aged man didn't care. He followed up with a shocking sentence, "I'm the same as you, we both came from another world, or should I say, another plane of existence." "What are you going off about?" XiaoMo furrowed his brows. The middle-aged man turned and glanced at him, and it felt like his eyes had a kind of ability to pierce through someone's mind. The corners of his mouth slowly curved upwards. "In the world I'm in, one can advance by relying on the power of conviction. Even though it's not as fast as cultivating, it is truly indispensable in our world. Moreover, the power of conviction can even help the practitioner to break through that realm." When XiaoMo heard him speaking about the secrets that he shouldn't know without any reservations whatsoever, he had more or less guessed what he wanted to do. On the contrary, his heart calmed down. "What does the power of conviction that you talked about have to do with this? What exactly is your goal?" Rumor has it that the power of conviction can indeed break through and advance. But later, I discovered that it lacked the most important element. The middle-aged man spoke out loud as if to himself. XiaoMo asked, "What element?" The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of crazed happiness. He said, "The strength of the soul's origin. The reason that realm is hard to break into is because of the restrictive nature of the world. It only recognizes one. Originally, cultivation is a path going against the natural order, and one is often unable to control their own destiny. However, once someone breaks into that realm, not only can they control their own destiny, they will become the master of the entire world. They can easily wipe away the rules the previous master left behind and establish new rules. Everyone will live under those rules." The middle-aged man suddenly asked, changing the subject, "Oh, that's right, do you know why this world's rules aren't obvious?" XiaoMo was startled before he shook his head. How would he know this kind of thing? Ling Xiao had never talked about it with him, and he had never thought to inquire about it either. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, "That's because the previous master is already no longer here. Even though the rules that he left behind are still here, it's already no longer as obvious as before. This is extremely advantageous for the next generation. Without the previous master's influence, the certainty of the Tongtian Emperor breaking into that realm will increase greatly." XiaoMo felt like his worldviews had been refreshed tens of thousands of times today alone. Back then, when he heard Ling Xiao mention breaking into the sacred realm's 7-star pinnacle level, he never imagined that this realm would be so awesome. In addition, someone could even establish new rules. Wasn't that the same thing as creating heaven's laws? I already understand the realm you're talking about, but what does it have to do with the strength of the soul's origin? He still didn't understand why breaking into that realm would require using such a blood method. The middle-aged man simply didn't bother hiding or concealing anything that he knew from XiaoMo. He probably thought that after this XiaoMo wouldn't be able to tell anyone anyway, because he was going to die, so helped him resolve the misgivings in his mind all at once. The strength of the soul's origin was actually the strength of the world's origin. But the soul's origin that the middle-aged man was talking about here was in reality referring to the middle and low-level people. They needed 9,999 people from different planes of existence, and afterwards, they would extract the origin energy from the soul. Extremely unfortunately, XiaoMo was the very last one. The Tongtian Emperor had already implemented this plan for many years. The reason why he hadn't appeared in public for many years was because he was constantly running between different planes of existences with his subordinates. It was impossible to gather together over 9,000 different planes. What's more, there already wasn't very many middle-level planes, and it was fairly troublesome to pinpoint their locations. So he could only go to low-level planes to search. There were quite a few low-level planes, so it was easier to catch. But it was still something that wasted a considerable amount of time. However, under his persistence and patience, he finally only needed one more. But it was harder and harder to pinpoint the location of the planes. In order to capture the 9,998th plane, the Tongtian Emperor spent 300 or 400 years, but this also meant that the difficulty level of finding the last plane would become even higher. Coincidentally, XiaoMo just happened to run into them at this time. It was also an accident finding out that he was a soul that came from a different world. The Vermilion Blood Clan made a huge fuss about XiaoMo. Even though they concealed their real objective, the Tongtian Emperor knew the Yu family's secret. But he knew that the real Yu family had already been wiped out in ancient times. What was left were just some side branches. Since XiaoMo could open the inheritance jewel, that meant that he was from the real Yu family. However, the Tongtian Emperor didn't find out he was from a different world because of this. Instead, it was during the second exam. When XiaoMo was being pursued by the Black Shadows, he had accidentally let it slip. Even though it was only him back then, that world was actually all in the grasp of Tongtian's emperor. XiaoMo's every word and action couldn't escape his surveillance. Enough, I said so much. It's also time for you to be on your way. It was as if the middle-aged man had unburdened his heart after speaking, and he smiled as his gaze landed on XiaoMo again. XiaoMo looked at the guards around them. He couldn't take on this many by himself, and he said hastily, "Wait a second, I still have another question." "What is it?" the middle-aged man asked. XiaoMo said, "Since you guys only need 9,999 people from different planes, why did you have to capture so many experts from Tongtian continent?" The middle-aged man lifted his hands and arranged his sleeves and robe before glancing at him with a hint of a smile. "You're going to die in any case, so there's no harm in telling you. There's only one higher-level realm, you must know that. But just because there's only one, it needs an even larger amount of origin energy. Do you understand if I explain it like this?" "Oh, that's right. There's also another thing." The middle-aged man suddenly remembered something, and he curved his lips slightly. "Even though you're the last one, those people in the prison can't escape either. It won't be long before they'll go down there and accompany you. You don't know yet, do you? The soul disappearing array down there isn't a normal array. It also has another name, Absolute Death Array. The Absolute Death Array is a kind of sacrificial array. It can transform all of the living people inside of the array into energy. The reason why Tongtian Palace didn't seal their cultivation bases is to ensure that they can smoothly transform into energy. Because the more violently they resist, the more effective the Absolute Death Array is. When the energy reaches a certain high point, an ancient barrier surrounding Tongtian Palace will activate. When the time comes, none of those people who barged into will be able to escape. A hint of sinister ruthlessness flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. XiaoMo sucked in a breath of air. Completely inhuman. No wonder Hedon would say that. It was indeed not without basis. The middle-aged man said, "You know everything that you should know. You can go on your way now." As he spoke, he reached out a hand towards XiaoMo. Why would XiaoMo wait to die obediently? A boundless wave of soul force shot towards the man with a roar the moment he moved. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. He had long since expected that he wouldn't obediently submit. With a casual wave of his hand, an even more fierce wave of soul force welled up from inside him, colliding instantly with XiaoMo's soul force. A violent wind started emerged between them, creating a piercing exploding noise at once. By the time the power dispersed, XiaoMo had already disappeared. The middle-aged looked sharply in the direction of the stone stage only to see that a human figure had suddenly appeared on the originally empty stone stage. It was XiaoMo. Without waiting for him to shout, XiaoMo smashed a fist onto one of the stone dragon's heads. With a rumble, the stone dragon's head tumbled down, and the force from the origin that was currently being transmitted sprayed out immediately, shapeless and colorless. It instantly disappeared in the air. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide and roared in rage, "You bastard, I'm going to kill you." XiaoMo immediately booked it and ran. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638 Destroy. Chapter 638, Destroy. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The origin energy was equivalent to the vitality of the soul, and it could also be considered as the life force of all living things. The weeds near the stone platform started growing crazily after it leaked out. A little leakage of life force was enough to make all living things grow. One could well imagine the consequences of an unending stream of life force. The middle-aged man could not stop it in time. Driven by the origin energy, the growth of the weeds was extraordinarily crazy. In less than a dozen seconds, all the weeds had become more than 10 meters high, looking like they were going to break through the sky. XiaoMo was also surprised by the turn of events, but it also created an excellent cover for him. The white-robed man from the Tongtian Palace immediately lost sight of him when he scurried into the weeds. Pass on my orders. Catch him and execute him immediately on the spot. Then pull his soul out. The middle-aged man was burning with frenzied rage as he roared. He could not leave the stone platform in order to prevent the origin energy from continuing to leak out. This result was exactly what XiaoMo wanted. If the middle-aged man did not shoot his mouth off and tell him the truth, he would not have known that the stone platform had such a function. Since he attached so much importance to the origin energy, it should be enough to cause them to panic as long as he smashed one of them. The truth had proved this as the middle-aged man was thrown into confusion by his move. They had planned for the origin energy before they had even started. If they fell one step short of success at this point, the many years of effort of the Tongtian Emperor would be destroyed in one day and he would not be able to bear the consequences. The middle-aged man was regretting his previous actions. Why did he have to tell him so much? Unfortunately, there was no use crying over spilt milk, so he can only try to preserve the origin energy. The middle-aged man was the only sacred realm cultivator on the stone platform because he was a grade 6 mage. Originally, this would be more than enough to catch XiaoMo, but it was precisely because of his self-confidence that he fell to this extent. Though the Tongtian Palace had a deep background, Ling Xiao had seriously injured and killed many of their experts in this year. Now that he was leading a large number of powerhouses consisting of several sacred realm experts to attack the Tongtian Palace, almost all the experts in the Tongtian Palace had gone out to meet the attack. All those that currently remained in the palace had a divine realm cultivation base, and it was really hard for them if they wanted to catch XiaoMo. The middle-aged man had also thought about this. He immediately ordered the people to carry the stone dragon's broken head up and rebuild a basic transmission pipe. He instructed the others to keep an eye on the stone platform before heading out to catch XiaoMo himself. If XiaoMo was not the last one in their plan, the middle-aged man would not care whether he escaped or not. Unfortunately, it just had to be him. If he escaped, not only would the plan be delayed by several years or even several hundred years, the secret of the Tongtian Palace would also be discovered by the world. At that time, the power of faith would also be somewhat affected. Although there was still some portion of the power of faith being passed on, the power of faith that the Tongtian Palace received this year had been greatly reduced because of Ling Xiao. Fortunately, the other realms believed in the Tongtian Emperor, so they did not need to worry too much about this aspect. Just 5 minutes after the middle-aged man left the stone platform, a speck of dust drifted almost purposefully towards the direction of the stone platform from the dust-filled sky. At this moment, the stone platform was surrounded by 10 white-robed people, 2 of whom were even high-star divine realm experts. The cultivation of the rest were varied, but their combat effectiveness was still quite high when they worked together. Yet none of them noticed the approaching danger. It was very quiet all around except for the crackling sound, similar to when a magic pill was burning, which occasionally came from the middle of the stone platform. Boom! The sound of an explosion which had come without warning suddenly sounded. The stone platform violently shook several times, and countless white souls darted out in a mad rush from below. The expressions of the 10 white-robed men immediately changed. Without the supply of origin energy from these souls, the 4 stone dragons immediately stopped transmitting the origin energy to the magic pill in the middle. The consequences was more severe than the destruction of one stone dragon's head by XiaoMo. Immediately send someone to inform the high priest. 4 people will stay here to guard the stone platform, while the rest will follow me to catch the escaped souls. A white-robed man with a high-star cultivation base quickly made a decision before leading 4 others in the direction that the souls had escaped in. The Tongtian Palace was always too confident in itself. As they did not anticipate any mishaps, the number of people caught were all allocated in advance and there were no extras. Therefore, the plan would also ground to a halt if these souls managed to escape. It's going to be troublesome this time. The other high-star expert who had stayed behind to guard the stone platform had a gloomy expression. As a matter of fact, they were all once kidnapped by the Tongtian Palace. However, they betrayed their companions in order to save their necks, and pledged their life and loyalty to the Tongtian Emperor. As their lives were held in the hands of the Tongtian Emperor, they dared not betray the Tongtian Emperor even in a desperate situation. Yet, the current situation was different. If the Tongtian Emperor knew that there was an issue with the stone platform while they were guarding it, he would certainly take his anger out on them and maybe he would take them as ingredients. No one knew better than them how important the stone platform was to the Tongtian Emperor. You guys wait here and watch over this place first. I'll go check what's happening. The high-star expert suddenly told the other 3 and prepared to walk out before they could respond. One of the white-robed man abruptly grabbed his robe. Don't think we don't know that you want to run away. You're afraid of being killed by Tongtian Emperor, but we cherish our lives too. Since their opinions had all reached an accord, they naturally fled together. Additional people could help shoulder a portion of the danger. Even if the Tongtian Emperor found out afterwards, they could also match their confessions and properly plan out countermeasures. Thus, the stone platform was deserted in no time. XiaoMo revealed himself. He had completely overheard their conversation while in his dimension. He did not expect the situation to be like this inside the Tongtian Palace. If so, it would be too easy to drive a wedge between them, but he shifted his eyes to the magic pill that was wrapped in 7 colors on the stone platform. 5 sparkling and golden characters flashed in his mind. The heavens are helping me. Once he thought of this, XiaoMo dared not tarry any longer. He rushed onto the stone platform without demur and reached out with the intention of taking the magic pill out. However, when his hand touched the outer layer which made up the 7 colors, an electric shock spread over his body. The amount of electricity seemed to be quite large too. His limbs became paralyzed in an instant and a tremendous force threw him out before he could react. XiaoMo stabilized his body in the air, and then he circulated the soul power in his body into his limbs to alleviate the paralysis before falling flat onto his back. XiaoMo immediately stared at the 7-colored ball of light in surprise after landing steadily on the ground. This thing even had a defensive function. Sure enough, it was not just for decoration. Thinking of this, XiaoMo immediately took out that pair of ugly gloves from his dimension. Now that he was not in the soul disappearing array, he could enter and exit his dimension as and when he wanted without its interference. The Tongtian Emperor probably did not tell the middle-aged man that he had a dimension that could move at any time. After putting on the gloves, XiaoMo continued to try taking the pill. This time, he did not feel that electric shock anymore when he reached in. In a spurt of energy, XiaoMo grabbed the magic pill. At the same time, the expression of the Tongtian Emperor, who was fighting intensely with Ling Xiao in the sky, abruptly changed. He suddenly looked in a particular direction, which was where the stone platform was at. As this was a matter of great importance, the stone platform was placed in a secret area and the situation there could not be seen from their current location. This unusual expression was caught by Ling Xiao. When he saw that the Tongtian Emperor wanted to extricate himself, he immediately obstructed him without a second thought. No matter what happened, Ling Xiao was certain that it must definitely be something detrimental to the Tongtian Emperor. Get out of my way! The Tongtian Emperor's expression was malevolent and powerful spiritual energy was constantly bubbling out from his body. Crackling sounds echoed, as if lightning was gathering and winding around him. His aura was dreadfully terrifying. Unfortunately, the one in front of him was Ling Xiao, who was more arrogant than him. His gaze was like sharp arrows, chilly and bone-penetrating as they landed on the Tongtian Emperor. The bitterly cold black robe was blown by the wind, making a cold and raw noise. Ling Xiao's handsome face revealed a cocky and tyrannical smile when he heard his words, "Thinking of getting past me? Then defeat me first." As Ling Xiao's physical constitution was that of the valiant four ancient beast clans, his fighting capacity was extremely indomitable. The Tongtian Emperor seemed to be reserving his own strength because of something, so their battle was currently at a standstill and none could gain any advantage. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, a fireball created from the fusion of three forces appeared in his hands. He could now freely control three types of forces. Though the result was not as powerful as using the four forces, the might of the attack could not be underestimated. The Tongtian Emperor's expression darkened. "Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, the aura from his body suddenly increased explosively. This time, it appeared that he did not intend on concealing it anymore. Although it could not be seen from his expression, in actual fact, the Tongtian Emperor was extremely worried because he had just felt that someone had moved something on the stone platform. It would be all right if it was the high priest, but if it was someone else? Ling Xiao looked increasingly serious. Despite him being at 6 star, his realm was not stable enough because he has just advanced, so the actual gap with the Tongtian Emperor was more than 1 star. At this moment, XiaoMo had already gotten the semi-finished magic pill. He had also destroyed the stone platform while he was at it before leaving. Shortly after he left, the middle-aged man who had not been able to find XiaoMo all along returned to the stone platform. When he saw the destroyed stone platform, he immediately realized that he had fell for the ruse of luring the tiger out of the mountains. A furious roar resounded through the air in the Tongtian Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639 Success. Chapter 639 Success. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After leaving the stone platform, XiaoMo left the way he came, heading for the prisons. However, he wasn't planning on going there to save the people in the prison. He couldn't even ensure his own safety right now. He didn't have that much of a bleeding heart. It was only because the middle-aged man had said that if the absolute death array was activated, then they would all be trapped inside the Tongtian Palace. XiaoMo hadn't personally seen the Tongtian Emperor in action, but since he was the strongest man in the entire Tongtian continent, then he definitely wouldn't be weak. He was afraid that the Tongtian Emperor would go berserk if he knew his plan had been thwarted, so he had to give him and Ling Xiao an escape. He couldn't let the ancient barrier around the Tongtian Palace activate. The middle-aged man hadn't said anything about how to prevent the barrier from activating, and XiaoMo didn't know either, but he knew that if the people in the prisons escaped and the array couldn't gather enough energy, then the absolute death array wouldn't activate. The white-robed person that had originally taken him hadn't blindfolded him, so he knew the way back. It didn't take long for him to reach the prisons and hear the sounds of fighting. Not far off, the entrance to the prisons had been blasted into debris. So after he had left, Dong and company's plan was successfully being executed. The iron-devouring beast had said that he would only save 4 people, but with XiaoMo's spiritual water, he had the others had freed everyone and the 2 guards at the entrance had long since been dealt with. It wasn't out of sympathy that they freed the others, it was just that one more person meant one more body to help fight the white-robed people, making them safer. People were selfish at heart. However, something had gone wrong, the absolute death array. When XiaoMo had been taken, the absolute death array had been secretly activated under the middle-aged man's command. Dong and the others didn't know that the soul-disappearing array was actually the absolute death array. To free the others inside, they had wasted quite some time in the prison. By the time they made to escape, the absolute death array had fully activated, surrounding the prison in red light. Only the few who had escaped first managed to avoid it. By the time XiaoMo arrived, the people trapped in the array were all letting out blood-curdling screams of pain, hugging their heads and rolling around, faces distorted, eyes red. The prison had long since been destroyed. Not a single person of the 100-something prisons was left standing. XiaoMo inhaled sharply. No wonder the middle-aged man looked so triumphant. All these elite practitioners couldn't deal with this single absolute death array. If he hadn't come, then they'd probably have all died here when the array activated. There were no white-robed people nearby anymore, possibly because they knew of the absolute death array. XiaoMo went over, having seen Hedong. Hedong's strength hadn't been impacted as much, so he was a little better than the others, but his face was still pale. Seeing XiaoMo, Hedong didn't bother wondering why he came back, struggling up and stuttering, "The array core, attack." Array core? Where is it? XiaoMo was nervous. He hadn't looked into arrays. If he knew that this day would come, then he would have asked Ling Xiao to teach him. Nearby. There must be someone there, guarding, find them, quick. Hedong fell onto the ground once more, having spent almost all his strength on that one sentence. XiaoMo nodded and hurried off to find the array core. According to Hedong, there was someone nearby controlling the absolute array. That made it much easier to find. XiaoMo immediately went in the direction where there were people. His soul power spread out with a radius of 50 meters. The white-robed people in the palace had all gone outside to fight and the prison was in a relatively out-of-the-way area, so there were barely any people nearby. As soon as someone entered the range of his soul force, he would notice immediately. However, before he could find the one controlling the array core, he was found by two other white-robed people. XiaoMo thought that they would charge over and attack, but the two fled as soon as he prepared himself for a fight. The Tongtian Palace had been thrown into complete chaos. Though they had the advantage, not all the white-robed people were willing to fight. Those who were actually willing to sacrifice themselves for the Tongtian Palace were those who had been taken and brainwashed from since they were young. As for the other people who were forced to pledge their loyalty, all they wanted was to escape. This was a huge opportunity. Though they had sworn their ever-dying loyalty to the Tongtian Emperor, and even made a binding oath, the outsiders had managed to kill countless of them already. If they wanted to escape now, they just had to find a body and fake their deaths. So long as the Tongtian Palace thought they were dead, they were free. An oath meant nothing in the face of their freedom. Even if they would forever remain in the same level, they were happy with that. Plus, there were no absolutes. Maybe, after they had their freedom, they could find a way to advance. Even if they died, then it would at least be worthwhile. So, XiaoMo didn't see another white-robed person as he looked around. By the time he finally found one, he was practically hyperventilating with desperation. The white-robed person was in a tall structure behind the prison. It was a pointed tower of 30 to 40 meters tall, though the top was gone due to being damaged in the fighting. XiaoMo saw something white flash through the window of the 5th floor. No matter if it was or wasn't, he had finally found someone. He ran over without hesitation. The white-robed person hadn't run away yet, so they were clearly different from the others. Probably someone that had been faithful ever since they were young, thus why they were so loyal. The white-robed person's strength was unexpected, about the same level as XiaoMo's. Logically speaking, with such strength, they should have been out there fighting. If he was here, standing guard, XiaoMo thought to himself, then they had probably been planning on activating the ancient barrier from the very start. If it was a divine-level practitioner in XiaoMo's place, then they wouldn't be a match for the white-robed person at all, and then their plan would have been executed successfully. XiaoMo couldn't help but be glad that it was him who had come, and they were at about the same strength. With that, he immediately entered his dimension. The dimension slowly approached the white-robed man from the back, as a speck of dust. At around a meter away, he immediately left the dimension and struck at the white-robed man's head. Just as he thought he had succeeded, his hand went through the white-robed man, but there was no impact. XiaoMo paled. It was a trick. A razor-sharp blade of light brushed past his cheek, hitting the wall and creating a large hole. When he turned, he saw a white-robed person standing not far off. The white-robed person was holding a large scythe, facing him. His hood wasn't on, revealing a very pale face. It seemed like he was born that way. His palest face held a malicious smile, like that of a cat toying with a mouse. XiaoMo tensed. This person didn't seem like any ordinary sacred-level practitioner. How did he notice XiaoMo? Where's the array core? Something dark flashed through the white-robed man's eyes, and he said in a raspy voice, "Array core? It's behind me. If you want to get to it, you'll have to defeat me first." XiaoMo looked over and found that there was a red array drawn on the wall. There was a lot of spirit gems around it, massive chunks, glowing white and seeming to be providing the array with energy. The array core Dong was talking about was probably this. So long as he destroyed it, then the absolute death array would stop. XiaoMo took out a knife from his dimension. He had found the sword in the peach springs. He didn't know how good it was. It was the first time he had used a sword. That was when the white-robed person suddenly moved. White flashed before his eyes and XiaoMo hurriedly raised the sword. With a clang, the white-robed person's scythe hit his sword. The sound echoed, the tremors practically breaking through his eardrums and making his perlicue uncomfortably numb. The white-robed person's attacks were fast and strong, relentless. His expression was wild, laughing crazily as he got faster and faster. It made XiaoMo uncomfortable. He was only using his sword to defend. He could barely keep up with this attack speed, never mind counterattack. XiaoMo soon noticed that the sword was being chipped away at. He felt like a masochist. Clearly, he couldn't compare to Ling Xiao at all. The other could immediately master it the first time he used it, while, for him, he just struggled even more. After pulling away from the white-robed person, he discarded the sword. The white-robed person attacked again, and this time, XiaoMo dodged easily. He relied primarily on speed, but that didn't mean his attack speed would see improvement. XiaoMo gave up. His easy dodge had the white-robed man surprised. The other hadn't thought that XiaoMo would become more dexterous without the sword. With that moment of shock, XiaoMo sent a kick his way. He blocked with his scythe and stumbled back from the force. The situation reversed itself. This time, the white-robed person was the one who could do nothing but defend. Every time he raised the scythe, the other would attack before he had a chance to strike, so he could only do everything he could to turn his offense into a defense. Sometimes he wouldn't have the time, and would only be able to dodge, and then his opponent's attacks would hit the walls or floors, punching holes through the pointed tower. It wasn't until XiaoMo slammed his fist into the ground and the cracking sounds underfoot didn't stop that the white-robed person paled, realizing what the other was trying to do. It was, however, too late. Boom! The remainder of the pointed tower collapsed with a rumble, turning into a pile of rubble under startled gazes. As for the absolute death array core, the pointed tower had fallen. Was there any way the array core would still exist? If the white-robed person ever had the chance to meet XiaoMo again, XiaoMo would give him a single word: dumbass. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640 Escape. Chapter 640 Escape. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. With the core destroyed, the expected ancient barrier from the Tongtian Palace's hopes was shattered. XiaoMo didn't feel the danger of the situation inside the tower, but almost everyone outside had their hearts in their throats, about to jump out. That was because, just as XiaoMo was about to destroy the tower, the Tongtian Palace was engulfed by a shining bright light. The ancient barrier appeared and disappeared. Some who accidentally touched felt that it almost bounced back. As for those in the absolute death array, the energy from their bodies was almost depleted by half. Even Hedong felt despair. Seeing this, that overcast expression of the Tongtian Emperor finally showed a slightly bloodthirsty smile, because at that moment, he felt uneasy, as if something out of his control happened. Just then, the middle-aged man hadn't told him about the stone table being broken yet, probably afraid of the Emperor's wrath. But their hopes were once again shattered by XiaoMo. The appearing and disappearing barrier only flashed for a few times before dying down, as if it had no more power. The smile on the Tongtian Emperor's face was frozen in place. For a second it was as if the time had stopped in the Tongtian Palace, but then a new round of fighting exploded, in greater heights than before. Although they didn't know what happened, but seeing the surprised expression of the Tongtian Palace people, they knew it was something in their favor. High Priest! The Tongtian Emperor roared angrily to down below. But before the middle-aged man could respond, Ling Zhao's flames surrounded him. The scorching flame roared, as if an evil beast unleashing its claws. The Tongtian Emperor, who got cut off, looked at Ling Xiao with hostility. Suppressing his feeling of growing unease, he said, "Since you guys like it so much here, then stay. This time, I'm not letting any one of you off the hook." Ling Xiao was expressionless. Although he didn't know what happened, but he had a feeling that it had something to do with his wife. The conflict exploded on the trigger, and this time, the Tongtian Emperor went almost full force right from the start. When Ling Xiao fought against Yu Zhentian, he had already seen the power of a 7-star, but clearly the Tongtian Emperor was stronger than Yu Zhentian. The surrounding air was filled with a despair-inducing pressurizing feeling. Even those close by was affected and movements halted, almost resulting in decapitation by their opponents. The hurricane blew Ling Zhao's clothes in all directions. The Tongtian Emperor in front of him seemed to be planning on using his domain. His power was the strongest in the continent, and no one knew of his domain powers. Those who were caught in it was either dead or badly hurt. Thinking about it this far, Ling Xiao stopped worrying. There was only one way to stop the Tongtian Emperor, and that was with the domain explosion he used before. No matter what, the Tongtian Emperor couldn't have predicted Ling Xiao to do something this crazy. When they faced off against Yuan Tai before, Ling Xiao wasn't as strong as he was now, so the power of the domain explosion was much weaker. But now, a clash between a 6 and 7-star domain, the resulting explosion and affected area would be immense, even their comrades would be affected. But Ling Xiao wasn't someone who rushed in without a plan. When he made this decision, he quickly told everyone to leave the area and proceeded to lure the Tongtian Emperor higher into the sky. Before they departed, they made some preparations as to keep in contact, and now it was finally paying off. Other than some who was still focused on their opponents, most started to consciously back off. On the other hand, when XiaoMo destroyed the tower, the white-robed person went crazy, even more so than before, as if he was about to go mad. Ignoring the crumbling tower, he came at XiaoMo, madly swinging his scythe. XiaoMo dodged left and right. After all the core was destroyed, there was no reason for him to fight him. Seeing that the absolute death array was no longer capable, Hedong and the others were considered saved. No matter if they still had the power to make it out of the Tongtian Palace, what happened after was none of his concern. The white-robed person seemed to have seen through his plan and continuously stood in his way. Every time, he just barely managed to dodge the scythe by the skin of his teeth. "Die, how dare you destroy the Tongtian Palace's plan? Just go die." The white-robed person stared at him with a ferocious expression. His eyes felt as if they were going to pop out of their pockets as he stared at him venomously. His teeth were showing, and once he finished yelling, the spiritual energy around him suddenly went on a rampage. As if a tornado, it kept rotating. The only thought in XiaoMo's mind was that this person had been brainwashed very thoroughly. When everyone else was rushing to escape, only he kept trying to contain him, even risking his life to do so. That was so stupid. There were plenty of beautiful things in this world. But being plagued by someone like that, even a Buddha would get frustrated. XiaoMo simply went into his dimension. The white-robed person was nowhere near the level of Tian. The only reason Tian could easily find his dimension and attack it was because, for one, he was in his domain, and second, Tian was way too strong. But, although the white-robed might predict his movements, there was no way he could break through it. Without much surprise, once he disappeared, the white-robed person instantly turned towards the direction of the dust. He raised his scythe high above his head and swung down with malicious aggression. Not only did the black glow not slice open the dimension, it bounced back to the white-robed person. The latter was stunned but quickly dodged it and didn't dare to attack randomly like that again. XiaoMo instantly started controlling the dimension to leave. However, the white-robed person wasn't about to stop there. Without a second thought, he threw away his scythe and swung his fist at the dust particle. Much to his surprise, a man suddenly appeared from the position of the particle, and using the element of surprise, grabbed a hold his fist. With a pull, the fist changed directions. The white-robed person couldn't react in time. First, XiaoMo had a sudden explosion of pressure to suppress him for a moment, rendering him motionless, and then smashed his fist into his head. No matter how strong the practitioner, they couldn't train their head to be unbreakable. Even if they were to block in time, getting hit was definitely going to cause a concussion. But the white-robed person managed to get hit on the temples with 10% of his strength and no defense. The result was expected. The white-robed person could no longer think. His greatest mistake was to let go of his scythe, and his body fell to the ground. XiaoMo let go of his wrist. He had enough confidence in his strength that with such a close-distance smash, if he wasn't dead, he was going to be brain-dead. Just as he was about to turn around, the once barely alive white-robed person suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes and threw himself aggressively at XiaoMo's unprotected back. As if the final hit, the last struggle before death. XiaoMo noticed it instantly, and just as he was about to strike back, a massive force, as if a huge wave washed over them from the sky, tumbling them around. The sky-breaking noise broke through the black mist that had once covered the sky. It was as if the sky had been split in half. The white-robed person was thrown away by the impact. Without another word, XiaoMo went into his dimension. Just as he disappeared, a destructive force engulfed them and the white-robed person died before he could let out a single cry. It must have been Ling Xiao who created such a huge commotion. Due to the fact that Ling Xiao had told his people to leave beforehand, his comrades weren't affected by the domain explosion. However, that couldn't be said for the Tongtian Palace people. It was devastating, especially the ones close by. They weren't even left with a corpse. XiaoMo controlled the dimension to leave, although with difficulty. He only came out when it was safe, and as he turned to look around, the structure that had been the symbol of the holiest place in the Tongtian continent had been mostly destroyed. With broken walls, the Tongtian Palace was gone. Once I go back, I'm going to go calm my nerves, XiaoMo said to himself. This whole year had been like a dream. Suddenly going up against the Tongtian Palace and fighting with them to the death, he even had the "this is just a dream" kind of feeling. Ah! XiaoMo turned around and was tripped by something he didn't notice. As his body leaned forward, he quickly caught himself with one hand and used the force to stand up again. When he turned around, he realized that it was a corpse dot. Just as he was about to brush it off and took a few steps, he suddenly turned around, aggressively. Wait, this corpse wasn't a white-robed person, so he wasn't a member of the Tongtian Palace. Quickly, XiaoMo turned the corpse over and took a sharp breath in. Wasn't this guy the black-robed person he and Ling Xiao met in the Peach Blossom Ruins? He just left after saying something weird. Even now he didn't know his real identity. Why was he here? XiaoMo was confused. He remembered Ling Xiao saying he wasn't an enemy, but he was here. Could he be a helper Ling Xiao got? Isn't he a bit weak to lose here, even though he looked so strong before? Checking for breathing, XiaoMo realized that he hadn't died yet. He was just exhaling more than inhaling and unconscious. If he left him here, he was bound to die. Well, good thing you're lucky. XiaoMo took out a life-saving magic pill and made him eat it, then threw him into the dimension. Since he was unconscious, he shouldn't wake up anytime soon. When he left with great care, he didn't notice that not far away was a white-robed corpse underneath a huge boulder. There was a hole in his chest and he was dead as one could be. He was the black-robed person's opponent, a Sacred Realm 3-star. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641 Recovery. Chapter 641 Recovery. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The outcome of the battle at Tongtian Palace was very tragic. According to observers' descriptions, an earth-shaking explosion nearly razed the entire Tongtian Palace to the ground. Not many people had escaped by that point, so nobody knew how many were dead or injured. But there was one thing that they were sure of: Tongtian Palace was really destroyed. Moreover, it wasn't just the building, even the people were mostly destroyed. This became Tongtian continent's hottest topic. Ling Xiao and the rest genuinely became famous across the continent, especially Ling Xiao himself. Back then, being able to escape twice from Yu Xintian's grasp was already extremely skillful. Now, not only did he escape from right under the Tongtian Emperor's eyes, he even destroyed Tongtian Palace. This level of skill left everyone else far behind in the dust. Even though a large part of it was because there were other powerhouses helping secretly from the dark, it couldn't be denied that the main reason was still because of Ling Xiao. This time, Tongtian continent's experts really considered him to be the #1 expert. When speaking of this matter, there was no choice but to bring that up. Some people even predicted that a major power on the level of the Vermilion Blood Clan and the other powerhouses would appear with Ling Xiao as its head, a dark horse that needed to be reckoned with, just like the Black Spider. As a result, some people wanted to go and throw in their lot with Ling Xiao, so they could be there at the setup stage of Ling Xiao's powerhouse. After joining his powerhouse, they would definitely be considered senior figures. This way of thinking wasn't bad, but the prerequisite was that they first had to find Ling Xiao. If they couldn't find him, what the hell was there to join? However, this was all something to be discussed later. Presently, the lingering effects from the war still hadn't passed yet. After this battle at Tongtian Palace, it had basically destroyed half of it. Some of the white-robed people died, while others fled. A large part of the prisoners in the dungeon also escaped, and only a small portion was affected. But the biggest damage was still the stone stage that XiaoMo destroyed. That was what the Tongtian Emperor had spent several tens of thousands of years' worth of meticulous care on, and it was destroyed all in one go. Seeing these circumstances, the mage assemblage that would be taking place a year from now most likely wouldn't be able to be held. However, there were rumors that Xiao Institution would very likely hold its own mage assemblage. In the past, it was always because there was Tongtian Palace there to support from behind. This time, even though it was gone, there was still the Mage Association and Beast Transfiguration Guild. The two associations had ample resources, so they would still be able to give awards. In addition, the Mage Assemblage could still be considered a grand occasion. Each assemblage, there were numerous amounts of mages who signed up to enter. Even though the competition was fierce, it was also a good chance to make friends. Moreover, it could allow the disciples in the association to train themselves and let them know that, in the world outside, there were always people more talented than themselves. But this was just everyone's guess. Whether or not the mage assemblage would actually happen would still depend on Xiao Institution's interest. If they didn't hold it, everyone could only express their regret. Ghost Tomb Mountain Range, which had been calm for several thousand years, recently had many practitioners come and go from Whitebone Town. The desolate mountain range grew lively because of these people, and Whitebone Town gradually became more prosperous. The streets were crowded every day, and hotels and inns basically had to announce that they were full almost all the time. With Boss Wang as the head, the other bosses took advantage of the situation to raise the price of lodging and food. Everyone earned lots of money, and a day's income was equal to the revenue that they would receive from a whole month in the past. The reason for this phenomenon was because of the battle at Tongtian Palace. Nobody knew who spread the information, but somebody said that Ling Xiao lived in Ghost Tomb Mountain Range. Even though nobody knew the exact location, as long as they knew that he was in Ghost Tomb Mountain Range, then that was easier. In order to join Ling Xiao's powerhouse, there were people entering Ghost Tomb Mountain Range nearly every day to find them. Using XiaoMo's words, it was just a bunch of fellows who were full and had nothing else to do. However, nobody cared about that. In that battle, even though XiaoMo had successfully escaped, everyone had received injuries that weren't light. Some people had nearly lost their lives, such as the black-robed man that XiaoMo had saved on his way out. His opponent was 2 stars higher than him, so for the black-robed man to have killed him, it was already extremely skillful. It made sense that he would receive heavy wounds. Luckily, he was saved by XiaoMo, and only through the use of magic pills was his life saved. As for the rest, after undergoing a period of rest, most of them could leave their sickbeds already, except for the ones that were still unable to get up. Don't look at how miserable they made Tongtian Palace. In reality, each and every one of them had paid quite a high price. The most tragic one was Tianhen, the one in Tiango who liked to quarrel with Tianming the most. His body was gone, and only his soul was left. Rumor had it that he fought too selflessly, and he ran a step too slowly, so he lost his body. Fortunately, as long as the soul wasn't wiped out, the person could still be resurrected. Afterward, he was scolded quite harshly by Tianming, because when he was fighting the white-robed people, he actually went as one person against 5. Even though that insane enthusiasm wasn't as amazing as the black-robed man's, it was still enough to make someone scared witless. Compared to Tiango's members, the other people that the powerhouses had sent over fared much better. They were all experienced veterans and knew when to advance or retreat. The most heavily injured one's life wasn't in danger. After the incident, they went back. Without mentioning that Song alliance for now, Ling Xiao owed the 4 ancient beast clans, besides the Qilin clan, a huge favor. He would have to return this favor later. In the dimension, XiaoMo laid next to the spiritual water lake. He stared with eyes full of joy at the man floating in the middle of the lake. It has almost been 3 months. Ever since the man entered the lake, the spiritual water was decreasing every day. Now, there wasn't even a third of the spiritual water in the lake left. At first, XiaoMo was worried, but now, he was already calm and collected. The speed at which the spiritual water was decreasing had already slowed down. This meant that the condition of the man's injuries was already slowly stabilizing, or they had already pretty much recovered. Just when he was enthralled watching, the man moved. XiaoMo happily climbed up. It was really hard for him to have waited 3 months. Thinking of this, he immediately jumped into the lake impatiently and swam to the man's side. When he saw him open his resplendent eyes, he said, "Ling Xiao, you finally woke up?" That day when he escaped from Tongtian Palace, he hadn't left immediately. Since he knew that activity was caused by Ling Xiao, there was no way he could run away by himself. After he flew in that direction searching, he saw Ling Xiao kneeling on one knee amidst ruins, his entire body bathed in blood. It looked as if he had received a very heavy internal wound, but as for the Tongtian Emperor, he was nowhere to be seen. At that time, XiaoMo didn't say anything else before putting him inside the dimension. Along the way, he also found several other similarly injured Tiango members. In retrospect, speaking of Tiango's members, he really felt like they were a bunch of lunatics. Everyone else had long since listened to Ling Xiao and left Tongtian Palace. Only they were a bunch of crazy people who fought for the sake of fighting, dragging it out till the very last moment before leaving. In the end, they were affected by the explosion of the residual power on site. If it weren't for him, they would have all probably fallen into Tongtian Palace's hands. As for that black-robed man, after confirming that his life wasn't in danger, XiaoMo threw him into the dimension and let the weasel beast take care of him. Since Ling Xiao's injuries seemed the most serious, XiaoMo was scared of an accident occurring, and so he threw him into the spiritual water lake. He spent 3 months waiting before he finally woke up. There are no longer any huge problems. Ling Xiao reached out his hand and patted his head so he could be at ease. On that day, he had made the area self-implode. Even though he had indeed inflicted heavy damage on Tongtian Emperor, and he had grafted the damage from the self-imploding area onto the Demon Phoenix clan's secret technique, he had only tried it once before. He hadn't recovered completely from it that time either, so using it again heavily injured his body. Thankfully, his wife was clever and promptly moved him into the spiritual water lake, or else he might not have recovered even within a year. He couldn't use the Demon Phoenix clan's secret technique of rebirth by fire later either, since he couldn't use it for at least another 5 years. Only when XiaoMo saw that his complexion did indeed look better than it had 3 months ago did he release a sigh of relief. Ling Xiao pulled him ashore and asked, "Did anything happen outside while I was recuperating for 3 months?" "Many things happened," XiaoMo said. Around the time of the battle at Tongtian Palace, the development of the situation at Tongtian Continent was just about the same as what happened right before the ancient war broke out. Every powerhouse's conflicting views started to intensify more and more. Like South Continent, the Vermilion Blood Clan and Sun Alliance didn't see eye to eye in the first place. Now that Sun Alliance had one more South Continent expert, they naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity go. Therefore, their war with the Vermilion Blood Clan was becoming more and more intense. Zhongtian wasn't stable right now either. After the faith in Tongtian Palace collapsed, the two associations seemed to have decided to draw a clear line between them and Tongtian Palace. They turned a blind eye to the white-robed people who came seeking help. Zhongtian's people also avoided them as if they were the plague. If it weren't for them being afraid of Tongtian Emperor, there would definitely be quite a few people who would want to drive them out of Zhongtian. Ever since a portion of the prisoners escaped, the things that Tongtian Palace had done for thousands of years was finally revealed to the public. Because Xiaoyao Institution's past top 3 experts were included in the people who were imprisoned, there were quite a few people in Zhongtian who recognized them. Speaking of Dongzhou, everyone knew about the grudges between Shueshi tribe and Guma tribe. They fought quite fiercely, and Shueshi joined hands with Wansha. Guma tribe's holy maiden also secretly contacted them, so now Dongzhou was also quite unstable. However, the most chaotic place was still Xijing. After the black spider was exposed, they started to do evil all over Xijing. Several demon beast clans were persecuted, and after enduring it for a year, they finally could bear it no longer and sought help from the 4 ancient beast clans. The 4 ancient beast clans long since couldn't stand the black spider. One more powerhouse coming to fight for territory with them already made them somewhat unhappy, but the black spider didn't even know to exercise restraint. They constantly expanded their strength for an entire year, and if they continued to stay silent, they would really have the black spider crawl right up to their doors. These were all things that XiaoMo found out from other people, as well as what happened during the 3 months Ling Xiao was recovering. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642 Absence Makes the Heart Grow Fonder. Chapter 642 Absence Makes the Heart Grow Fonder. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Ling Xiao turned back and looked at the spiritual water which he had absorbed till there was less than a third left, and gave his family's wife a funny look. "What do we do now? There's only so little spiritual water left, and we have to be frugal when using it in the future. Does it make your heart ache?" XiaoMo immediately grinned and rubbed against Ling Xiao's arm as he hugged it. "My heart won't ache if I give it to you. If it's for someone else, I won't even give them a mouthful. Just like the black-robed man, for example." Although he was also seriously injured, XiaoMo did not dare to throw him into spiritual water lake. After making sure that he would live, he threw him out of his dimension without even giving him the chance to wake up. This was the difference. Ling Xiao pinched his nose. Why do I feel like you're getting more and more sticky after I woke up this time? You can even act coquettishly. Are you having a guilty conscience about something? Being accused of this by Ling Xiao, XiaoMo involuntarily remembered all the things that he was guilty about. Originally, it was not his intention to do so. He was simply happy to see that Ling Xiao was awake. After all, this was the first time that Ling Xiao had been in a coma for 3 months where he did not move a single muscle. This was totally different from secluded cultivation. XiaoMo moved his eyes shiftily. How can there be? I was very worried during this period of time where you were in a coma. Furthermore, if you didn't wake up, the Ghost Tomb mountain range would really be leveled by someone. Who dares to level the Ghost Tomb mountain range? Ling Xiao indifferently raised an eyebrow. Despite being unconscious for 3 months, but with just a little extrapolation, he was clear about the current situation. Leveling this was not as simple as stomping it flat. XiaoMo instantly animatedly told him about the news that many people wanted to join them. This was the first time that so many people were rushing to be their comrades. Since the rumor of their disagreement with the Vermilion Blood Clan leaked out, many experts did not dare to get too close to them for fear of being implicated. Ling Xiao did not have any reaction after listening. Instead, he was nonchalant. Such things like comrades and subordinates are valued for their quality rather than their numbers. Moreover, it's just an unusual period now. A hasty recruitment would only give an opportunity for those that harbor evil designs to exploit. This was truth that had come from practice. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not have only led a dozen experts to shake up the Tongtian Palace, which was the #1 force in the Tongtian continent, causing them to fail at the final step when they were about to succeed. Then forget about it. In any case, I also don't want too many people in our palace. XiaoMo was not interested in being the boss, because it represented responsibility and was more troublesome. Ling Xiao smiled dryly, but I have a piece of good news to tell you. XiaoMo's eyes lit up. What good news? Ling Xiao laughed and said, Uncle Gu has handed the command of the Tiango over to me. We'll be comrades in the future. His strength was already above that of Uncle Gu. The latter was extremely gratified as Lin Gu had waited a long time for this day. Afterwards, he simply handed over the Tiango to Ling Xiao. The members of the Tiango were also very compatible with this young master. Even the most difficult one to handle in the Tiango was wrangled by him. XiaoMo was also very happy for him. With this, the chances of rescuing his father had increased a little. Although the members of Tiango had strange personalities, their fighting strength could not be underestimated. Once he thought of this, an idea flashed through his mind, but he did not manage to catch it as it passed by too quickly. They went ashore together. Ling Xiao was only wearing a pair of white trousers. His long black hair was in a mess, casually sticking to his sensual and strong chest. He looked more attractive and sexy than usual while dripping wet. It was only then that XiaoMo noticed that he had no clothes on, and remembered that he was the one that had stripped Ling Xiao bare. XiaoMo looked down and blushed. At first, he was afraid that clothes would hinder the absorption of spiritual water, so he did not think much before stripping him down to his trousers. Now that the trousers were wet, it was tightly clinging to 2 strong and lean thighs, clearly outlining the gigantic sleeping object between his legs. You like what you see? Ling Xiao suddenly asked in a low voice while intimately whispering into his red ears. Despite being an old married couple, XiaoMo could not help blushing as his gaze darted all around. He just did not dare to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao cupped his face with both hands and intimately rubbed noses with him. Wife, in total, we haven't seen each other for a year and 3 months. I miss you very much. How about you? Do you miss me? XiaoMo nodded shyly. He felt that his feelings differed to some extent from Ling Xiao's. In the second test, he was under the impression that the year he spent in it was actually very short, so he regarded it only as a test from beginning to end at that time. Thus, he did not feel that time was passing slowly and was difficult to bear, but it was different for Ling Xiao. He had passed the whole year day by day, and had spared no pains or effort to save him during that year. XiaoMo did not need to personally experience that feeling for him to understand how it must have felt. When all is said and done, the Tongtian Palace was just too abominable. Thinking of this, XiaoMo immediately looked up and said, "Let me tell you, that Tongtian Emperor was originally MHN." Before XiaoMo had finished talking, Ling Xiao bowed his head and kissed him on his lips. How could he let XiaoMo speak of such distasteful things with such a good atmosphere? He had really missed his wife very much. During that year, he thought of it for many nights. XiaoMo soon lost himself in the desire that Ling Xiao had stirred up. His arms went around Ling Xiao's neck and he voluntarily opened his mouth to let Ling Xiao in. After a year of separation, this old married couple were as passionate as newlyweds. Regardless of how well they knew each other's bodies, the flames of desire came the moment they were mentioned. The two bodies were tightly entwined, and the neatly clothed XiaoMo soon became like Ling Xiao, as even his trousers were stripped off. Yet, Ling Xiao's trousers were still on. It was just that the head of his gigantic sword had completely risen, and his sword was straight as a ramrod as if it wanted to tear through the trousers. The boiling heat made XiaoMo, who was sticking onto it, tremble a little. While the two were rolling together in the meadow and enjoying the pleasure of close intimacy between a husband and wife, it was obviously not very peaceful outside. Although it was a plus for the Ghost Tomb mountain range to become so bustling, the drawbacks were also top-notch, in that it was easy to get into a fight due to a slight disagreement, especially in White Bone Town. The White Bone Town could now be regarded as the property of the Tiango, but ever since the town had flourished, there would be fights breaking out from time to time every day. Originally, this did not pose any danger for the White Bone Town, so the Tiango turned a blind eye to it. It was not known if it was due to this kind of laissez-faire behavior that made those outsiders belittle the Tiango. There was news of fierce fighting emerging in an endless stream daily, and eventually a group war even broke out. When it came to this group warfare, the sin that Ling Xiao created definitely had to be mentioned as well. Ever since Ling Xiao's reputation exploded, the number of experts who came to the Ghost Tomb mountain range out of admiration for him had continually increased. However, the Ghost Tomb mountain range was a very dangerous place. For them to find the palace, they had to traverse the Cartilage Mountain and break through the barrier that Ling Xiao had laid down afterwards. Otherwise, it was impossible. As a result, the White Bone Town had developed, and the town boundaries had expanded by 2 or 3 times. Each and every one of those practitioners all started squatting in White Bone Town and refused to leave. Later, it was not known who had thought of this shit idea. They actually established their own small forces, then each one of them said that they were the real subordinates of Ling Xiao and argued till they were red in the face. It was only 3 months and they actually started fighting. It was tolerable if it was just a small-scale fight. However, the problem was that it was not the case this time because the strongest amongst the small forces suddenly wiped out many of the other small forces in White Bone Town. Even the Tiango had no choice but to pay attention to this situation, because the leader of this force was an expert who was a level 12 demon beast. It was said that he wanted to become Ling Xiao's subordinate. In order to show his sincerity, he purged all the small fish in White Bone Town. It would be good to have the level 12 expert to join them, but level 12 demon beasts were all haughty creatures and they could easily establish a force in Xijing just by depending on their own cultivation base. There was no need for them to run over to become someone's subordinate, therefore the Tiango suspected that his motives may be impure. A day had passed before XiaoMo and Ling Xiao came out of their dimension. However, no one knew that Ling Xiao had woken up, so it made no difference whether he came out in the morning or evening. No one had imagined that they would have such a wild day in their dimension. XiaoMo had not moved around anywhere for 3 months. When they came out, they were in their bedroom and no one else was there. His Zhou team had not been idle during this period. Since Lin Gu handed the Tiango to Ling Xiao, Paiqiu and the rest had accompanied Tian Dao and the others in their work, and had become more right and proper. Due to the situation in White Bone Town, as well as the recent chaotic events in Xijing, each and every one of them were all very busy. While Ling Xiao was changing clothes, XiaoMo had run out. As soon as the door opened, a blue shadow pounced on him. Caught off guard, XiaoMo was hit head-on and was nearly squashed flat. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded above his head. Son, you finally come out. Daddy missed you so much. Yu Junqi hugged his son's head with all his strength. This feeling of recovering what one had previously lost was absolutely not any less than that of Ling Xiao's. When he learned that XiaoMo was detained by the people from Tongtian Palace, and had even been told that his son was dead, he would have rushed to the Tongtian Palace if not for Ling Xiao obstructing him. XiaoMo gave him a kick. We clearly just saw each other yesterday. Are you trying to strangle me? Yu Junqi sulkily poked his fingers together. Son, 1 day apart seems like 3 years. XiaoMo rolled his eyes at him. Speaking of this cheap dad, his luck was quite good. Others, including Ling Xiao, had been injured, but he was the only one who was completely without a scratch. Furthermore, it was said that 1/3 of the countless injured and dead white-robed men from Tongtian Palace was his handiwork. The reason was because his old dad had a super strong sneak attack ability that was said to have been perfected when he was being hunted down by Yu Zhentian. However, XiaoMo was extremely gratified that he was alright. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, The Origins of the Ancient War. Chapter 643, The Origins of the Ancient War. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The weasel beast rushed over soon after finding out that his master had come out from the dimension. Paiqiu and Catqiu followed. They were relatively weak, so they didn't go over to Weeping Ghost Shores, staying in the palace with Metal Swallowing Beast and the others. The demon beasts raced to get inside, but upon seeing that Ling Xiao was sitting next to their master, they all settled down. Their master had been in the dimension taking care of boss Ling Xiao recently, and without anyone to keep them in check, they went wild. Originally, there was still Yu Junqi to keep an eye on them, except he wasn't the most reliable either. Surprisingly, the most reliable was the weakest weasel beast. However, with the pills and life crystals XiaoMo had provided, his strength had improved by a lot. Now, he could command more and more rodent demons, and stronger ones, too. Though Ghost Tomb Mountain Range was still that dangerous ancient warzone, he had plenty of eyes placed here now. He would be the first to receive the news if anything happened in the Ghost Tomb Mountain Range or White Bone Town, even sooner than Tiandao. Yu Xiaomo's current favorite was the weasel beast. Seeing him reminded XiaoMo of the black-robed man he had given to the weasel beast to take care of. After coming back, he had spent most of his time in his dimension taking care of Ling Xiao, so he didn't know much about what had happened recently. How's that man doing? Seeing that his master was looking over at him, the weasel beast replied, he hasn't woken yet, but his injuries are mostly healed. He'll be fully healed in a few months. Since his injuries have healed, how come he hasn't woken up yet? XiaoMo asked in confusion. XiaoMo had heard from the weasel beast that though the man had sustained heavy injuries, his regenerative abilities were very powerful. Logically speaking, he should have been awake by now. The weasel beast scratched his head. I'm not sure about that. Master, do you want to go and visit him? XiaoMo looked to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao asked, who is this man you're speaking of? XiaoMo immediately replied with excitement. Do you remember that black-robed man we saw in the Peach Springs? That's him. I saved him on my way out from the Tongtian Palace. He's your helper, right? Back then, he hadn't only saved the black-robed man, but also 2 members of Tiango. Though they had both been injured, their injuries weren't severe, so the 2 went back to Weeping Ghost Shore directly, just missing the black-robed man that was in Yu Xiaomo's dimension back then. Ling Xiao's expression was a little strange. Have you informed Tiango's people? What about your demon beasts, are they not here? XiaoMo blinked. Why would I inform them? Do you mean Xiao and the others? Tiandao borrowed them not long after we came back, saying there was something important he needed help from them with. I let them go, seeing that he seemed anxious. Ling Xiao didn't reply, directly saying to the weasel beast, "Send someone to the Weeping Ghost Shores, tell them that the person they're looking for is over here with me." The weasel beast looked at XiaoMo. XiaoMo nodded back for him to obey, feeling delighted. This wasn't the first time Ling Xiao had ordered his contracted demon beasts. It was, however, rare that his demon beasts didn't immediately obey and instead asked for his opinion first. From what you just said, did you mean that black-robed man a member of the Tiango? Ah, is it that Tiangue? After the weasel beast left, XiaoMo put together Ling Xiao's words and finally figured out the black-robed man's identity. Of the members of Tiangue was the most mysterious and often disappeared without warning, so even his companions rarely saw him, never mind Paiqiu and the others. No wonder Paiqiu and Catqiu didn't have any reaction upon seeing the black-robed man. In addition, all those that had met him were with Tiandao now, so Tiangue still had no idea that Tiangue was here with him. As for Yu Junqi, all he cared about was his son, and no one bothered him anyway, so even if he knew that Tiangue was a member of Tiangue, he wouldn't see a need to inform Tiangue, seeing that the man was okay. "I'm delighted that you finally figured out who he is," Ling Xiao said without sincerity. If it wasn't for him this time, Tiangue might have been hidden here until he spoke up himself. If he recalled correctly, Tiangue was going up against a 3-star enemy. It seemed like he had sustained heavy injuries while killing his opponent. Xiaomo's gaze drifted. Too much had happened as of late, he hadn't had the time to consider other things like that. The weasel beast was very fast at sending messages, and Tiangue knew within the day. Tiandao almost thought that Tiangue had been taken by Tongtian Palace's people and had sent plenty of people to look for the other over the course of these 3 months. Knowing that Tiangue was at the palace, he calmed, merely telling the weasel beast to tell them to let Tiangue stay and heal for now. However, the weasel beast secretly told XiaoMo afterwards that, when he had told Tiangue about Tiangue, their expressions had twisted terrifyingly. Perhaps other people wouldn't understand, but the weasel beast knew that the Tiangue had been up in arms over Tiangue's disappearance for a full 3 months. It was just that, back then, he hadn't known that Tiangue was the black-robed person. XiaoMo decided would be for the best if he didn't go to Weeping Ghost Shores for now. Ling Xiao was strong, and in 3 months, his internal injuries had mostly healed. He had heard of the sacred-level practitioner in White Bone Town, but he decided to leave this be for now. Right now, he was more concerned about the overall situation in the Tongtian continent. "Ling Xiao, let me show you something." XiaoMo remembered the pill he had taken from the stone platform. Afterwards, he had checked his Danqing ancestors' jade drive, but hadn't found anything, so he was doubting if this was a magic pill at all. Ling Xiao took the pill. "What's this?" Seeing that there were things that even Ling Xiao didn't know, XiaoMo's enthusiasm was immediately piqued, informing Ling Xiao of everything the middle-aged man had said 3 months ago, including the stuff about the rules and the master. This was something he couldn't figure out. "I understand." Ling Xiao immediately organized all these scraps of info and asked, looking at XiaoMo, "Do you have any questions?" XiaoMo slowly began, "This pill." Ling Xiao immediately understood what he wanted to say and held the pill up to him. "Strictly speaking, this isn't a magic pill, but you could call it that if you really wanted to. I've never seen something like this before either. It should be a method the Tongtian Emperor and that middle-aged man thought up, to transcend into the level of the Almighty." "The Almighty?" Xiaomo's eyes lit up. "That level is called the Almighty, but there can only be one, so if one were to transcend into the Almighty, then no one else will be able to. Since the last one is dead, it's unsurprising that the Tongtian Emperor wants to become the Almighty." Xiaomo smacked his lips and said, "But that middle-aged man said that the master of the rules has already died. If he's really that powerful, then how did he die? This is a huge secret, and very few, definitely less than 5, people know. It's doubtful that even the Tongtian Emperor knows. Ling Xiao suddenly adopted a mysterious tone of voice. XiaoMo's eyes lit up and asked in a low tone, "Then do you know?" Ling Xiao glanced at him. "Of course I do, do you want me to tell you?" XiaoMo immediately nodded. Tell me. Ling Xiao beckoned at him with a finger. XiaoMo leaned in, and just as he offered up his ear, it was bitten. A wet tongue licked over his ear, even attempting slide inside. With a shudder, he tried to push away, but was dragged back, a pair of hands groping his body and making his limbs feel weak. "Are you going to tell me or not?" XiaoMo straightened his clothing. That guy had just had his rut yesterday, and it went on for several hours. He really couldn't take it. Ling Xiao could only hold him, staring hungrily at the soft body hidden within his clothes as he replied mysteriously, "You have probably heard of the previous Almighty, the first master of the Tongtian Palace. Though there can only be one Almighty at a time, this isn't certain. The first master of the Tongtian Palace was similar to the current Tongtian Emperor. He was a man who looked serious and honest, but was actually petty and deceitful. He had become the Almighty 1,000 years before the ancient war. Because he was afraid of the power of the 4 ancient beast clans, he triggered the ancient war in an attempt to destroy the 4 ancient beast clans. He did this because he had figured out that after he became the Almighty, the 4 ancient beast clans were the biggest threat to his position through the legacy of their blood. The reason why he felt threatened by the 4 ancient beast clans as the Almighty was because, in a time more ancient than ancient times, there was a legend about the 4 ancient beasts. A being far more powerful than the 4 ancient beast clans would be conceived through the perfect amalgamation of the bloodlines of the 4 ancient beasts merged. This being's power could even rival the Almighty. It was this being that the Almighty felt threatened by. However, never mind the palace master's thoughts, the 4 ancient beasts wouldn't allow this being to be conceived. After all, who was willing to be ruled over like that? The 4 ancient beast clans were all prideful creatures. They had been at the top of the Tongtian continent for so long, enough that they even snubbed the Almighty. In addition, this being would only be created from a perfect amalgamation of the bloodlines of the 4 ancient beast clans, which meant a fourth of the blood of each clan. The 4 ancient beast clans looked highly upon the purity of their blood, so it was clear to see that this being could never come into existence. However, the Almighty wasn't convinced. The 4 ancient beast clans were still threats. And so he plotted the ancient war. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, Irresponsible. Chapter 644, Irresponsible. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Very few knew of the ancient battle, and as luck would have it, the Yu family ancestor they met at the demon beast graveyard of the Ghost Tomb mountain range was one of them. It was also him who told Ling Xiao about it, otherwise he had no way of knowing. He also told him about the fact that when the 4 ancient beast bloodlines combined, it was strong as the Almighty. Back then, in an instance, the man in white knew all of the bloodlines in Ling Xiao, but if it wasn't for he and XiaoMo's relationship, he might not have told Ling Xiao about it. What goes around comes around, probably something like that. As for why the first Tongtian Emperor died, that has to do with the 4 ancient beast clans legend. The first Tongtian Emperor was highly ambitious. Not only did he want to destroy the 4 ancient beast clans, he also wanted to destroy some of the major families of the time. The Yu family was amongst them. He wanted to then regroup the forces of the Tongtian continent and unify them. But his scheme was still discovered. Back in the ancient times, there was also someone like Ling Xiao who had all 4 ancient beast clans' bloodline and was just as unappreciated. Back then, the 4 ancient beast clans didn't know that a perfectly combined version of their bloodline would become as strong as the Almighty. Only when the first Tongtian Emperor's scheme was discovered did that person start to shine, but when the fight came near its end, that person still perished together with the Almighty. Due to the Almighty's disappearance, although this world was complete, its rules weren't fully set. What was left was what the first Almighty set as the rule. If there wasn't a new one soon, it wouldn't be long before their rules disappeared. But, even though the ancient battle was an evil scheme of the Almighty, the truth wasn't known because the one who found out about it was the one who died together with the Almighty. Before he could say it, he died. As for why the Yu family's ancestor knew, that was because he was coincidentally there when it happened. Not only that, they weren't stupid either. There were too many loopholes as to why the battle occurred, it's just that most of them died in the battle. So up till now, no one knew of the dirty secret of the Tongtian Palace and that it wasn't worth worshipping at all. However, with the Tongtian Palace destroyed as well as their reputation, there was no need to purposefully mention the truth behind the ancient battle. This Tongtian emperor sprang up tens of thousands of years after the ancient battle. Many of those in the Tongtian Palace had died in the ancient battle as well. Not only that, very few knew of the scheme in the first place, thus the Tongtian emperor actually knew very little. But, he just needed to know that the first Tongtian emperor was the Almighty and that was enough. There was only one thought in XiaoMo's mind as he heard the story. There was nothing absolute in this world, even someone as strong as the first Tongtian emperor still died, but that was completely his fault. He could have just comfortably stayed as the Almighty, but he just had to unify everyone, clearly unnecessary. And what happened? He successfully forced the true powerhouse out and died. Greed and power was truly death-inducing. Then what are we doing about this magic pill? XiaoMo asked as he looked at the dark red magic pill silently resting on his palm. At first he thought that Ling Xiao might use it, but after some careful thinking, he thought against it. Ling Xiao already had the 4 bloodlines, he didn't need to be like the Tongtian Emperor and rise to the Almighty level. Not only that, this magic pill absorbed so many lives, it was sinister and this was probably an incomplete product. Without another word, Ling Xiao crushed it to dust and it flew away, taken by the wind. Clearly, Ling Xiao had no favorable impression of it either. If they have time to make such an obscure thing, they might as well be cultivating the proper way. Suddenly a thought flashed across XiaoMo's mind, say, do you think the first Almighty also used this method to become that level? Probably not. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao rejected his idea. From what that middle-aged man told you, this method was probably thought of after he got together with the Tongtian Emperor. The possible results are still unknown. Then what about you and the other person's bet? XiaoMo still remembered the bet Ling Xiao made. Now that the Tongtian Palace was destroyed, the mage assemblage was probably not going to be held either. Suddenly, Ling Xiao smiled, what does it have to do with me? Since the beginning it was a one-sided bet, if something happens, it's his problem. XiaoMo thought he was such a fraud. That person's probably going to be fuming in anger. The Tongtian Palace was destroyed by Ling Xiao but he had to clean up the mess. However, it was a highly welcome situation, but... In the afternoon, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo went to check up on Tiangue. With Ling Xiao's hint, he finally realized that Tiangue was advancing and not unconscious. Tiangue was a fighting maniac, very often he would advance from the experience he got from fighting. Although this time, from the life and death battle in the Tongtian Palace, he suffered grave injuries, he also managed to go past the 2-star barrier. With a little more time, he would be at a 3-star level. For the past 3 months XiaoMo had been back, he hadn't received any information about his first and second Xixiang. After they knew that he was captured by the Tongtian Palace, they were also very worried and repeatedly sent the giant rock to gather information. When they heard about Ling Xiao gathering powerhouses to invade the palace, they also wanted to help, but couldn't leave Dongzhou at all. From their letters, XiaoMo learned that the situation in Dongzhou was pretty bad. Although the Shuishi tribe and the Wansha tribe combined forces to fight against the Guma tribe, they were unable to get the upper hand as another force was secretly helping them. That force wasn't the Vermilion Blood Clan since they couldn't even fend for themselves, much less send someone over to Dongzhou. XiaoMo, however, knew of this force. From what he heard, Yan Hui and Su Lang's Shifu was someone incredibly strong with a remarkable identity. Not only that, they had the previous holy maiden Zuma, who was even stronger than Xiao. Since you can only win 100% of the time when you know your enemies, XiaoMo later told them about this. Although their Shifu's identity was still unknown, they could at least have a direction to search. The second day, XiaoMo heard that Ling Xiao was preparing to go to the Weeping Ghost Shore. Ever since he became the real young master of Tiandao, even if he had Tiandao's help on most things and didn't have to deal with them himself, it was still important to learn a bit more. XiaoMo thought about what the weasel beast said and wanted to back out. Ling Xiao, maybe you should go yourself. I just suddenly remembered that I had something else to do. For the past 3 months I was by your side and didn't cultivate or refine pills, but in the past year or so, XiaoMo was still stuck on grade 4, mostly because he hadn't been cultivating. But he wasn't completely without improvements either. In the year he stayed in that world, the spiritual energy was very thick, thus even if he was chased all over the place, the whole escape process could still be counted as cultivating. Without another word, Ling Xiao lifted him up by the collar and left the palace. They were just going to the Weeping Ghost Shore, it wasn't even going to take that long. Did he think he couldn't tell that it was all just a ruse? XiaoMo's head drooped low and hoped that all of the Tiango members were out. But, obviously that wasn't going to happen. It didn't even take half an hour before they arrived at the Weeping Ghost Shore. The reason was because in the year XiaoMo was gone, Tiango created 2 teleportation circles, the ones commonly found in the Longxian continent, between the Weeping Ghost Shore and their palace. It was perfect for short-distance teleportation. At the Weeping Ghost Shore, ever since Hua Gu and XiaoMo's contracted demon beasts joined, the work was more clearly divided and everyone had a clear role to play. Everything was progressing smoothly. Since Ling Xiao told them ahead of time, by the time they arrived, most of the members were already waiting in the Smile Pavilion. Just as they walked in, everyone turned and stared at them. As XiaoMo was feeling guilty, his chest wasn't puffed up as high and his eyes kept darting all over the place. Thus, he successfully saw Hua Gu, who had made a transition to a classy woman, businesswoman. When they first met, Hua Gu was an alpha lady and had the skills to back it up, however, she felt vulgar with a poor taste in clothing. Thus, even though she felt like an alpha, she never had the classy or professional feel to her. But now, Hua Gu was wearing bright, flaming red lipsticks, making her more gorgeous. A single belt formed her slender waist, emphasizing her chest, and she also had a whip attached to her hip. Seeing that, XiaoMo suddenly pictured a classy woman, swinging around a whip and laughing as she whipped a bunch of men. He shocked himself with the image. Young master. Just as he was thinking, Hua Gu came up. Finally, XiaoMo regained his senses, and the moment he looked up, he saw Ling Xiao making this, half-smiling but not really face. He subconsciously rubbed his nose, feeling guilty. Hua Gu suddenly turned towards him and finally said after some hesitation, "Madam." As if lightning struck XiaoMo's head, he was once again shocked by her. Madam or wife was Ling Xiao's exclusively. When it was from him, there was always a feeling of softness and flirtiness to it. At first he was embarrassed, but over time he got used to it. But suddenly hearing that from a woman, he felt a peculiar feeling, as if saying he was a woman as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Forbidden Zone. Chapter 645, Forbidden Zone. Translated by Yan of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Ling Xiao refuted the word wife very quickly. The reason was obviously because only he could say it. He liked to use a flirting tone the most when calling for his wife. This was a joy that only existed between a couple, and definitely couldn't be destroyed by Hua Gu. Hua Gu revealed a seldom-seen embarrassed expression. She was an attentive person in the first place, so when she saw XiaoMo's constipated expression, she knew that she said something wrong. In the end, XiaoMo told her to call in young Master Yu, because he himself liked that a lot. Hua Gu saw that the young master didn't reject it, and she seized the chance to call in young Master Yu once. In the Smile Pavilion, besides Tiango's 4 members, there was also XiaoMo's contracted demon beasts, Xiao and Xiao. They could both be considered the placid type, and when they saw them come over, their expressions were very calm. XiaoMo originally wanted to dash over and reminisce with them, but halfway there he was grabbed by Ling Xiao and dragged to the host position. There were 2 chairs there, one for Ling Xiao, and one for somebody else. After sitting down, Ling Xiao went straight to the point. Nobody was in the habit of doing a sloppy job, and their efficiency was quite good. Not even an hour later, they had already resolved a few problems. XiaoMo was bored to death. He only heard them mention something related to him at the very end. Tian Dao suggested, "Young lord, I hope that Tiango's information network can integrate itself with what young Master Yu's Weasel Beast is capable of. Tiango's information network has always had too few people, so if the 2 sides can integrate with each other, their effectiveness will increase even more." Ling Xiao didn't answer him immediately. Instead, he sought XiaoMo's opinion. XiaoMo thought, in any case, it's all one family. Might as well integrate. Let's play it by ear. I'll let Xiao know later. Everyone stared blankly. They recovered very quickly and realized that he was referring to the Weasel Beast. Everyone already knew about XiaoMo's habit of giving his contracted demon beasts all sorts of nicknames, never mind the fact that not a single one from Xiao and the rest liked their own nicknames. But they all liked to shade their comrades, so they would always call them by their nicknames in front of other people. As a result, the one whose nickname was called out would be unhappy and retaliate. After that, they made such a disturbance that everyone knew about it. The second problem had to do with White Bone Town's level 12 expert. Their opponent was a 1-star expert. In this chaotic state of affairs, a level 12 expert could become a critical turning point. If they could draw him in, Tiango's strength would go up a level. But that was merely their desire. First they had to ensure that the person didn't have any problems. The person appeared 2 months ago. He was the strongest person in White Bone Town, and everyone else under his suppression dared to get angry, but didn't dare to speak back. Quite a few people even joined his powerhouse, and by now, it had already developed into a small powerhouse with 30 to 40 people, even more than them. Among those people, the one with the lowest level of strength was still at the Emperor Realm level. While Ling Xiao was recuperating, Tian Dao had long since sent someone to monitor this person. But there wasn't anything really suspicious about his behavior, and he didn't reveal any clues. It seemed like there wasn't any problems, but Tian Dao wasn't that easily fooled. The more it seemed everything was fine, the more suspicious it was. Tian Dao had checked out his history a long time ago. This matter had even implicated Yin Ji's father, the 9-headed Snake Emperor. There was only Yin Gu and his father remaining in the 9-headed Snake Emperor clan. They were considered the lowest level 12 emperor beasts in Xijing. They didn't expand their territory, nor did they participate in Xijing's wars. The other powerhouses didn't want to go provoke the 9-headed Snake Emperor either, a fellow with an irritable temper. However, there was one person who dared to. This person was the 9-headed Snake Emperor's natural enemy, the Crested Serpent Eagle. It was equally matched in terms of strength with the 9-headed Snake Emperor, and it had quite a few subordinates. White Bone Town's level 12 expert was one such subordinate. But he hadn't volunteered. Instead, he was forced to buy the Crested Serpent Eagle's threats, and so he had no choice but to yield. All the way up until just recently, the Crested Serpent Eagle would always go out to trouble the 9-headed Snake Emperor. He had most likely finally pissed off the old Snake Emperor. When he was leaving, he was high-spirited and full of self-confidence, but when he returned, his face was pale and he had received a heavy injury. He immediately went and secluded himself that very day. That person had taken advantage of this opportunity to escape. He knew that the Crested Serpent Eagle would be in secluded cultivation for a very long time, so he wanted to borrow this chance to find a strong and powerful supporter. But those powers that had been famous for a very long time definitely wouldn't agree. So then he decided to seek help from Ling Xiao, who had just become famous through the continent. With Ling Xiao's success in fighting Yu Tian and Tong Tian Emperor, the man's old boss definitely wouldn't be a match for him. Moreover, he hadn't yet established a powerhouse, so joining now would make it easier to lay down his achievements and gain Ling Xiao's trust. Even though it could still be considered normal to say that someone at Ling Xiao's level of strength didn't attach any importance to the crested serpent eagle, Tian Dao still felt as if this meat pie that fell from the sky wasn't easy to chew. So he had hesitated in making a decision. Continue watching him. Find out his real motive. After listening, Ling Xiao was silent for a few seconds before he made his decision. Tian Dao wasn't surprised. In reality, he was thinking the same thing as Ling Xiao. There was still something odd about this person, but if they couldn't find out what it was, there was no way they could feel at ease letting him join Tian Go. Tian Dao, have you heard any news about Yin Gu and Feng Qiyun? XiaoMo saw that they had pretty much finished discussing, so he asked a question that he was more concerned about. Since Yin Gu and Feng Qiyun's feelings weren't accepted by the old Snake Emperor, after being freed, they joined hands and left. Rumor had it that they were going to travel, and it had been a very long time since he last received any news about them. Tian Dao responded, I haven't. XiaoMo was a tiny bit disappointed. It seemed like Yin Gu and Feng Qiyun still hadn't returned. Tian Dao said, if young master you wishes to know, I can send someone out to ask around. However, Tongtian Continent's situation right now is a little chaotic, so it'll be quite difficult to find them. Then never mind. XiaoMo shook his head. He didn't want to trouble him. Right now they didn't even have enough people by their side to use for their own purposes, so if they send out somebody to search, their crew would become even smaller. Furthermore, with their current reputation, Yin Gu and Feng Qiyun could come to Ghost Tomb Mountain Range at any time if they wanted to find them. Tian Dao nodded his head, unsurprised. He had actually long since expected this result, and he continued to ask, young master you, how is it going on Tian Gui's side right now? Oh, he's about to break through. He should wake up soon. XiaoMo propped up a hand underneath his chin, and his expression started to become absent-minded. Ling Xiao stood up and said to Tian Dao, today's meeting will conclude here. You can take care of the other matters as you see fit. Even though he had assumed control of Tiango from Ling Gu, he was still very competent at being the hands-off leader. Fortunately, Tian Dao had long since become accustomed to Ling Gu as a hands-off leader. Now that it was Ling Xiao, he couldn't be any more used to it. After that, they returned to the palace. Even though they didn't know whether the mage assemblage would still happen or not, XiaoMo felt that Ling Xiao's promise with that person would still be valid. There were only 9 months left till the promise. His cultivation base was still grade 4, and if that time really came, this level of strength wouldn't be enough at all. So after this, he had to do his best and work hard. Meanwhile, 100 Birds Valley. The chick that was already 3 or 4 years old was still a white and plump baby. He was innocent and unaffected, very adorable, but under the head elder's teaching, his heart had already become blackened. Even though everyone was very good to him in 100 Birds Valley, besides the second elder Ji and his bloodline, the chick had never forgotten his true purpose in returning to the Demon Phoenix clan. It was so he could be a spy for his master and boss. He had even already received the task that the boss gave him. Ever since he had broke the news about being contracted, Ji and his bloodline had continuously used this as an excuse to pull him off his high horse. Their reasoning was that the Demon Phoenix clan couldn't have a young master that had formed a contract with a human. Moreover, it was only an ordinary contract. They believed that this was extraordinarily shameful and humiliating for the Demon Phoenix clan. However, Ji and his bloodline's power was fairly weak. Their voices of opposition didn't create any huge waves in the Demon Phoenix clan before it was very bluntly suppressed by the head elder Ji Wang. The reason was because of this ordinary contract. If it was a life-bound contract, Ji Wang might have actually considered whether he should allow Ji Ningyu to continue being in line for succession in the Demon Phoenix clan, because there was no way to undo a life-bound contract. But ordinary contracts could be undone, so the situation that the chick was facing now was that he had to rescind the contract with XiaoMo. The chick had already agreed verbally, but in reality, nobody knew what he was really thinking. Ever since he had returned to the Demon Phoenix clan, Ji Wang had taught him many things. You could imagine what kind of things he taught him to turn a perfectly fine young, cute boy's heart black. There was no way Ji Wang could have imagined that there would be a day the chick would end up using the things that he taught him on himself. However, even though this situation caused some opposing clamor to rise up in the Demon Phoenix clan against him, Ji Wang's doting on him still didn't change. By now, the chick had already returned to the Demon Phoenix clan for many years, and he was no longer that little baby that could only stay by Ji Wang's side. On this day, the weather was sunny and cloudless. Two people from the Demon Phoenix clan looked awkwardly at the little kid standing in front of them. Nowadays, who didn't know that Ji Ningyu was the head elder's darling treasure? He was really like something that they were afraid of sucking on too hard and melting, or holding in their hands and dropping. They couldn't drive him away or touch him, making things very difficult for them. Young master, please don't make things hard for us. It's really not that we aren't letting you in. It's only that this is the forbidden zone. The head elder instructed us before not to allow anybody in. The one speaking had light brown hair, and right now his face looked like a bitter melon. I don't care, I want to go in. The baby said in a childlike voice. He was a tiny ball, but the two clan members didn't dare to look down on him. Because all the people who underestimated him were lying on beds right now. The phrase "don't judge a person by their looks" seemed to be created just for Ji Ningyu. Who would have imagined that this tiny round ball actually had a divine realm cultivation base? It had to be said that it had only been a few short years since he was born until now. However, something they hadn't imagined even more was that half of the chick's cultivation base was exchanged from XiaoMo's spiritual water lake. But you couldn't deny his innate skill just because of this. When they heard his words, both of them didn't know what to do. It looked like they had to go find the head elder. At that exact moment, a cold and imposing voice floated out from the forbidden zone. Who is making a racket out here? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.